Take control, Frank! Yeah, if he's going in, can he just plug it in for a bit? He might roll again. Yeah. That place, right? That's a nice number. I said, how come you just go in? Where you're throwing it, the word thing, you just see this phone call and
Those events at the beginning of July, the 2019 men and the pre-19 men will face each other in 2 object matches. The commission is £318 for adults. One wish that gets you head over to www.ccc.co.uk/cash-back.
Yeah,
You want an armchair?
I do really. I was going to say, take the thing from there and yeah, that's what I was just going to ask. Take them out of there and put them there.
Oh,
If you just joined us in the last few minutes, a very good morning to you and welcome to the County Ground Northampton in this Rothesay County Championship match between Northampton and Gloucestershire. A few minutes ago, Northampton won the toss. They got back to the back first. I'll go through the elements of both teams. We'll start with Northampton. Squad number 27, Harry Max. Squad number 2, with captain with Proctor. 24, was Miller. 5, James Sayers. 10, 13, Baby, Lenny Child. 18, Safety. 14, George Delegate. 15, your keeper, Lewis McManus. 31, Martin Harrison. 10, William Gabriel. 13, Harry Conway. Your Gloucestershire squad number 1, your captain, Harry Bancroft. 64, Ben Charlesworth. 67, Alan Price. 88, Mark Hammond. 31, Cameron Green. 25, keeping wicket, James Tracy. 12, Greg Van Buren. 53, Tom Price. 17, Zana Malata. 36, Matt Timber. And 28, Archie Baker. So a reminder that Northampton won the toss and chose to bat first. You can pick up scorecards if you haven't already done so from the top shot and what else is said today. And the practice for the see about here, which is also called the second round, and also the What's the Coffee score, which you'll find at the table here next to the ground space.
Yeah, it's should be playing.
I think it's right. We might as well be in bloody Texas. Yeah. So we got to do the it actually goes too tall this one.
You went all the way. You went all the way up the top. You went up the top. I'm right.
It's on the welfare of this. No sun.
This match has been underway for 10 minutes. Meantime, Northamptonshire match points are cinched. Arrived at scorecard will win with a big capture of the big Western Saturday. Maybe in mind of the Hawkins won the toss. James to go first. Welcome to the county ground. This match will get underway in just a couple of minutes.
Good morning and welcome to the county ground in Northampton, where today we commentate and play host to Gloucestershire in Division 2 of the 2025 Rothesay County Championship. Northamptonshire at 10:30 this morning won the toss and elected to have a bat first. And you can just see Gloucestershire making their way out to the field, and Luke Proctor with Ricardo Vasconcelos working their way out to the middle with the umpires. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined for this game by Aaron Viles. The stream is powered by Daffabet. And Aaron, how are you?
Yeah, really good, to be honest, mate. And yeah, good morning to everybody tuning in from wherever you are around the world for what should be a fascinating day's play of cricket. Of course, these two sides, different places in the Division 2 standings, very different results in the last round of fixtures as well. Gloucestershire come into this game brimming with confidence following that extraordinary victory on Monday in Bristol, 3 wickets against Kent. That put them into 4th place. As for Northants, of course, rock bottom of the standings before this game takes place, and that was a rather one-sided defeat against Glamorgan in South Wales. But I always think that Northants are full of danger, and I'm really, really looking forward to seeing Adi Sharma batting at some point in this game. He is a tremendous talent, come up through the Buckinghamshire pathway, and yeah, excited to see what he has in store for us.
Yeah, makes his first-class debut today. He's carded at number 5. I think the interesting thing with this Division 2 table at the moment is Northamptonshire have won as many games this year as Derbyshire, and Derbyshire are sat in 2nd place. Yes, Derbyshire haven't lost, and that's a massive contributing factor. Northamptonshire have done so 3 times. Gloucestershire themselves, they've just won the 1 game. But there is a 16-point difference between the two sides.
Yep.
Just those batting points and that 1 defeat making a big difference between the two.
Well, it does. And in terms of those last 2 performances, of course, we hope that it doesn't have an impact on Northamptonshire's performance today, because Glamorgan have been outstanding in the past couple of weeks. They've had such a good turnaround, and yeah, we can but hope that they've shaken off those cobwebs.
Absolutely right. Well, opening the bowling from the Lynn Wilson Centre end this morning. There's nicely onto the middle of the bat there for Ricardo Vasconcelos. Was it Tom Price from the Lynn Wilson Centre end?
It is indeed, yeah. Imagine we'll see a lot of him with the new ball, because there is no Ajit Singh Dale today. So, yeah, no surprises that Tom Price is opening the bowling with the shiny new cherry in hand.
Yeah, what's he got? 18 wickets so far this summer. Gloucestershire 3 slips and a gully in place. So they're trying to make inroads in what's been a relatively fragile top order for Northamptonshire, particularly in the first innings of games in 2025. Strong decision by Luke Proctor to win the toss and bat here this morning. They did so against Lancashire a couple of weeks ago and came out on the successful side of that first-class fixture on a pitch that looks very, very different from what it did 2 weeks ago. We are a long way over on the square for starters. Nicely played, nicely defended by Vasconcelos. Almost opposite ends of the square as to where we were against Lancashire. And as you can see, those of you Northamptonshire fans that tuned in 2 weeks ago, you'll notice a visible difference between the pitch that's been prepared here by Craig Harvey and his team at Northamptonshire. There is a lot less live grass on there than what we had a couple of weeks ago. So should be good for batting. Fingers crossed for Northamptonshire.
Well, we certainly hope so. And of course, with the warm weather be nice to see a little extra degree of spin, of course. That was something which we saw towards the end of last season in September with those twin victories over Leicestershire and Derbyshire. Of course, Northampton at that stage had Yuzvendra Chahal, and that does help, but with someone like Calvin Harrison and Safe Zabe as well, two real spinners of the ball, it would be quite nice to see that little bit of extra turn in this wicket.
Yeah, absolutely right. Tom Price hits the thigh pad of Vasconcelos, trying to work it into the leg side. Falls safely into the offside. But, the first thing for Northamptonshire, if spin is going to come into the game, they're going to have to bat well. And they're going to have to bat for a decent portion of time in this first innings in order to let this pitch materialise into that kind of spinning facility that you've just hoped for.
Oh, 100%. And, of course, we need the weather to hold as well. We'll talk about the forecast in a few moments' time.
It's the last ball of the first over and defended again into the leg side. So Gloucestershire start their day with a maiden, having been asked to bowl first this morning by Luke Proctor. A good start for the visitors.
Yeah, very strong start that from Gloucestershire. In terms of the weather today, it does seem quite nicely set, to be honest. We'll have intermittent bits of overcast cloud and sunshine throughout the day, but I think it's tomorrow and especially Monday we could have quite a bit of rain forecast as well. So we can but hope that it doesn't play spoil sport and we get a full 4 days of action in store for us. But yeah, after what has been an outstanding start to the summer with the weather, we can't really complain.
No, there won't be many chief execs getting excited about the change of weather with the T20 blast just around the corner, though, will there? They'll be ruining the good weather that's happened at the start of the summer. Hopefully that tournament goes through a period of weather as good as what we had at the start of the year. But obviously the big money maker for most of the counties. It's going to be Matt Taylor bowling from the David Capel end this morning. Luke Proctor, the man on strike, facing his first ball of the day and gets beaten on the outside edge to start with. Matt Taylor, what's he got? 6 wickets at 51s so far this summer. 15 career first-class wickets against Northamptonshire, an average of 38, and that will encourage Taylor. They're nice early shape from the seamer.
It was, yeah, that is quality fast bowling there from Matt Taylor. Nice bit of lateral movement and a little bit of swing with the new ball.
Oh, that's a beauty, that appeal from behind the stumps. Proctor's just missed everything, isn't it? I think Proctor's tried to play that. He's pulled out from it at the last minute. If anything there, Taylor might have bowled a bit of an accidental Yorker there. Not convinced he would have wanted to have been that full with the second ball of his spell, but it has swung late. I'll give Luke Proctor the benefit of the doubt there. I think he probably has just pulled out of that, potentially just hit the floor in his attempt to leave that one alone. But he's been in good form, the Northampton captain. 421 runs at an average of 42, high score of 150 against Derbyshire. He gets off the mark, I believe, although it looks like international sign there for the umpire. It's going to be a leg by. And Northamptonshire open their account for the morning, but it comes off the thigh pad of the skipper.
Yeah, so yet to see a run off the bat in these first 9 deliveries, but that just settles the nerves quite nicely. It's been a nice start, this from Matt Taylor so far. Of course, on that one, just straying a little bit too much onto the pads of the left-handed Proctor, but yeah, the first 2 deliveries were absolutely bang on the money. So interested to see how he follows it up with this next one.
Yeah, 2 left-handers to bowl at the top of the order for Northamptonshire, so provides a bit of consistency for the bowlers. That one down the leg side, well stopped by James Bracey, just diving down to his right. Vasconcelos, on the other hand, has had a very tough start to the year. 82 runs at an average of 20 with just 150 for the Northamptonshire opener so far this summer. It's been the best part of 12 months since he last scored a first-class 100 as well. That was here against Yorkshire in May 2024. They need some top-order runs, particularly in the first innings, and Vasconcelos, what he could do with the score.
He could do, but we all know the calibre of the man. Ricardo Vasconcelos is a fine cricketer, and it just requires a little bit of luck, I think. It comes back to one of the age-old arguments in cricket where when you're a little bit out of nick, it seems as though those catches stick and nothing really goes your way. It might just require a little bit of a reprieve and a little bit of freedom for him going forward. I think that'll be the best way for him to get out of this rut.
Yeah, last ball for Taylor. And left well alone with nice shape away from the left-hander to complete the second over. So both batters still without scoring, but 1 run on the board. That off the thigh pad of the skipper.
Yep, very disciplined start this from Gloucestershire. And to be honest, they should be very confident heading into this fixture in terms of the bowling, because it was a real strong suit on Monday. I was doing the commentary down in Bristol for that one, and we saw the likes of Zaman Akhtar and, of course, Ajit Singh Dale, who isn't featuring in this game. Those two bowled exceptionally well. And someone else to watch out for in this game is Ben Charlesworth. He took a career best 3 for 5 from his 6 overs on Monday, completely changed the narrative of that morning session. So, yeah, plenty of seam options at Cam Bancroft's disposal heading into this encounter.
Yeah, interesting here, a change in the field straight away for Gloucestershire and Cam Bancroft. They've removed one of the catchers. They're just getting that tightened up now. So it's going to be 3 slips at 1, 2, and 4. And the catcher from the cordon has gone into a short mid-wicket. So maybe just indicating here there isn't quite the lateral movement from the Lynn Wilson centre end this morning, but there's an appeal for LBW. Proctor walks away. Umpire gives the classic gentle shake of the head. So I think that was probably a touch high and possibly pitched outside leg stump as well. No, just a bit high into the thigh pad, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to get an LBW decision from this angle. Trying to swing the ball back into the body of Luke Proctor. But encouraging signs and good appealing from Gloucestershire so far this morning. And there is the first runs of the day down towards the short boundary, the coffee van down there. Luke Proctor moves on to 1.
Yeah, nice shot that. And just a little bit of a morning update. We'll give you these throughout the course of the game. A couple of wickets already falling in the county championship this morning. So Hampshire are 2 for 1 at the Utility Bowl. Mark Stoneman has been dismissed by Nathan McAndrew in that one. And in the local Bears versus Pears derby, Warwickshire 7 for 1. Rob Yates, the man to be dismissed by Tom Taylor.
Vasconcelos on strike. Still the 3 slips. So Gloucestershire making a conscious decision there. It wasn't just for Luke Proctor. They've decided that that's the way to go here at Wantage Road to have the catcher. I think it's Cam Bancroft himself that's gone in at short mid-wicket out of the cordon. Shame about Ajit Singh Dale.
Yep.
Not necessarily from a Northamptonshire perspective, but from a cricket perspective, I think is a real shame that he's not in this contest. I mean, do you think that's a rest and rotation thing for Gloucestershire there? He's obviously got that England Lions game coming up.
I think it could be. And yeah, just talking of that series, of course, a 2-match series, the first one being down in Canterbury at the Spitfire ground, and the second one taking place right here at Wantage Road on Friday, the 6th of June.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you're in the area, get yourself down to watch that one against India A. But in terms of Ajit, I do think it probably is a case of rest and rotation. In previous seasons, he has had some injury problems, and you look at his output so far this season, 22 wickets in 6 matches. You want to keep him as fit as possible.
Yeah, of course. Well played, well defended by Vasconcelos. It's an interesting bowling lineup, isn't it, for Gloucestershire? When you think of the pace that Ajit Singh Dale, Marchant Dalanga, Josh Shaw can provide with ball in hand, compared to what there is on show, respectfully, today, there's quite a big difference there between the 3 that are absent today and the seamers that have been put out for Gloucestershire.
Well, we'll touch upon that point after this delivery from Tom Price. Yes, so just touching upon that, definitely, there is a massive change in terms of the actual, I suppose, the release speed, especially from the likes of Marchant Dalanga. I mean, he's someone who's filled his boots at plenty of levels in cricket and is a fantastic seam bowler. Ajit Singh Dale in recent seasons also really shifted up the gears from an acceleration and velocity point of view. And Josh Shaw, I think he's surprisingly quick.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that he's express pace by any stretch of the imagination, but the ball comes onto bat very quickly compared to what you'd expect with Josh Shaw. Whereas today, it's very much a case of your tried and tested county seam and swing bowlers with the likes of Taylor and Tom Price and Archie Bailey, who we'll see a little bit later on.
Yeah, of course. Back of a length, well fielded at point by Miles Hammonds. Bit of a get out, got away with one there, I think. Did Taylor there, just dragged his length back, offered width, and Proctor couldn't get it past Hammond at point. Really well stopped.
Really well stopped. And something to watch out for with Archie Bailey as well is his ability to nick off left-handers. So I think that also might be a reason why he is in the side today, given the fact that Northants do possess quite a few.
Yeah, there are plenty of those at Northamptonshire. At the moment, it's Price and Taylor, so we will have to wait to see Archie Bailey, who hasn't played in 2025, if my research is correct.
Yep, it is. He's not played one this season. He played a couple towards the end of last year, especially that game at Lord's. His first-class debut went wicketless in the first innings and then followed up with 4 in the second.
Well bowled, well played. Good control here to start the day for Gloucestershire, not giving Northamptonshire opportunities to score. Maybe identifying really quickly that this is a pitch just to build pressure on. It isn't going to have that lavish movement that we've seen off the seam and through the air at Wantage Road for the 3 previous home games. And with just the 3 catches behind the bat as well, maybe that's an indication that there isn't quite as much zip in this surface as what we've had so far this summer as well. It's a beauty. Squared up by Taylor. Luke Proctor just watches it goes past into the gloves of James Bracey. We'll get a replay here now. It's an absolute beauty. Genuine play and miss, and Luke Proctor has certainly poked at that, hasn't he, as it's gone past the outside edge.
Yeah, it's good bowling again, isn't it, from Matt Taylor? He's looked quite on the money so far, and this is a very disciplined start from Gloucestershire. Just 2 runs, and only one of which has actually come off the bat of a Northants player so far.
That's down the leg side, and another good take by James Bracey to end the 4th over. 2 for no loss. Yeah, 1 for Proctor. Vasconcelos 0 off 13. And the 1 leg bye. So not a flourishing start at Wantage Road.
No, it's what you describe as being watchful so far from the openers. But in terms of their importance to this side, it is, I'd argue, paramount in terms of getting off to a good start, building that foundation, because there's so much batting talent to come in that middle order with the likes of Gus Miller, James Sales, Safe Save, Adi Sharma on debut. Honestly, cannot wait to watch him come out to bat. And of course, George Bartlett and McManus as well. So plenty of options. That's a nice delivery, that from Tom Price. And we mustn't also forget that Calvin Harrison is no slouch with the bat. So in terms of this approach, I don't mind it, as long as it's not for the entire day's play, because then it becomes attritional and you're not making inroads into the scorecard. But in terms of this first 10 overs, especially with this quality of bowling that we've seen from Price and from Taylor so far, I don't mind Northants being a little bit more dogged and resolute, as long as they play sensible shots.
Yeah, of course. Still the 3 catches, and still Vasconcelos yet to get off the mark. He was beaten by an absolute beauty first ball of this over from Tom Price to start it, just swinging away from the left-handed opener. So it certainly will be just building up that pressure, Gloucestershire. Soon you'll hear through the effects mic, there'll be calls of the scoreboards not moving. And as I say that, to the short side, and to the very short side, Vasconcelos just turns that one off his hip, gets off the mark, and hits Northamptonshire's first boundary of the morning.
Yeah, on that occasion, Tom Price just overcorrecting, go a little bit too straight, and a player of Vasconcelos' skill down that onside, he's not going to miss out on those at all. So that's a welcome boundary for Northants, just relieves the pressure and tightens the screw. But yeah, good to see the first 4 off the bat there of Ricardo Vasconcelos.
And responds with a dominating front foot defense there, straight back to the bowler, full face of the bat. Hopefully that's just calmed the nerves a little bit for Northamptonshire's opener. Nobody likes sitting on 0. It doesn't matter what standard of cricket you play. It doesn't matter how often you play. You're always nervous when you've got nothing next to your name. And that will undoubtedly have just settled Ricardo Vasconcelos down as that ball's face number just started to climb a little bit. And he's hit on the pad and a big appeal from behind the stumps and given. Vasconcelos goes for 4 off 18. He can't believe it. He looks so disappointed in himself there. There was a big appeal from behind the stumps. Wasn't a huge appeal from Tom Price, but Bracey and the cordon went up convincingly. The umpire, having given it some thought, raised the finger, and Tom Price gets Ricardo Vasconcelos LBW as we get a replay of that decision now. I don't know whether that's a look of disappointment. Has he got himself just outside the line, maybe? But that tough start to the year for Vasconcelos continues. So it was averaging 20 before this fixture. And that average, unfortunately, for Vasconcelos has just taken a dip today as we get another replay. It's a good appeal, isn't it?
It is. It's a tough one, though, because it has shaped back very, very late on that occasion. And of course, the umpire, they have the best view in the house. We certainly don't from where we are in the comms box. May I just say that today we are very far over on this side. So apologies in advance if we're not adamant first time round, because it would take an incredible set of eyes to be able to judge it from our position down here at what is practically deep fine leg. But in terms of that start, it's probably what Gloucestershire deserve, because the likes of Price and Taylor have been absolutely spot on with their lines, with their lengths. Yes, there was that slight overcorrection from Price, the delivery before, but aside from that, it's been just quality penny piece bowling. It's been consistent. It's your quintessential line and length stuff from the 2 Gloucestershire opening bowlers. And look, it's generated a wicket. They've got their just rewards. So, yeah, good start this for the visitors.
Absolutely. And it brings out Gus Miller, who is batting number 3 for Northamptonshire today. He'll have 1 ball left of the 5th over to navigate, and then we'll talk a little bit more about Gus Miller after this Tom Price delivery, which Miller defends back down the ground. Successful over then, 5 done. Northamptonshire 6 for 1. Vasconcelos, the man to go for 4. LBW to Tom Price. Nice to see Gus Miller back. He picked up a foot injury during the winter, so this is his first class appearance for Northamptonshire in 2025. Only his 6th in his career. Was opening the batting at the end of last season in 2024, and did a pretty good job of it, I think, towards the back end. The numbers weren't the greatest, but I think showed ability there at the top of the order. So good to have him back in there. Comes off 71 against Gloucestershire, 2s down at Rockhampton at the start of this month as well. But it's Proctor who is on strike, and that's into the thigh pad. And there'll be another leg bye added to the score.
Yeah, just touching upon the point there with Gus Miller. even though he wasn't racking up big scores of 80 plus or 100 plus, I think it was the 42 he scored towards the end of the season, opening the batting alongside Luke Proctor. That really impressed me. And yes, it's not the most sizable score ever produced in cricket, but in terms of his tempo, in terms of the discipline that he showed at the crease, not chasing wide ones, just playing the ball on its merit. And he played some lovely shots down the ground, a couple of booming straight drives. He definitely is someone to watch out for from a Northants perspective.
Yeah, look at that. That's right under the eyes that Gus Miller's just defended that back down the track off Matty Taylor. That's an encouraging sign. There's the hands aren't out in front of the body. He's not reaching for anything. That was as textbook gets, really, wasn't it, for a forward defence?
It was, and I know we've actually spoken about a couple of the changes, but Gus Miller, of course, is one of them. Darren Lehman alluded to it after that defeat in Cardiff. He said there would be changes, and yeah, quite a few taking place today in what is a very shuffled batting lineup.
Shorter ball, pulled away down towards the short side by Miller. That's going to beat the fielders who give up the chase pretty early. Miller gets off the mark, third time of asking. Just dragging that length back, Taylor, and with that short leg side boundary, there isn't a great deal of protection out there, is there? Do you know, if depending on how this kind of first innings and generally the game goes, it's not going to be long, is it, until a captain's looking for a bit of protection down there on that leg side, because it is so short with where we are on the square here at Wantage Road for this fixture. But you are right. Yeah, there's 3 changes, which we will just confirm to you in a moment for Northamptonshire. Shorter ball and defended. So Justin Broad sits out, as does Ben Sanderson. He obviously had that injury at the start of the summer and just taken a little bit of a rest here. And then Rob Keogh as well. Gus Miller returns for the first time in 2025. Liam Guthrie returns, having missed out on the game down in Cardiff. And Adi Sharma, who we will speak more about. Hopefully not too soon, though. Hopefully not too soon. Who is making his first class debut today for Northamptonshire.
He certainly is, and yeah, got plenty to discuss when it comes to Addy. He's someone who in pre-season really stood out to me. Has got some exceptional numbers in the 2s from last season. Very, very highly touted and highly regarded in this neck of the woods, and of course down in Buckinghamshire as well. But as you said, Dan, completely echo the sentiment there. Hopefully we won't need his services anytime soon.
Gus Miller looking to take on Charlesworth for a quick single there, and you could hear through the effects mic there was a big weight there, wasn't there, from Luke Proctor as Miller steamed out of the blocks trying to complete that single. Captain, absolutely no interest in rotating the strike there whatsoever. It will take a little bit of time, won't it? Gus will be a bit nervous here coming back into the team and wouldn't have batted with his captain for a little while since the end of last summer. Just have to get used to one another again.
They will, but I think that previous experience of these 2 opening the batting will serve them well here. And in terms of the rhythm of their opening pair, it was good. I really enjoyed it. It was almost like the fire and ice approach. You had Proctor, who was a lot more resilient, a lot more gritty in terms of his approach, and then Gus Miller was just playing his shots. I think as a second wicket pairing, this is quite nice for Northamptonshire to possess.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom Price, the man with the wicket, continues. And that's again well fielded by Miles Hammond at point, making good ground, covering that off and making sure there isn't an easy single out there in the offside. Looks like that's just run across Luke Proctor there a little bit. He's opened the face up. It wasn't the most comfortable cricket shot that Luke Proctor's ever played in his life. It was a little bit out of shape. Just 1 run for the skipper, having faced, 13 balls now. That one nicely played. That's guided, isn't it, through one of those gaps in that cordon. They're going to come back for a second, complete the run. Well, quite surprised there was 2 there. Aaron, it looked like that ball was in the hand of the Gloucestershire fielder for an age before he managed to turn that around and get it back towards James Bracey. Whether he just thought Proctor wasn't going to take one or not, I don't know.
I think that's probably what it was, to be honest. But it was a good early call and good game awareness there from the Northamptonshire duo, because those 1s and 2s, they really do add up in the game of cricket. You'd be surprised.
They do when you've only scored or had only scored 11 runs from 6 overs. That one's into the thigh pad once more. Will just be 1. Just takes all the pace out of the ball, decelerates it, and just trickles down to fine leg for just a single leg by. So it moves on to 14 off 6.5 overs. Northamptonshire, well, they'll ask a question here for Gloucestershire now, because there is a right and left hand combination in the middle, which just confuses matters slightly, doesn't it? One for bowlers with their lines and their lengths, and then for fielders to make sure that they are in the right place, and just causes them to travel a bit more ground. Solid defence again by Miller, who so far, based on first viewings from the 7 balls that he's faced, has looked pretty organised.
He has. I think that is the exact adjective I'd use. He just looks very comfortable at the minute. And look, he doesn't have to go out here and do anything ridiculously special. It's a long day. It's a long game as well. 4-day cricket. It's not a T20. You don't have to go out there and play a barrage of boundaries. Just play within yourself, play the ball on its merits, get your side off to a good start. And Gus Miller is certainly a man who's capable of that.
Again, defended solidly under the eyes. The ball just drops with no pace on it into the offside there off the bat of Gus Miller. The other thing as well, you mentioned the 3 changes with the shuffle of the pack for Northamptonshire, but actually there has been a bit of a change as well. Gus Miller's come back into the side. He's gone up to number 3. George Bartlett's gone down to number 7. Lewis McManus then has gone down to number 8. Calvin Harrison is then, I think he was at 9 actually against Glamorgan, but to have Calvin Harrison at 9 is a good, certainly one of the better number 9s in first class cricket, I would say, that's playing this week. Extra pace on there from Tom Price, just hit the bat pretty hard. Gus Miller, end of the over, 7 done, 14 for 1. Gus Miller's on 9, Luke Proctor on 3.
Yeah, by my maths, that is 2 runs per over. So it's been a very watchful start this for Northants. But as for Gloucestershire, I mean, they've been absolutely spot on, haven't they? They've bowled really, really consistent lines so far. And it's exactly what you want from your opening bowlers, setting the tempo, the rhythm of the game. And I think they've done an excellent job of doing just that. So it will be Matt Taylor to continue from the David Capel end. He'll be coming on to bowl here for his 4th. Currently has figures of none for 4 from his previous 3, which includes 2 maiden overs. Here he is bowling to the Northants captain Luke Proctor, who tickles that very fine. There's a chase on for the fielder. It's Archie Bailey who cuts that one off. A deep fine leg, and that is some very adept fielding. Saves at least a run or 2 there with that sharp bit of work on the boundary. Of course, Archie Bailey, who we'll see, well, I imagine probably first or second change bowler. In that game at Lords, he was actually opening the bowling and got the big wicket of Mark Stoneman with, was a beautiful delivery, I must say. Just a quintessential dismissal of a left-hander by a right armour coming over the wicket. Here is Matt Taylor again. That one played compactly by Gus Miller. Yeah, I'm excited to see what cricket has in store for Archie Bailey. He is a good young talent.
Well, it must have been tempting to have thrown the new ball to him this morning with the 2 left-handers at the top of the order, based on obviously what you said with his ability to pick up those wickets. Must have been tempting to have got him into the piece early. And it's not to say that there aren't a few more left-handers to come yet, but must have been a consideration for Cam Bancroft.
Certainly must have been. It's Taylor again, this time to Miller. That's a nice-looking shot, drilled down towards Van Buren for a dot ball. Yeah, still plenty of left-handers, and I suppose the big one in that Northants middle order is, of course, Saif Zaib. We all know what that man is capable of. He can single-handedly demolish and dispatch any bowler in the county championship. So potentially that could be a bit of a matchup that Gloucestershire look to utilise a little bit later on in the piece. But yeah, Archie Bailey, very much looking forward to seeing how he bowls today. And of course, Ben Charlesworth, who we'll touch upon in a bit more detail in due course. Taylor is then to Miller. Shoulders arms to that one, leaves it well alone. And that's all Gus has to do for the time being. Just act as the foil here for Luke Proctor. We all know what Luke Proctor is about. He's been doing this for years. He's a veteran, a grizzled stalwart of county cricket. Likes to take the shine off the new ball and then climb through the gears as the overs tick by. But for Miller, he always likes getting a few early runs, and then he can utilise that defence and frustrate the bowlers. Here he is then again, facing off against Matt Taylor. That one a lot fuller, drilled into the right hand of the outstretched bowler. Deflects over to Graham Van Buren, and actually he's someone to watch out for from a Gloucestershire perspective as well. Graham Van Buren very much fizzes in those zippy arm balls. I think that's how I'd describe it. Doesn't utilise as much flight as, let's say, Calvin Harrison does with the leg spin for Northamptonshire, but yeah, on paper, it is a fascinating bowling attack that both sides possess. And yeah, can't wait to see Harry Conway and his big wicket celebrations from a home side perspective either. Gus Miller plays that one with great resolve, and that will signal the end of the over. Northamptonshire still 15 for 1. Miller on 4. Proctor, his captain, also on 4. And yeah, that is another solid over from Matt Taylor.
It's been a fantastic start, hasn't it, for Gloucestershire? They've assessed the pitch really quickly. I think they've looked at that. Yes, we mentioned about the Stark seems unkind, but the difference between the bowling lineup had the three that we'd mentioned had played compared to what Gloucestershire have got here at Northamptonshire. But the skill set that Price, Taylor, etc. possess, they're just hitting the money. They're so consistent. They've been backed up brilliantly by their fielders. Like Hammond in particular at point has been all over the place there. The fielding well off their own bowling as well, just not letting Northamptonshire get any momentum into this innings, but that will help.
Yeah, again, it's the second time that we've seen that today from Tom Price, just overcorrecting this one, straying far too much down the leg side, and they are easy pickings for Luke Proctor. A man of his experience, he will take that every single day of the week. So another boundary to add to the tally here for Northamptonshire, who move on to 19 for 1. Was given as leg bye, so Proctor remains on 4 runs. But yeah, in terms of the fielding, I think that is something important actually to note about Gloucestershire, because I would argue that's one of the factors which won them that game against Kent. And it was the likes of Hammond and Bancroft and Van Buren in that one who backed up the bowlers superbly well. Another dot ball there for Tom Price, and it's something which Mark Elaine is very, very high on. It's something which he demands from his side in terms of being energetic. He wants his side to be live wires in the field, and in first-class cricket, it's so important, not just in the moments where it's going for you, but also in the moments where the sting has been taken out of the tail.
Yep.
You're kind of searching for your wickets a little bit more. The energy levels might have dropped. Always need to be 100% in the field as Price steams in again here from the Liam Wilson centre end. That one very full. Played up towards Ben Charlesworth.
Yeah, well, they can be long days, can't they? County Championship cricket can provide long, long days in the field. And actually, with the weather that we have had, it's been an unusual start to the season this year. And possibly a lot of the fielders and bowlers would have had longer days in the field than what maybe they'd have thought had they gone into the 2025 season. But all of the professional cricketers that play in this County Championship, they'll all say the same. They say you have to enjoy fielding because it is such a crucial and long part of the game.
Certainly is, as that ball is tickled out towards deep square leg by Luke Proctor for another single. Keeps that scoreboard ticking.
Yeah, there's that protection out there already. Aaron, there were 2 out there on the rope. Just, what is it, in the 9th over. Making sure that they don't give that away, because had that fielder had not been down there, that probably would have rolled away for 4, wouldn't it?
Yep, very easily, and might have to start calling you the Oracle, Dan. That was very, very good commentary. That you called that in the 2nd over, so yeah, it's sensible though, and it's something which, in fairness, it needed to happen, didn't it? Especially if you are going to bowl straight, you need some additional protection out there. And just interestingly here, Archie Bailey has gone a lot straighter there at mid-on. Slight adjustment here, continues to go pretty much just to the right-hand side of the bowler as Price comes into bowl here to Miller.
Yeah, it's almost Yorker length there, wasn't it, from Price? We've seen a couple of those from the Gloucestershire bowlers. I think that might have been another accidental one as he just checks the footholds, doesn't he, as he walks past and gets back to the end of his mark. But I don't mind a Yorker, accidental or on purpose. I think they're under bowled in particularly in this format of cricket. I think if you're going to go to them in a white ball game, why not test them out in the red ball game as well? But well played.
Very well played indeed. So it's the final delivery, this, of the 9th over. It's Price to Miller. That's a very nice looking shot. Just guides that through the mid-wicket region. They think about coming back for 2. Bailey will cut it off, and indeed they do scamper through for the second. So that will signal the end of the 9th over. Northamptonshire 22 for 1. Gus Miller is on 6. Luke Proctor is on 5.
They're just starting to get into this game, aren't they, Northants? Miller, I think, coming out and playing a very different role to what Vasconcelos had done. He's quite keen to fill bat on ball. He's timing the ball nicely as well, which unfortunately for Ricardo just wasn't really able to do at the start. Maybe that takes a little bit of pressure off Luke Proctor if that scoreboard does just start to creep a little bit. What is it, 22 off 9? It's hardly racing, is it? But it is just starting to tick over.
It is, and it's Matt Taylor to continue here from the David Capel end. That one squeezes off the outside of Luke Proctor's bat down towards deep third. Another single off the blade of the Northants captain. But this is first-class cricket. The fact is you are going to have ebbs and flows, and the key for Northants, even though this has been a very solid and strong start for Gloucestershire, is all about navigating it. And it is disappointing to see the back of Vasconcelos so early. We know what he is capable of. Again, he's someone who can really take the attack to any bowling outfit in the second division. But if these two can hang around and build a partnership, set that foundation, something for the rest of the order to build off of, well, you can't really complain about that at all. As Miller is squared up by that one. I think he's got bat on that one. Also, interestingly to see there, they have brought in the fielder at a short mid-wicket.
Yeah, they've lost another catcher behind the stumps. Aaron, they're down to 2 slips now with James Bracey. So they've got a catching mid-wicket in. I don't think this has been too paced, but it feels like there's been a bit of variety with a couple of deliveries on how hard they've hit the bat. That one there felt quite quick. And whether there is a little bit of hold in this pitch, maybe it's a touch too pace. Just as it's starting to go under use, as I said, there's a lot less live grass on there than what there has been over the last couple of games here. The more live grass on it, the nicer it is to bat on. The ball does come onto the bat well, but obviously then you're at the peril of whoever's got ball in hand at that particular moment.
You certainly are. It's Taylor then to continue his spell. Bowling here to Gus Miller. That one, another compact defensive shot. It is something which Gus Miller does play with great proficiency, and to Taylor's oldest time, isn't it, in cricket, that you have to build a strong attack off of a good defence. It's something which I always say with Ben Duckett. Ben Duckett's forward defence, I think, is one of the best probably in county cricket. I think that's not even up for argument, but even in international cricket, to be honest. He has that really nice step into it, always a nice meaty connection on the blade, and that's how he builds his red ball innings. It's Taylor to Miller again, utilising the defensive on that occasion. And yeah, of course, we saw Ben Duckett at his destructive best, didn't we? At Trent Bridge against Zimbabwe. We'll keep you updated with regards to the score from the test match as and when we can. I know for a fact, though, England have lost a 4th wicket, and it is the wicket of Ollie Price. In fact, they're now 5 down. Ben Stokes dismissed by Blessing Mozarabani, caught by Ben Curran. Very much a Northamptonshire dismissal, that.
It certainly is. Both players once of this parish, I believe, is the technical term to describe those that have played for one of the counties.
Certainly is. I remember Blessing's spell here in 2019. That was absolutely brilliant to see as the 10th over reaches its conclusion. Northamptonshire 23 for 1. Proctor is on 6 and Miller also on 6. Both of them 6 from 21. In fact, so a nice bit of symmetry there from the to Northampton's top order bats. But yeah, we'll keep you updated with the scores on the doors throughout the day. But yeah, a couple of early breakthroughs in the opening hour at Trent Bridge with Ollie Pope and Ben Stokes departing to Tanaka Javanga and Blessing Mazarabani, respectively.
Yeah, shame for Stokes. He's not had a hit, has he, all summer? That would have been a big opportunity for him to have just spent some time in the middle. Just ahead of what's going to be a really, really important and big summer for England. I mean, it might only be the only opportunity he gets to bat in this fixture as well. So that could be it. But we've got to change your bowling here, Aaron, from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
We have indeed. It's the 19-year-old seam bowler from Northampton. It's Archie Bailey. So yeah, looking forward to seeing what he can craft and concoct here. Bowling over the wicket, unsurprisingly, here to the Northamptonshire captain, Luke Proctor. Starts off with the short ball, which rises nicely off the surface. Yeah, in terms of Archie, been watching his progress for quite a while, actually. It was in 2023. It was in the winter of that year. I spoke with Mark Elaine, and it was when he signed his rookie contract, along with the likes of Tommy Borman, who actually is a club mate of his, which is quite funny. Those two have played together for Dumbleton in Gloucestershire. But yeah, he's someone who has been touted for quite a long time. He's got a nice, strong, repeatable action as he bowls in here to Luke Proctor once more. That one fuller in comparison to the last delivery. And it's just about opportunity. And I think when you list some of the names that Gloucestershire can potentially have, I mean, we spoke about Ajit Singh Dale, who's an England Lion. Zaman Akhtar, who's out there today, also has played for the England Lions, represented them against Sri Lanka at New Road last season. You've got Marchant Delanga, who is one of the most experienced campaigners in county cricket. It's a lot easier said than done. Here he is again. So Proctor, that one short, and well, Proctor flirted with that one. Went for the back foot shot there and just tempted for a split second to try and get bat on ball on that delivery. Just changing it up here was Archie Bailey. It's not the best shot from Proctor at this stage of the innings to go chasing a wide one, but it's one of those where the eyes light up. It's almost like an unconscious movement, isn't it? You're just so drilled into playing that shot. Could have resulted in his wicket. This time, that's a lot better from Luke Proctor.
Yes, it's a shot that he's incredibly strong on. It's something that he will be disappointed that he's missed out upon. That one and that kind of turn off the hip down towards fine leg. But he's faced, what, 25 deliveries now, and I don't think there's been a bad ball between them. And that there, I think, was a nod to the fact of, I haven't had a bad ball yet from Gloucestershire. I'm going to need to try and put one of these away. And actually, it just continued to swing, didn't it, from Bailey after it had pitched and seamed away from Proctor.
Most certainly did. And it is Bailey once more. Always charges in with real intent and purpose. That one a lot straighter, just flicked off the pads there of the left-handed Proctor down towards Matt Taylor. It is at deep fine leg. Another single to add to the tally there. Comes off the pad, so it is a leg bye given by the umpire. Yeah, it has. It's been a very nice start, this, for Gloucestershire. Exactly the kind of beginning that they would have hoped for as the sun makes a much welcomed appearance. Always nice, isn't it, watching the county championship being basked in sunlight. It's one of the great sights of the English and Welsh summer. So here is Bailey to round out his first over of the day, coming into bowl here to Miller. That one again, I think that's almost taken Miller a little bit by surprise in terms of how much that's risen. Wasn't the most convincing of shots there from the Northampton number 3. We'll get a replay of that one right now. Oh, just look at that. Nice bit of bounce in this surface. And as a result, that will catalyse the end of over number 11. Northamptonshire 24 for 1 with both Miller and Proctor on 6 runs apiece.
I think Gus Miller's done really well there to control that and drop it down on the offside. If he'd have gone through with that pull shot that he was trying to shape up for, I mean, that could have gone absolutely anywhere. So he had the peace of mind there just to pull out of it and make sure that he didn't go for a full-blooded shot and did drop it in there and survived. But again, I think, as I say, it just feels like the shorter that you bowl on this pitch, just at the minute at least anyway, and it could change, likely to, obviously, as it continues to have the sun down on it and overs and balls bowled on this pitch. But Just feels a little bit quicker if you're just dragging your length back, which isn't really the preferred kind of choice, is it, on day one of a championship game? You're trying to pitch it up and swing it about, but it doesn't look like there's a great deal of pace in it that end.
No, it is. It's one of the fascinating things about cricket, isn't it? The difference that an end can make, because Taylor steams in here. That one full. It's a full toss. It was invited to be hit there from Luke Proctor, and Graham Van Buren, much to the adoration of his teammates there, doing the fielding, prevents 4 more runs off the blade of the Northants captain.
Another fantastic bit of Gloucestershire fielding, wasn't it? They'll feel that they've had the bad balls that have been bowled today, and I think there's only been 3 really from Gloucestershire. Everything's been cut off, and they've been dot balls. The bowlers have been backed up really well by their fielders, and the latest example of that, Graham Van Buren, as you say, full length dive, everything off the ground. Proctor would have thought, oh, this is an easy 4 down the ground. Short side. Full toss, wasn't it? Low full toss. Just lean on it, stroke it past Van Buren. He didn't quite time it how he would have liked to have done. But yeah, Van Buren's on it. Absolutely no chance of even a single.
No, it was more superb fielding there from the visitors, and that's something which has characterised Graham Van Buren's time, I think, in a Gloucestershire shirt. He's a live wire, very much one of those who I think has bought into Marker Lane's fielding philosophies, loves to dive about on the cricket field. Here is Taylor again, nice channel bowling from the left arm seam bowler. I know I've spoken there about Archie Bailey's journey. In terms of Matt Taylor's journey, very much Oxfordshire, born and bred, played at Great and Little Chew Cricket Club, which, in fairness, a lot of the Gloucestershire lads have played for over the years. The 2 Taylors, his brother Jack as well, has played for that club. Ben Charlesworth played there for a little bit, and the Price brothers also turned out for that club too. So plenty of pedigree at Great and Little Chew Cricket Club. There's Matt Taylor bowling here from the David Capel end. That one's slightly wider. Maybe it's one of those classic ploys of trying to drag the opposition bat across and then try and pin them back in with the nip backer. Just looking at the field, though, so far, if he does try that tactic, not too much protection on that onside, of course. Bailey is down here at slightly wideish deep fine leg, and Charlesworth's in at a catching square leg. But aside from that, plenty of wide open space and green grass. Should Matt Taylor go a little bit errant with his line here. And it is Taylor once more then to Proctor. That one wraps him high on the thigh pad. Slightly muted appeals there from the Gloucestershire fielders. I know they were still animated, but there wasn't quite the conviction compared to the dismissal of Vasconcelos. And as a result, that will signal the end of over number 12. Northamptonshire 24 for 1. And Miller and Proctor remain on 6 runs each.
He's been good, Taylor, hasn't he? He has not strayed. You don't want to go too straight to Luke Proctor, as you mentioned. Generally, one of his strengths, he will just turn you away all day if you give him the opportunity to do so. It's been interesting, actually, watching a couple of the sides that have turned up here at Wantage Road. They've actually employed a leg slip to Luke Proctor just to provide that extra little bit of jeopardy for the captain, as he's normally quite happy just to turn it through there. But I think with the lack of lateral movement that's been on show here this morning, so far at least, it's not exactly providing Luke Proctor with the opportunity just to flick it down through fine leg for 4.
No, it isn't. And that is actually a very interesting point. Of course, overhead conditions have changed since the first 15, 20 minutes. Beautiful, brilliant blue sky above us here in Northampton at the minute, but we haven't really seen the same degree of swing in comparison to those first couple of overs. That is a very nice shot from Gus Miller, just worked out towards deep backward square leg. There's a chase on for the fielder, coming across from deep fine. On that occasion, it is Zaman Akhtar, who I imagine we'll see bowling sooner rather than later. And as a result, it is just 2 runs. So Miller moves on to 8 from 24.
Yeah, that is the long side of the ground here in Northampton this week. It was absolutely no chance of making its way down towards the boundary edge. And as a result of that shot as well, Ben Charlesworth has just dropped down to deep square leg. So there's a deep square leg and a fine leg as well for Archie Bailey, who is bowling straight, he's targeting the pads of Miller. Looks for a 2. That man, Charlesworth, he's just been stationed out there, does the fielding and make sure it's just the 1.
Yep, and it is something actually I mentioned a little bit earlier. In terms of a scout report you'd build on Archie Bailey, there are 2 main methods of dismissal. So for left-handers, it's over the wicket, trying to shape it away, nip them off, basically, get the outside edge. When it comes to right-handers, again, it's very much over the wicket. He's more comfortable with that tactic, and he tries and nips it back into the pad. So LBW and bowled, definitely the preferred methods of dismissal. As Bailey comes in to bowl here too, Proctor drops that one shorter. It's clubbed away there from the Northants captain. Be a chase on for a couple of the Gloucestershire fielders, cut off for 2 more runs. But yeah, it will be interesting to see that ploy against Gus Miller, because Miller, you'd argue, his 2 probably most dangerous areas are straight down the ground and, of course, out to mid-wicket. So if you are going to employ that tactic, you've got to either have protection in there, or you've got to be brave and bold and put in a catching mid-wickets, as we've seen at points here today. But it will be Bailey once more here to Proctor. That is beautiful cricket from the Northamptonshire captain. There'll be a rather forlorn chase there from Graham Van Buren. He's got no chance of cutting that off, and that is arguably the shot of the morning session so far. A full-blooded straight drive from Luke Proctor puts Northamptonshire up to a score of 33 for 1.
Yeah, overpitched by Bailey, wasn't it? Just incidentally there, trying to swing that back into the pads of Luke Proctor, showing that he can swing the ball both ways to the lefty, but overpitched and a beautiful on drive from the skipper. Moves into double figures. 12 off 34 for Luke Proctor.
Well, that is a much better reply there from Archie Bailey, keeping the Northants opener on his toes. It's a dot ball taken cleanly by Bracey, and that is the end of the over. 33 for 1, Northamptonshire after 13. Get a nice replay here from our director, Toby. Have a look at this one. Beautiful bowling. That just enough movement to keep the bowler interested there from Bailey. And yeah, Proctor, I think he just turned around and gave the Gloucestershire seamer a wry smile. It was a good delivery and a good response from the 19-year-old.
Yeah, good comeback. That length, just, well, you'd have struggled to have not dragged it back, would you, from the half volley that was served up the ball before. But just again, just proves, I think there is just a little bit more zip in this pitch if you just drag that length back.
There most certainly is, and there will be a change of bowling here from the David Capel end, as Zaman Akhtar comes into bowl for the first time today. Bowling here to Gus Miller. First ball is bang on the money there from Zaman. It's a dot ball, and of course he is a former England Lion, bowled very nicely, I must say. I was commentating that game against Sri Lanka in Worcester last summer. Yeah, hardly put a foot wrong, to be honest. Was causing all sorts of problems with both the new ball, and once it had softened up a little bit, especially in overs 30 to 40, that's where he really came into his element. But yeah, he is a fine bowler, is this man. He's keeping Gus Miller very much on his toes. Of course, a former graduate of the South Asian Cricket Academy, Saka. Also used to play for the Oxford MCCU. And he played a lot of hockey. That's something to watch out for with his batting. Very bottom hand dominant. I know that's one of the most cliche things to say in cricket. We've seen it with so many cricketers over the years. I think immediately AB de Villiers, he comes to mind with that beautiful paddle shot which came from hockey. As Akhtar comes into bowl again to Miller. That one hits him high on the front pad. Won't be given by the umpire. Height definitely the issue on that occasion, but he's someone who in the past season or two, I think has really grown into his role here at Gloucestershire, and he is a beloved part of the dressing room. He can certainly bat, and yeah, in terms of his skill with the ball as well, he's really developing that area as his cricketing journey develops. So yeah, I quite like watching Zaman Akhtar bowl. He's a fine, fine talent for the West Country outfit. He's certainly keeping Gus Miller on his toes here. Again, Gus Miller forced into the defensive shot there. It's exactly the kind of start to the spell that you'd want as the captain as well. Cam Bancroft is probably watching this with great glee at the minute. Just seeing the consistency with which this opening quartet of bowlers are displaying so far.
Feels well, we're getting on towards the end of the first hour now, aren't we? Having had Northamptonshire win the toss and elect to have a bat first this morning. And it's just felt, and Gloucestershire have done it really well, and they've assessed it really quickly. But it's a pitch at the moment of bowl dry, isn't it? It's build pressure, bowl dry. Don't go for boundaries. Make sure that your fielders are backing up the bowlers. That you dropped from 4 catches at the start very quickly down to just 2. There isn't a great deal of lateral movement on shows. You'll see here from Zaman Akhtar. So he's just trying, isn't he? You can see the seam on there. He's trying to shape it into Gus Miller. It's offering to do so, but it just isn't playing ball at the moment. Whether it will, I mean, I think the overhead conditions, I think, are going to forever change throughout the course of this game. And today, you can look out the window now and you can see those kind of clouds, just big white fluffy ones making their way over what would be Northampton Town Centre towards the ground now. So I'm sure it will kind of come in and as the game changes. But at the minute, Gloucestershire have bowled pretty dry and they've just not really given Northampton an opportunity to score, have they?
No, they haven't. And it is exactly the start that the visitors would have hoped for, especially when you're travelling away from home. It's always good to set up the tempo in that regard. It is Bailey then once more here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Keeping Proctor alert with that one. Batted back to the bowler for no run. And yeah, once we reach the end of this over, Dan, shall we go around the country?
Let's do it.
Yeah,
let's do it.
We'll do it at the end of this spell from Archie Bailey, or the end of this over, I suppose. I imagine he'll continue after this one for at least a few more overs. But yeah, I did see quite a few wickets tumbling, especially in Division 1, actually. Plenty of action taking place in England and Wales on this fine bank holiday weekend. That's another cracking shot from Luke Proctor. Beats the dive of the fielder. Ren van Buren will not have the legs to come round and chase this one. And as a result, it nestles against the boundary rope for 4 more runs. Northamptonshire now 37 for 1. That is just typical Luke Proctor. Classy on the on drive and yeah, beats the effort there of the Gloss man. Will give him a tremendous bit of confidence boost, that. It's been a very careful and watchful start from the former Lancashire man. It's been exactly the start which Northants needed after the early departure of Ricardo Vasconcelos. How can Bailey respond? We've seen that a couple of times. He does pitch it a little bit shorter in comparison to the other one. I mean, as watchful as Proctor has been, he does play some glorious looking shots, doesn't he? Especially that late cut. He's also known to take the attack to the spin bowlers and the straight drives and on drives. There is a real sense of class and quality about Luke Proctor's batting. Someone who I always take great joy in witnessing his cricket. He whips that away down towards deep fine leg. It will be fielded by Taylor for just the 1 run.
Yeah, I think as disciplined and as nuggety and as grindy of a batter that Luke Proctor is, there is a real flourish about the attacking shots that he plays, and no better kind of highlight than those on drives that he's played very recently. Just as you said, stylish, isn't he? On attack, stylish.
Yeah, exactly. He certainly is. Bailey now here to the right-handed Miller. Solid as a rock in his defence so far. I think one of the words that I'd use to describe him, and you can say this for any left-hander, in fairness, is languid. I think of someone who I used to absolutely adore watching, which was, of course, Kumar Sangakkara. Very different batting approach to Luke Proctor. But in terms of those drives, in terms of even the clips down towards fine leg or the flicks out towards mid-wicket, I mean, just an absolute master of his craft. Here is Bailey again. That one drops short. Miller has a big waft at that one. Thankfully for Northamptonshire, no connection on the willow. And that will signal the end of the over. The home side 38 for 1 after 15. Proctor on 17. And Gus Miller out there in the middle as well on 9.
Definitely just a bit more zip, isn't there? The shorter that Archie Bailey bowls, particularly from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Just a bit of gradient change as it goes. And it is very, very slight here at Wantage Road, but it is marginally uphill towards the David Capel end. You do tend to get the taller of the bowlers bowling from the indoor school end. But I'll give you the Division 2 scores quickly. I won't go into huge detail, but Glamorgan are 37 for 2 against Middlesex down in Cardiff. Middlesex won the toss and chose to have a bowl first. I think Roland Jones has got both of those wickets. Zaman Akhtar bowls to Proxy, who just strokes that one into the offside. Lancashire are 45 for no loss against Leicestershire in Leicester. Leicestershire won the toss and chose to have a bowl first. Obviously, the game here in front of you now is on screen. And Derbyshire flying at Derby. 78 for no loss of 16 overs against Kent, who, I mean, they've had a tale of two halves, haven't they, for this start of the 2025 Championship. They looked dominant at the start of the year. They beat Northamptonshire here in the opening day, and the last couple of results have really taken a turn for the worst for the team from Canterbury. But yeah, 78 for no loss, Derbyshire in the first hour.
Yeah, that is some start, that, for the East Midlands County. Imagine that Caleb Jewell will have had quite a few of those runs just before we have a look at the scorecard. But
David Lloyd's outscoring him.
Oh, wow.
Farsi, 5 4s and a 6 for David Lloyd. 34 off 54. Caleb Jewell, 28 off 47.
Well, just looking at the pair of them, both going at quite a nice rate so far, though. But Caleb Jewell has been a tremendous signing.
Oh, squared up. Well played, Luke Proctor. Trying to work it into the leg side as he just practices and rehearses that shot. Drops it into the offside safely. On the money, isn't he, Zaman Akhtar? Yeah, it's been a fantastic signing. Him to be available for the entire summer as well, for all of the competitions, is a brilliant bit of business for Derbyshire. And I think in an ideal world, I think a lot of counties would look to try and replicate that, but not entirely possible, is it? All the time with... Proctor just takes a quick single there. Well done. Well rotated. First time really Northamptonshire have been able to do that. With international honours, with the amount of top-end T20 games that people have played, you get players come in for a month and out for a month and in for half of the summer because they're red ball specialists, and then don't hang around for the blast because there's specialist white ball players come in for that competition. But yeah, Caleb Jewell ticks all the boxes, and I think that's a nice bit of business for Derbyshire. Gus Miller back on strike. Goes to have a little shape up there through the offside and just withdraws from the shot and lets it go through to James Bracey.
Yeah, it is. It's a sign of how county cricket has evolved over the years. And I think one county in particular who I think that is the case for this season is Sussex. We've got multiple overseas players with the likes of Jaden Seals. You've got Nathan McAndrew, Gurinder Sandhu coming in a little bit later on, Jadeb Unadkat for the remainder of August and September. But yeah, plenty of overseas players down in Hove this summer. That's a really nice delivery from Zaman Akhtar.
Yeah, he's beaten Miller there. Genuinely beaten Gus Miller through, fortunately for Northamptonshire, without any bat on that whatsoever. Just starting, it's ever so slight. It's gentle away swing, isn't it? But you don't need it to do a lot. And Zaman Akhtar, at the moment, is extracting everything he possibly can from the surface here in Northampton. And a good start for the bowler at the David Capel end.
It certainly has, and I imagine as this morning session goes on, if only the one wicket has fallen, we will see Ben Charlesworth sooner rather than later.
Into the pad. I think there might have been a bit of bat there, though. Appeal from behind the stumps. Half an appeal from Archie Bailey. Quickly dismissed by the umpire. Luke Proctor now on 18 off 44 deliveries. It's been a watchful. It's been a tough start for Northamptonshire. Gus Miller, who kind of looked really quite aggressive at the top of his innings, is now 9 off 35 as Gloucestershire have just managed to tie him down a little bit. That's a short ball. It's pulled away. And again, you can just see Proctor there, just a little bit rushed for pace from Archie Bailey. Just rehearses that pull shot. bowl that short ball to that short leg side at your peril, don't you, this week?
You most certainly do, and it would actually be interesting to find out the exact dimensions, because it is a pretty stark contrast, isn't it, between that, what is now the short leg side for Luke Proctor, which will be the short offside here for Gus Miller, as Bailey comes into bowl once more.
Oh, it's a beauty. Again, another play and miss from Miller. He'll say he's just played inside the line of that, but I think the indication of the trundle off the square leg to compose yourself and gather your thoughts would suggest otherwise. I say it just isn't doing much, is it? But it's doing just enough to keep the bowlers interested. Sometimes, actually, that can be as challenging for a batter than if it is swinging around corners, which we have seen at points through the summer already.
Well, it's funny because those were the exact words which I was going to use then, Dan, because it is dangerous. It means you can never really settle, because if there is just enough there to keep the bowlers interested, it is a dangerous place to be in, because you can think that you're settled, you're comfortable, you're in your groove, and then all of a sudden, one of those deliveries just nips back a little bit more than expected, or there's just that hint of lateral movement through the air or movement off the surface, and all of a sudden, you're walking back to the shed. So, yeah, this is potentially why Northants have been so resolute so far.
Yeah, Bailey on the money. And again, with how well Gloucestershire have bowled, they just haven't really strayed, have they? And if there is just that slight lateral movement, the fact that they are on the money 9 times out of 10, maybe even more than that, they are going to extract, or they're going to get the reward when they get it right. Whether it is a play and miss, whether it is a half an appeal if it hits or brushes the front pad, or if it does pick up the outside edge of the bat through to Bracey and his 2 colleagues there in the slip cordon. Big drive, and there it is. There is the outside edge, and there is one of those colleagues in the slip cordon. Archie Bailey gets his first. Gus Miller started to get a bit frustrated, I think, and he has been dismissed. Caught at second slip of the bowling of Archie Bailey for 9 off 38. And Northamptonshire are 40 for 2.
Yeah, that wasn't the right shot in the circumstances, unfortunately. It was a good partnership building between these two. 34 is what it ends on. And as for Archie Bailey, he has bowled nicely, probably does deserve the reward of a wicket, but it's just the circumstances there. It was a big, booming, flashy drive from Gus Miller. Doesn't quite get the connection at all. Flashes off the outside edge, and it's a simple take in the end for Cam Bancroft. So a second wicket falls here for Northamptonshire. Exactly what Gloucestershire would have hoped for, and yeah, it means that we'll be seeing it. James Sales walking out into the middle. We just see the replay here from Bailey. It's in that area. I mean, as a right-hander, you can see the reaction there from Gus Miller. Your eyes do light up. You want to give the full face of the bat behind that one. Just didn't get the right angle of the bat, and as a result, it is another breakthrough here for the visitors.
Yeah, having won the toss, elected to bat first, having been, well, Miller in particular, having been a spectator through those opening couple of games here, and you would have seen the length of the live grass on those 2 pitches. He'll be disappointed there that he's going to feel like he's missed out on a good batting pitch here in Northampton. Say James Sales in at number 4. I mentioned the tough start to the year for Ricardo Vasconcelos. James Sales has had an equally tough start. He scored 92 runs at an average of 19. Score, it was 92 against Lancashire up at Old Trafford in what was ever so nearly an incredibly impressive win for Northamptonshire in Manchester, but the hosts just holding on to that. But it was a big first innings score for the visitors. So yeah, it's been a tough start for James Sales. It's been a tough start really for Northamptonshire's top order in first innings during the course of the 2025 season. They just picked up 9 batting points so far this summer. And Salman Akhtar continues from the David Capel, and Luke Proctor plays the ball nicely back up towards mid-on.
Yeah, it was. That was a nice shot there from the Northants skipper. Doesn't quite get the reward of runs on that occasion, but again, it's bat on ball. But it is a little bit disappointing that for Northants, because those two were building very well indeed, and you could just see not the heads beginning to drop for Gloucestershire, but there wasn't the same energy, there wasn't the same vim or vigour as AXA comes into bowl again to Proctor. It did feel as though the momentum was starting to shift a little bit after that opening 10 overs, and yeah, it's just a gateway now, isn't it, for Gloucestershire to try and get a third or even potentially a fourth. I mean, there's still quite a while in this morning session. Well over 45 minutes left. We've mentioned about the nature of the wicket and the fact that the ball is just doing enough to keep the bowlers interested. So I know it's cliche, but this also prevents quite a big partnership here for Northamptonshire.
It certainly does. Akhtar just squares Luke Proctor up. He does really well to get it down. He runs the first one hard, looking for the second. James Sales says no. So another one for Proctor. He moves to 20. James Sales will take guard and will face up against his first ball of the morning. I think as well, having lost the toss, been asked to bowl first on a pitch that should be good for batting here in Northampton across the course of this fixture. At 41 for 2 after an hour and 15 minutes, I don't necessarily think Northamptonshire can put a number on the board that they can get to a point where they've won this session, if that makes sense, from where they are after 17 and a half. So it's been a fantastic start for Gloucestershire. Worst case scenario, you have an argument and a conversation that the first session has been drawn. But I would say at 41 for 2, having been asked to bowl first here, I'd say they're winning this first session at the moment.
No, I would agree with that. And we're just seeing a slight change in the field here as Cam Green comes into the slip cord and makes it 3 slip catchers and the wicketkeeper James Bracey. Subfielder Ed Middleton is also there in at short mid-wicket.
Sales there, full face of the bat back to the bowler. He's looked pretty organised at the starts of his innings, James Sales. He's just got a little bit frustrated. So say that average of 19 this summer. You wouldn't think that's the numbers that he'd returns, having seen some of those defensive shots that he's played. He looks like he has so much time. As you say, there are 3 slips waiting for that outside edge. That one is left alone. It's a test of patience, isn't it, Aaron, today, I think. I think Gloucestershire are just going to continually ask questions of you. It's just whether Northamptonshire are prepared to stick in there and answer it in that manner.
Oh, 100%. And of course, we can't really give a full determination of what a good score is until both sides have batted. But it has been good bowling. And for Northamptonshire now, it's just a case of going into lunch in as good a position as possible as AXA comes into bowl again here to Sales. And just to touch upon the point with James Sales, he is one of my favourite young players in the country. I mean, he was fantastic, wasn't he, in September? He's someone who possesses a great deal of class and flair about his batting, especially the cover drive. There's a real fluency and rhythm to that particular shot that he possesses, and I think he's got a very bright future in this game. So even though there hasn't been necessarily the returns that Northamptonshire fans would have hoped for this summer, he is a long-term investment. He's a fine young cricketer. He's got a very mature and wise head on his shoulders, and honestly, I do think that he's got a very, very bright future in the game of cricket. But it's like with anything, it's like, without going too profound, it's like with life at times. You're going to have your more difficult moments. It's about riding those waves. It's about getting through those bits of adversity. And I think he's more than capable of becoming a very established cricketer at this county cricket club.
Yeah, completely agree. Bailey continues to Luke Proctor. Mistimes the drive, which Graham Van Buren jogs around and tidies up, make sure there's no run there for the skipper. No, I think you're completely right. I mean, he got twin hundreds last year, and I think probably only 5 first-class appearances for Northamptonshire in the county championship. So the talent is there, the run scoring is there. As you say, you do go through tough patches, whether it's cricket, whether it's life, whether it's other sports, whatever it's going to be. Beauty of those statistics, isn't it? That's why averages exist, and why people can get quite excited about those. Or strike rates if you're in the think tank of the ECB.
No, absolutely. And yeah, just alluding to England, they have actually declared at Trent Bridge. They'll take us through the current scenario at the end of this over, but Zimbabwe are now batting at Trent Bridge. So we'll keep you updated with the test as well as all of the action and all of the scores on the doors from across the county championship on what is a very, very busy Friday. But that's how we like it as fans of county cricket. Plenty of action taking place and plenty of narratives unfurling and developing as the action takes place.
Yeah, let's have just as we have a change of angle here for Archie Bailey, there's going to be a little bit of polite asking to sit down of some spectators in Wantage Road today. Oh, the blinds need to be closed. Sorry, I think it's just in one of the boxes there, or down below us in the Lynn Wilson Centre. Anyway, Division 1 of the Championship up at Chesterless Street in Durham. Durham won the toss, elected to have a bat first against Somerset. They're 65 for 1 off 19.2. Hampshire down at the Utilita Bowl, 53 for 2, having chosen to have a bat first. Essex at the Oval. Surrey won the toss, elected to have a bowl first. I tell you what, it's a fantastic Essex lineup today. I don't know whether you've seen that or not, but Sam Curran's back playing red ball cricket. They're 88 for 1. Over at Worcester, Warwickshire 45 for 1, having elected to have a bat first against Worcestershire. And Notts at Headingley 42 for 1. Yorkshire electing to have a bowl first as we have the delay in play. I don't know where Graham Van Buren's gone. Has he gone up the stairs to close the blinds himself? I'm not. Oh no, he's on his way back. Not quite sure how you potentially convey that message if the doors are shut and nobody's really listening. But looks like we're back and we're ready to go. So Archie Bailey just having a change of angle to the left-handed Luke Proctor, which prompted the fuss and the faff about the blinds being closed down in the Lynn Wilson Centre. And it's on the pad straight away. A big appeal and it's gone. The captain's gone. Archie Bailey's got him. The change of angle has made for the captain. The blinds, the delay in play has bought a wicket here for Gloucestershire. Archie Bailey on the money straight away. A big thud into the front pad of the captain, Luke Proctor. The ball just runs straight back down the track. Umpire gives it a bit of thought. And the finger goes up, and it's the second LBW of the morning, and the captain goes for 20.
Yeah, very smart bowling that from Archie Bailey. It wasn't just the delay, of course, it's the change of angle. I think that is what does Luke Proctor in the end. A lot of those deliveries have been shaping away from his bat early doors in this game, but it's the one that tails back in, utilising the angle, bringing the stumps and the pads into play, and it is a fine delivery that from Archie Bailey. Just the right length, isn't it? Not too full, not too short. It's on a good line as well, and as a result, he is rewarded with the big wickets. It's the Northants captain who has to depart. So a big moment in this game. Gloucestershire already getting their first bowling bonus points of the game. And speaking of momentous moments, this is a big one for young Adi Sharma on debut here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. He, in my opinion, is one of the most exciting young players in the country right now. Saw a lot of him in pre-season. He's got a very, I wouldn't say unique, but it's very noticeable stance. You'll see that on your screens very shortly. Tends to show all three stumps before the trigger. But I tell you what, he's got so many shots in the locker, and I know that this will be such a tremendous, tremendous moment for his dad, Anuj. He'll be watching on from the ground here today. And of course, for Buckinghamshire County Cricket Club, this is a great moment in what is hopefully the first of many matches in a Northants shirt for Adi Sharma.
Yeah, he'll have been nervous, wouldn't he, about today? He'd been wanting it for a long time. He's got Archie Bailey to contest with. It's a confident leave to start there for Adi Sharma's first-class career. Do you say supporters of Buckinghamshire will be very much aware of the talent that Adi Sharma has available to him? Started out at Great Brickhill Cricket Club, through the Buckinghamshire cricket pathway as well, and he's got himself up to the highest domestic format of cricket that you can play in the UK. It's a bit of extra noise, isn't there, for Gloucestershire? For two reasons. One, 3 down for 41. And the other one is I'm sure secretly they'll be delighted that the young man's making his first-class appearance for himself. But they'll let him know that it's a bit of a nervy and a big occasion for him as well. A lot of experience, isn't there, in that Gloucestershire team?
There certainly is. And yeah, they do like to let the opponents know as well.
Big inside edge from Sharma back into the pads and gets through the first over. 41 for 3 then. Sharma, the 3 balls without scoring. Sales, 3 balls without scoring. And that wicket of Luke Proctor falling in the middle of that over. The second to Archie Bailey of the morning, the third for Gloucestershire. And at 20 past 12, having been asked to bowl first by Luke Proctor, Gloucestershire have got 3 wickets.
Yeah, and it has been the ideal morning session, hasn't it, for Gloucestershire so far? I mean, you've got to say they have deserved it. They've barely put a foot wrong, but yeah, those early inroads are making it very difficult now for Northamptonshire just to wrestle back some control in this game as Zaman Akhtar continues here from the David Capel end.
Yeah, just backing up that cordon, aren't they? They've got 2 new batters in there, 3 catchers back in the slip cordon. Vacated pretty quick, didn't they? So I don't know how long they'll stick for, but whilst they've got 2 batters here yet to get off the mark, I'm sure they'll be quite keen to have those catchers in there if that outside edge does arrive. Exciting news. Sam Cook has got his first wicket in Test cricket. That of Ben Curran for 6. So 1 for 19 off 3 overs for Sam Cook. Over pitch there from Zaman Akhtar. That's the 3rd time we've seen that. And actually, I'm starting to kind of wonder whether they aren't accidental Yorkers and whether they are actually a ploy by Gloucestershire here. You might be able to comment on that a little bit more than myself, having commentated down there in that last fixture. Was it a tactic that you saw from Gloucestershire or...
Not really as much, to be honest. No, but then again, tactics change from game to game, don't they? And potentially it's something that they've had a chat with the analyst about.
Yeah, that 3rd catcher out of the cordon into the offside, just to strengthen that ring and keep Sales on 0 for as long as possible. The last thing you really want to do is just give away a bit of a freebie whilst you've got 2 batters on 0. Built the pressure well, haven't they, through the course of this morning session, Gloucestershire, and we were looking to do exactly that in the remaining 35 minutes until lunch. There's Zaman Akhtar from the David Capel end, and that's convincingly left alone by James Sales.
Yeah, couldn't really do much about that delivery, to be honest, there, Sales. Just played that on its merits. It's some more good bowling, and yeah, just touching upon that game, obviously, between England and Zimbabwe. That's a lovely moment for Sam Cook. He thoroughly deserves that. One of the most consistent performers in county cricket. So, yeah, that's a very well-deserved moment for the Essex seam bowler.
Oh, there is the outside edge. It wouldn't have carried to 3rd slip. It would have certainly have kept James Sales on 0. As it was, it trickles safely down to Archie Bailey. He finds himself at deep 3rd, and Sales gets off the mark. So it's 42 for 3. Sales now on 1, and Adi Sharma will be back on strike for the final ball of Zaman Akhtar's over from the David Capel end. First job, Adi Sharma, get off the mark. Going to be tough. You can see that slip cordon has been strengthened again, can't you? Cam Green has gone in there at 3rd slip for the final ball of Zaman Akhtar's over. And there's a big appeal for LBW. I think it's drifting down the leg side. And Sharma remains on 0, but importantly, remains in the middle. Just trying to whip it over that short leg side boundary, wasn't he? Again, drifting down the leg side. Might have hit another set of stumps. End of the over, 20 done now, 42 for 3.
Yeah, and I'm also fascinated to see actually how Adi Sharma goes about his batting today. He's someone who I think likes to take on the positive option. As I said, he's got plenty of scoring options in the locker, whether it is finding the gap in mid-wicket, whether it's playing the ball square. He has a nice square drive in his arsenal, and of course also has a nice expansive cover drive in the locker too. So there'll be a few nerves here, but this is a guy who deserves his opportunity, and I hope that he knows that as well and goes out there and plays with confidence and assurance today.
Yeah, well, Bailey continues, and if you're after a young man who's got confidence at the minute, it's Archie Bailey. He's got 2 wickets to his name already. He's just beaten James Sales there. He's just picked up an inside edge, and it's run down to fine leg for a single, but I don't think James Sales knew a great deal about that at all. As it is just, I mean, that's an interesting cricket shot there by James Sales, isn't it? But crucially, just gets down the non-strikers, and he's still there. He's 2 off 9. And Archie Bailey, with his tail up, has Adi Sharma in his sights. Searching for his 3rd wicket, Sharma looking to score his first-class runs. And he gets it with a quick single, takes on Graham Van Buren in the offside, gets off the mark, opens his first-class account as well with a quick single in the offside.
Yep, good cricket, and maybe that is a way actually for Northants to build some confidence with these two, because they are rapid between the wickets. So in terms of those 1s and 2s rotating the strike, I think that could be something which gets these two into their groove. I've also just seen Ben Charlesworth warming up, so I do think that Cam Bancroft will utilise him in the final half an hour.
Width, bit of pace on offer again. Sales trying to cut it away to that short offside boundary. Straight through to Bracey. Yeah, Charlesworth, it kind of feels like the morning where you'll get a little look at a bit of turn as well, see if there is anything on offer here. Three slips in for Archie Bailey. Bit of extra pace, bit of extra zip that he's generating. Oh, and that is over pitched. Really well timed by Sales, who throws his head back in disappointment as he finally finds the outstretched hand of Ben Charlesworth. So what he thought was a freebie ends up going for nothing. And that's been, what, the 6th occasion that that's happened this morning for Gloucestershire. Over pitch, missing their length, but still backing their bowlers up and making sure that that scoreboard doesn't get going. It's just not gained any momentum. 44 for 3. Sales defends that one to Van Buren.
Well, it would be interesting actually just to tally up and total how many runs they've actually saved. Because let's say that it is, what, at least 12, 14 runs? In a couple of boundaries in there, bare minimum. 60 for 3 is very different to 44 for 3. And
Yes.
it does build up the pressure, doesn't it? That is why fielding is so, so crucial in first-class cricket. You've got to maintain those high standards throughout the entirety of the day's play.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think regardless of the number that Northamptonshire were on right now, I think 3 wickets to Gloucestershire's name, I think is a morning session that you put a tick in Gloucestershire's half, don't you? It's a fantastic start to the fixture for the visitors. I'm sure that they probably would have had a bat first had the coin have fallen the other way around this morning as well. So to have 3 wickets on the board for just 44 runs is a brilliant start for Gloucestershire.
It most certainly is, and I think we're going to see Zaman Akhtar continue his spell. Indeed we are, from the David Capel end. Be bowling here to Adi Sharma. Would be nice to see Adi just get a little bit of a loosener to start off with here and allow him to open up the arms, play one through the covers. Plenty of space out there at the minute. Let's see what he can produce here. It's Akhtar bowling to the debutant. That has really squared him up. That's a beautiful delivery from the former England Lion, really keeping him on his toes and not allowing any loose stuff as of yet. Very, very nicely bowled, that. Yeah, just looking at the field so far, they've got the square leg in place, of course. Got a mid on there for Sharma if he looks to go over the top. Van Buren's come in there from his position at mid-off. Here is Akhtar once more to Sharma. That one played defensively by the debutants, out towards the aforementioned Van Buren. Of course, got Archie Bailey just in front of us here in the commentary position, lurking at a slightly wideish deep third. Then Ben Charlesworth there as well at backward point. So, yeah, still a very aggressive field, this from Cam Bancroft. I think as the Gloucestershire captain, this is something which has really characterised his tenure as skipper. He's very proactive. He likes to take the front foot approach. Akhtar coming into bowl here to Sharma. Just rises up on the Northants youngster there. Dot ball for the home side. But yeah, he's not someone to sit back and let the game almost have that natural ebb and flow. He wants to be the pace setter. And so far, it has served Gloucestershire very, very well, especially in that game against Kent. Thought they were absolutely magnificent on that fourth and final day down in Bristol. And it was Ben Charlesworth who was the catalyst, so someone else for Northamptonshire to be aware of as Actor steaming in here from the David Capel end. That's a much better shot from Addy Sharma. Doesn't even have to move for that one. 4 more runs there to the tally for Northants, and that is a fine way for Addy Sharma to open up his boundary tally. Nonchalance, plenty of flair in that one. Look at that. Just admires the shots as he plays it, and it is that strength of his through mid-wicket. It's something which Gloucestershire will have to be aware of. But that's all timing and all placement, that's from the youngster.
Yeah, I mean, Zaman Akhtar didn't look particularly disappointed with that, did he? He's just worked that off middle stump through mid-wicket.
And then follows it up very nicely there. That's a good riposte from the Gloucestershire bowler there.
Yeah, nicely timed. I think, well, the important thing for Addy Sharma here will be just to play his natural game, won't it? And if there is to be more attacking, be that cricketer, be the person that's got you to where you are. Yes, the scoreboard says Northamptonshire under a bit of pressure, but play the way that you want to play.
Here is Actor to Sharma. That one guided off the face of the bats out towards the gully region, picked up there by Miles Hammond, and that will signal the end of the 22nd over. Northamptonshire 48 for 3, with Sharma on 5 and Sales on 2.
Yeah, and I think it is going to be that bowling change, Aaron, that you've predicted. Archie Bailey will finish his spell. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 17. The wickets of Luke Proctor and Gus Miller to Archie Bailey. It is going to be, isn't it, Ben Charlesworth from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
It is, coming off the back of career best figures of 3 for 5. It was absolutely unbelievable. And it was that over, or I should say that spell of overs before lunch, which really kicked that game into life a few days ago down in the West Country. Got the big wicket of Jaden Denley, and after that, it was just a procession. Also, something to watch out for with Charlesworth this season with the ball in hands is his short ball. It's something which he's worked an awful lot on over the winter. He wants to become more of that all-round option for his captain Bancroft. It's something which we saw in his first few seasons as a professional cricketer. And I tell you what, if he can have the same impact here, Gloucestershire could make some very rapid inroads indeed. It's Charlesworth here to Sales, and straight away getting that ball talking, bringing the outside edge into play. And yeah, he'll be very, very confident here, will Ben Charlesworth.
Well, why wouldn't you be? It's I think you can kind of see where that success comes from as well. Early in the piece, it's a pretty, not a great deal in that run-up, is there? And he's going to be one of those cricketers that open brackets, he's quicker than you think, kind of close brackets, isn't he? There's nothing really in that big, strong shoulder. Also some good pace.
He certainly does, and it's been a little bit of a shame for him in recent seasons, the fact that he has had to predominantly lead into his batting strength as an opener, which obviously that's absolutely fine to do so, but he was an all-round option in the early days of his career, and it's just been a case of injury which has derailed that in the past couple of seasons. But he's had a really good winter. He feels as though his body is in a good position. He's bowling here to Sales. That one keeps very, very low. And as a result of that additional confidence in the fact that his body will hold up, it allows him to generate this extra string to his bow.
Yeah, a bit of shape there as well. You say no carrying that at all to James Bracey. Picked it up on the second bounce.
Well, here is Charlesworth once more to Sales. That's a much nicer looking shot, that from the Northants all-rounder. Nice full face of the bat. And a nice connection on that delivery. And that is something which we'll see from James Sales as well. The more deliveries that he faces, the more confidence that he procures, you will see him look to utilise the cover drive. Definitely a strong proponent of that particular shot. This time rocks onto the back foot, carves it out towards backward points, and that will bring up the 50 for Northamptonshire in fine fashion. It's the first boundary off the bats for young James Sales, and that is an excellent cricket shot, to say the least.
Yeah, not seen many of them, have we? He was just shaping up for that cut shot, realised it wasn't going to bounce quite as much as what he thought outside off stump there. Nice little square drive by James Sales, which hopefully just settled down Northamptonshire's number 4.
Here is Charlesworth then to round out the over. That one left well alone by Sales, and that will signal the end of over number 23. A good one for Northamptonshire. We saw that boundary there off the blade of James Sales, who moves on to 6. Adi Sharma, his partner, out there on 5.
What have we got? 22 minutes to go to lunch. 23 overs have been bowled in the innings so far. 52 for 3 on the board. Vasconcelos, LBW's Tom Price for 4. Luke Proctor, LBW to Archie Bailey for 20. Gus Miller caught by Cam Bancroft. Bowling of Archie Bailey for 9.
Yep, and a change of bowling here from the David Capel end as Tom Price comes into the attack. Not for the first time today, of course. We've seen him predominantly, or solely, I should say, operating from the Lynn Wilson centre end, but a change in tactic here from Cam Bancroft, who gives Zaman Akhtar a well-deserved rest. Slightly unfortunate, actually, not to have got a wicket so far. I thought that Zaman Akhtar has bowled very well indeed, but yeah, we shall see what Tom Price can concoct here from the David Capel end. Here he is then, bowling to Adi Sharma. Nice compact defensive shot there from the first-class debutant. Just looking at the field as well here for Gloucestershire. They've got that man in at short mid-wicket. Of course, they've got the fielder at square leg as well. So I imagine there will have been conversations with the analyst, having seen the footage of Adi in the second 11, that, you know, he is someone who's very proficient on the onside. As Price comes into bowl to Sharma here. That one wraps him on the pads. There's a half appeal there from Tom Price, umpire unmoved. Nothing given on that occasion, as we just see the replay here on the live stream. Yeah, just looking at the angle there from Tom Price. Was always going to be angling down the leg side, so no harm there for Northamptonshire. But it's just a case of finding the gap so far. They haven't quite manifested themselves for the host in this opening hour and 40 as Sharma advances down the wicket. Decides to leave that one well alone. And of course, we haven't really seen too many really bad deliveries here from Gloucestershire, because we haven't seen any inviting juicy half volleys, which the likes of Sales and Sharma can climb into and utilise their strengths through the covers. So much space there. If Northamptonshire can find it, of course, it'll be a long boundary to try and get. You'll have to time it well, but yeah, so far, Gloucestershire being very wily indeed, as Sharma again takes a couple of steps down the wickets. Some more quarter appeals, I'd probably say, there from the Gloucestershire slip cordon.
Yeah, I think Adi Sharma here is just trying to generate a bit of pace in the ball, isn't he? It's not a great deal in the pitch, and Gloucestershire's bowling lineup, as we've spoken about, isn't as quick as what it could be. And I think they're bowling straight. They've got that catcher in on the leg side. They're almost kind of splitting the difference, aren't they? They're trying to go, well, if you bowl straight and you get early on it, we'll catch you at mid-wicket. It's nicely played, but there is a man down there. It's Archie Bailey for just a single. Also, fine legs quite square as well, which probably indicates that the pace of it isn't going to fly down through fine legs. So just kind of got a coin in both camps at the minute, haven't they, Gloucestershire?
They have indeed, as Tom Smith there, just having a chat with Archie Bailey, probably discussing some ploys that can be utilised after lunch. Still just under 20 minutes to go here in what has definitely been Gloucestershire's session, but if these two youngsters can stay out here for Northants, the rebuild is most definitely on. It will be James Sales facing off against Price. Sales nods his head there, appreciates what a good delivery that was, and that will signal the end of over number 24. Northamptonshire 53 for 3, with both Sharma and Sales on 6 runs apiece. The partnership stands at 12 runs. So I suppose the first plan here for Northants, survive until lunch, and then afterwards, you never know. This is what we love about first-class cricket. All it takes is for a few of those bad deliveries to start creeping in, the runs start flowing again, and look, the game can change. It's all about your intent and the approach that is taken. Ben Charlesworth will come on to bowl here for his second over from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Be bowling here to Adi Sharma, drops that one shorter.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing that's gone so well for Gloucestershire this morning, is they haven't made a bowling change, which has gone in the detriment to the plan that they've wanted to play this game in. Tom Bryce, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11. Matty Taylor, 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 6. Archie Bailey, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 17.
Well, again, that is a delightful cricket shot from Adi Sharma. Just leans into the back of it, carves it away for 4 more runs. And I'll tell you what, these 10 runs so far have been very aesthetically pleasing indeed. We'll see the replay of this one. Charlesworth just dropping it shorter. It was inviting outside the off stump and under the eyes of the right-hander. And that is a fine cricketing strike from the Buckinghamshire Pathway products. How can Charlesworth reply and respond after that one? Well, again, goes for the short ball, and he's got the wickets of Adi Sharma. The golden arm of Ben Charlesworth strikes yet again for Gloucestershire County Cricket Club. And Adi Sharma's first-class debut innings, his first in a Northants shirt, unfortunately ends with him on 10 runs. It's Ben Charlesworth who gets the 4th wicket for the visitors. Northamptonshire 57 for 4 in the 25th over here at Wantage Road.
Yeah, we're going to replay of that straight away. Now, was that a little bit of a rush of blood for Adi Sharma? He's got a couple of stylish boundaries away, and Charlesworth just went a bit straight, dropped the length back a bit, thinking, oh, okay, well, there's a lot of gap there in the leg side. I can just put that where I want it. Did it hold up in the pitch a little bit? Is that another factor here? He's disappointed, isn't he? He's going to take an age to get off the ground. Someone's going to have to get out there and drag him off. That's the end of his first innings in first-class cricket. He will get a reassuring punch of the gloves from another Buckinghamshire cricketer, Safe, who makes his way out to the middle. But that was soft in the end, wasn't it? A really, really simple catch in there at mid-wicket. And Charlesworth responds straight away, having been put away for a boundary the ball before.
Yep, it's the ideal response there for Gloucestershire. And it just makes what has been an already promising morning session that bit much more in their favour. 4 wickets. It has been a really solid display, this, though, hasn't it, from their seam bowlers? Not a single one of them has really bowled too many bad deliveries. And when they have bowled a slightly easier one, shall we say, it's been very much in isolation. It hasn't been 1 or 2 in back-to-back spells. It's been 1 here and there. And as a result, they are really putting Northamptonshire under the pump here. But look, there is still time for a rebuild, and Save Zabe, we know exactly what this man is capable of. He'll be loving the fact that there's a short boundary on the onside, especially from this Lynn Wilson centre end. So again, for Northants, far from ideal, but still plenty of time to just get a foot in the door in this contest.
Yep, absolutely. He's been good form, Save 389 runs, averaged just under 42 first-class hundreds in 2025 so far this summer as well. The previous 2 first innings for Save, though, a duck here against Lancashire, a duck down in Cardiff. And interestingly, the second innings against Lancashire was really, really out of character, is what you'd call with Safe. It was really back against the wall, dug in for his team. Obviously, he spoke about how stylish, how talented, how free-flowing of a batter he is, but actually was really nice to see. It was 50, but it was more than that, and it was a refreshing innings to see from Safe. Hopefully, well, that's exactly what Northamptonshire need again, isn't it?
It certainly is. Charlesworth electing to go around the wicket here, trying to tail it back into the left-handed Zabe. And I think that just marks an evolution in his first-class batting. I mean, we know that the talent that Safe possesses in white ball cricket. The amount of times I've seen him bashing runs for fun in the Blast or the One Day Cup is off the charts. But as a red ball cricketer, it's all a case of measuring your aggression. And I think he's done that a lot better in recent seasons. That's another absolute peach there from Ben Charlesworth, who gets plenty of applause there from his teammates. That will round out over number 25, at the end of which Northamptonshire are 57 for 4. Lovely bit of bowling that from the Gloucestershire all-rounder. Also fascinated to see if we will see some spin bowling before lunch, because it is something that's, it's almost a procession, isn't it, now in first-class cricket? You just see the traditional one-over of spin, of course. Van Buren not the biggest of turners in comparison to, let's say, Calvin Harrison, who we'll see when Northamptonshire bowl. But yeah, would be very interested to see if he does get the nod from Bancroft just with a couple of minutes before the lunch interval. Instead, though, it is Tom Price to continue here from the David Capel end, bowling here to James Sales. That one keeps very, very low. Not the first time we've said that today. That will keep the bowlers incredibly intrigued. But yeah, not much that James Sales could do about that one.
No, there's something in it, isn't there? There's something in this pitch. We've seen a couple that have just kept a little bit low. I say maybe the one for Adi Sharma, they did just hold up in the pitch, and that's what got him through that shot early and ended up kind of, well, almost giving a bit of catching practice to Cam Green at mid-wicket. I don't think we will see the spin, Aaron. I think we'll see these seamers go now all the way through to lunch. They're well on top, Gloucestershire, aren't they? Almost those fielders in front of the bat are kind of swarming the eye line of James Sales now. Just feels like everybody's just come in a couple of yards, isn't they? There was always that catcher at mid-wicket, which is, I think it is Cam Green. You've got Van Buren in there at what is now a short cover. You've got Point and Square Leg that have taken an extra steps forward as well. There's a lot of company in there for Sales and Zabe.
Here is Price to Sales. Northants number 4 taking the defensive approach on that one. No, I think actually that is a very important thing to bring up, Dan, in terms of the field placement at the moment. Plenty of fielders in the in circle. I mean, Archie Bailey still cutting a rather lonely figure here on the offside as the only man out on the boundary at deep third. But aside from that, so many men in and around the eye line of the right-hander. Bancroft looking for a fifth here, but it's Price bowling because that one almost tempts Sales into the shot outside off. Tom Price, not for the first time today, generating plenty of excitement in the slips cordon. His brother Ollie there, hands on head. Can't believe that his brother hasn't got a second wicket there, but Northants here have got to survive these last 10 minutes. Just need something to build off of heading into the afternoon session. What is a sun-soaked scene here at Wantage Road. A beautiful day for some first-class cricket. So far, unfortunately, for the home fans in attendance, it has been one-way traffic. Gloucestershire have been absolutely irresistible. There will be more shuffling of the deck here for Cam Bancroft. Cam Green comes into the slips. There's now 3 catchers there alongside James Bracey. Will be Price steaming in with real intent here. Sales attempts to deflect that off the back face.
Look how close Cam Green is as well at third slip. Really, really, probably quite close to the umpire actually having a conversation about having to have a helmet on there. I don't think he'd have to take many steps forward before there was a conversation to say you're a bit too close there. But there's a real pronounced stagger, gradient change on that Gloucestershire slip cordon. Just an indication to that ball just keeping a little bit low coming down the hill from the David Capel end.
That delivery played defensively once more by Sales, only as far as Miles Hammond, and that will bring to an end the 26th over. Northamptonshire 57 for 4, and yeah, just take a look at those figures so far for Tom Price. 1 for 11 from 7 overs, includes 2 maidens as well. He has had the ball on a string in this opening hour and 50 minutes. in the East Midlands. But of course, still plenty of time for things to change in this game. Ben Charlesworth will continue his stint from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Currently has figures of 1 for 8 from his 2 overs. And that, of course, was the wickets of the Northants debutant Adi Sharma. So it's Charlesworth once again, this time to the left-handed Safe Zabe.
Yeah, he's just played that on his tiptoes, hasn't he, Safe Save? And straight away, he's just had a glance over towards the leg side there. I think if Charlesworth wants to sit on that back of a length, it might not be too long until Safe Save tries to take him down to that short leg side boundary. But 8 minutes of survival for Northamptonshire. But Gloucestershire asking so many questions of this Northamptonshire top 6. So far, 57 for 4. I certainly didn't have that on the bingo card this morning when Northamptonshire won the toss and elected to have a bat first. It just didn't look like the cricket pitch that had that kind of score in it after the first couple of hours, I don't think.
Charlesworth then to Zabe. That one guided off the bat face down towards deep third. There's a bit of a chase on here for the fielder. Just be a single off the bat there of the Northants all-rounder. No, I'd completely agree with that assessment, to be honest. I think that Luke Proctor saw the surface and thought, you know what, it's a nice, true batting surface. We'll go out there and try to apply the pressure. And unfortunately, from a Northamptonshire perspective, it hasn't quite materialised in that manner. But the good thing about this batting unit is so much depth. You spoke about Calvin Harrison earlier, coming in at number 9. Still plenty of men left in the shed. So it's just a case of building a partnership. We haven't really seen one of substance as of yet, as Charlesworth bowls here to James Sales. The only one of real note and substance was that second wicket stand between Miller and the aforementioned Proctor. That was 34, but aside from that, an opening stand of 6, a third wicket stand of 1, and then a fourth wicket stand of 16. It's been very much wickets in bunches. It's the cardinal sin in first-class cricket as a batting unit. So it's all about just being patient and building a partnership here for Northamptonshire. Charlesworth to Sales, who tries to punch that through the covers.
Yeah, he's had success through there, isn't he, Sales? The 2 boundaries that Charlesworth has conceded, both coming off the bat of Sales through that offside. Yeah, 58 for 4. It was lower order runs that got Northamptonshire out of trouble against Lancashire. It was a partnership between McManus and Harrison, and then a career best for Liam Guthrie that put them up to a score and kept them in that game.
That's a very nice shot, isn't it, from James Sales? Just a clip through mid-wicket. Scamper through for the second. Fielder will cut that off, so they wisely turned down the third there. I think Zabe for a split second would have wanted one, but no need to take any unnecessary risks at this stage of the innings. Northamptonshire 60 for 4 after 27. James Sales moves on to 8 from 29, and Safe Zabe stays on 1. I was going to say remains, decided to say stay instead, but he's 1 from 6. So not long to go in this morning session at all. We're into the final 5 minutes before the lunch interval. Of course, we hope that you're enjoying the coverage here on the Northamptonshire CCC YouTube channel from myself, Aaron Viles, and the ever excellent Dan Jadzovics.
What are we going to have? One more? Or this plus another one? What have we got? 5 minutes?
I think Gloucestershire will try and aim for 2.
I think so.
The only question is who's going to bowl the second one, and I imagine it would be Charlesworth at the minute. Because that's exactly what he did against Kent with the wicket of Jaden Denley. Here is Tom Price then, bustling in from the David Capel end to save Zabe. Well, that's a wild appeal in the slips, Gordon. Think for a second.
Oh, that's brilliant. Is that Cam Green in there at third slip?
It is.
He looks absolutely disgusted with himself, doesn't he? That he's gone up for that appeal. In silence descended around Northamptonshire. And laughs all round for the Australian overseas and teammate and colleague for the 2025 season.
Well, that's good fielding, isn't it, from Cam Green?
Yeah, that'll be all things forgiven and forgotten, I think, on on that one. It's a funny game, cricket, isn't it?
Oh, it is. It is. It's the greatest sport ever invented. There's so many things in cricket. It's funny, actually, we had that delay earlier, didn't we, with the blinds having to be closed. Do you remember last season, the gazebo?
Oh, the gazebo.
Blowing onto the field of play.
The steelbacks in the community gazebo.
Yeah, that's a throwback, isn't it? We see so many funny delays in this game. Funny moments. That's a really nice delivery. Tom Price goes up for an appeal there. Cam Bancroft is on his knees, or is that Ollie Price, actually, who's there at first slip?
Didn't sound right, did it?
No.
It didn't sound right. There's an audible difference between a batting pad and a thigh pad, and that sounded very much like a thigh pad. I think actually umpire just indicating that Safe had got himself outside the line there. The reason as to why that appeal didn't continue much further. It's been so impressive from Gloucestershire. They just haven't given Northamptonshire a ball off, have they?
No, they haven't. It has been relentless. It's been unstoppable so far. But again, can Gloucestershire maintain this for an entire day's play? Because it's been exceptional so far. I don't think anybody can really deny that. But can they keep up this level of intensity as Zabe flirts with the tactic of dancing down the track? Plenty of space, of course, if he was to go for a big whack over mid-wicket. But with what, less than 2 minutes in theory remaining of this morning session, no need whatsoever to take the unnecessary risk.
Yeah, Price there just jogging back to the end of his mark as well to try and make sure Gloucestershire get another one in before lunch. Leading edge, squared up by Safe, runs down past Cam Green at third slip and will come back for a second. There'll be a call somewhere out there of quickly round from the Gloucestershire 11. There is 1 minute left on the clock, so we will get a final over in before the lunch break.
We will indeed, and as suggested, I do think it will be Ben Charlesworth to bowl it. So Bancroft electing to go with the man nicknamed Golden Arm. Has definitely deserved that reputation, especially this season, has come up with some really inspired spells, and if he can get a fifth here for Gloucestershire, they are well and truly on top. This is a case of survival here in this final over before lunch. So it will be Ben Charlesworth from the Lynn Wilson centre end, bowling here to Sales, and that's a really nice shot, just clubbed through mid-wicket. There'll be a chase on for the fielder. It's Archie Bailey who cuts that one off. Another couple to add to the tally there for the home side, moves them on to 64 for 4. And of course, for Charlesworth, if he does just overcommit here and tries to search for that wicket, there could be some late runs on offer here for Northants. So Sales has to be on his toes here. Facing off against the Gloucestershire all-rounder. Plays that one defensively. That's a really nice drop and run that from James Sales. Good game IQ and alertness there. So too from Safe Zabe, as we'll now see the change in field as we have the left-hander come back on strike. But Sales, in terms of the manner in which he's approached this inning so far, he has impressed me with his temperament. Hasn't really had any looseness to climb into as of yet, but of course you've got to survive out there and try and create those opportunities. It's Charlesworth, that one a lot fuller. Drawed up towards Archie Bailey for another single, so keeps that scoreboard ticking in what is a pretty decent final over for Northamptonshire so far. Good rotating of the strike, allowing for both players to get bat on ball at consistent intervals. Just the 3 deliveries remaining on what has been a captivating morning session in the East Midlands. One which has been dominated by this confident Gloucestershire seam attack. Charlesworth again, that one left well alone by James Sales. Read the line of that one nice and early.
Yeah, been a fantastic morning session for the visitors. It's only really been Charlesworth that's, although he's looked like taking wickets, he has conceded, well, the most amount of runs. It's by no means is it a disgusting number to look at. He's just going at just over 4s from his 3.5 overs. Be another one down towards final leg. It is going to be 4, actually. Sales has got that really fine, and he's just turned it off his hip before the lunch break, and it's run up towards where the players will be having their lunch in a short moment for another boundary. But the four of them, Price, Taylor, Bailey, Akhtar, have been, well, miserly, haven't they? It's only really been Charlesworth that's allowed occasional scoring opportunity, but he does have a wicket to his name. Yeah, that of Adi Sharma, wasn't it? The debutant. Last ball then before lunch. Sales on 15. Charlesworth offers a bit of a cut ball for James Sales, who just guides it out to that fielder, offering the protection on the offside. So the score at lunch on day one between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire is 71 for 4. A reminder, Luke Proctor won the toss, elected to have a bat first, and it's been pretty one-way traffic for Gloucestershire so far this morning. There's a round of applause as the players make their way off. It's Vaston Salos the first to fall. He went for 4, LBW to Tom Price. Gus Miller caught by Cam Bancroft at second slip from Archie Bailey. Luke Proctor went for 20, LBW to Bailey. Change of angle brought about that wicket straight away. Adi Sharma, the debutant, looked organised, looked good for 10, eventually caught at mid-wicket by Cam Green off the bowling of Ben Charlesworth. So James Sales and Sabe walk off, not out at lunchtime. But the happier of the two sides undoubtedly will be Gloucestershire.
Oh, 100%. This has been a session dominated by the visitors, and we've spoken about them at length, but the likes of Tom Price and Archie Bailey, absolutely bang on the money. So it's definitely up to Northamptonshire now to try and wrestle back some control, some impetus in this afternoon session. But honestly, it's been very good to watch. It's been gripping cricket so far. So yeah, bring on the next couple of hours after lunch.
Absolutely right. Well, Aaron, let's go see if we can find some lunch, and we will see you back for the afternoon session in about 40 minutes.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy, the nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of
Returning to the win, followed by Simon Ashram and Chris Watts. Your match referee, Philip Smith. Your score is 18-4 very Gloucestershire returning to the field, captained by Cameron Bancroft, and keeping wickets James Grayson.
A very warm welcome back to Wantage Road, where we're just about to get underway in the afternoon session here on day one of the County Championship match between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire. My name is Aaron Viles. Alongside me shortly will be Dan Jadzovic. And yeah, in terms of the current situation of play, Northants 71 for 4 after 29 overs. It's been a very, very difficult start to proceedings here in the East Midlands. Ricardo Vasconcelos was the first man to depart. He departed for 4 from 18 deliveries. And then Gus Miller, he went for 9. Luke Proctor, the captain, LBW by Archie Bailey. He scored 20 from 51. And the fourth and final wicket to fall so far was that of the debutant Adi Sharma. He departed for 10 from 19 deliveries as Ben Charlesworth got on the board for the first time today. So we will have another change in the bowling here from the David Capel end. It will be the left-arm seam of Matt Taylor to kickstart proceedings. Just looking at the field placement here, Cam Bancroft continuing to go ultra-aggressive. He's got protection there in the deep third and deep fine leg regions. It's Archie Bailey and Ben Charlesworth respectively in those two positions, as well as plenty of men out on the offside, but none of which are on the deep boundary rope. So it is Matt Taylor then with the first delivery after lunch, bowling here to James Sales. That one defended back to the bowler for no run. That is a very disciplined start to this afternoon session there from Matt Taylor, who did impress in his first spell. 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 6. Kept the ball on an absolute string throughout the entirety of the opening spell. And how he would love to get his first scalp on the day as he bowls in here again against James Sales. It's Taylor. That one left well alone as I welcome back into the commentary box the dulcet tones of Dan Jadzovic.
Hey, thanks for having me back. A good lunch, that, wasn't it?
Very, very.
Very good lunch. Hopefully Gloucestershire enjoyed theirs as well. They certainly earned it, didn't they, through that morning session? And a good bit of survival at the end of the opening blows by Safe Sabe and James Sales. 71 for 4. Tough, wasn't it? Tough going in the morning for Northamptonshire. Sales off the mark, turns it off his hip. Will add a couple of runs to his tally. So that break in play came at the right time for Northamptonshire, didn't it? It felt like it was, well, it didn't feel like it was. It was exactly one-way traffic for Gloucestershire. They would have been quite happy to have stayed out there and bowled and bowled and bowled, but Northamptonshire needed that break. They needed that regroup, and Zabe and Sales, in a rare occasion in cricket, probably quite beneficial of the fact they've got to start again.
Yep, absolutely. Just release the pressure, didn't it, at the right moment here for Northants.
Left alone. Half stop by James Bracey. Just didn't quite carry through, did it, to Gloucestershire's wicket keeper. Who are you opening up with in the afternoon from Dylan Wilson centre end?
It's an interesting question, isn't it? Because Archie Bailey was looking very dangerous from that end, so I'd be very tempted to go with him. Although I imagine they might just keep Tom Price for the time being. It was the opening pairing, wasn't it? Taylor and Price, and they set the tone expertly. So we'll wait and see what Bancroft has in the locker.
Yeah, oh, nicely played by James Sales. Times that well through the leg side. It is the short side. It doesn't win, though. Gloucestershire do incredibly well to keep that inside the field of play. Fielding, it's been a bit of masterclass, really, from Gloucestershire in the field over the course of the game so far. They've really protected it. The very few bad balls that this Gloucestershire bowling lineup have served up during the course of the game have been kept down to zeros, which is just added to that pressure, contributed to the 4 wickets that they picked up.
It does, and I mean, this is a crystal clear example of why you need to back up your bowlers in the field. Gloucestershire have done exactly that, and as a result of not conceding those easy 1s and 2s and saving those additional runs from the boundary, it has allowed them to tighten this metaphorical screw even more so.
Yeah, last ball of the first over, and it's left alone by James Sales. So 75 for 4 after lunch. Sales on 20 now, and Safe Sabe on 4. We'll have an eye. I think it's going to be Archie Bailey. Hands his cap over to Cameron Bancroft and makes his way to the end of his mark. I like that about cricket. There's a lot I like about cricket, but I like in proper cricket, not in club cricket, because it doesn't happen, because nobody thinks about logical things like that. But the captain has run from the slip cordon down to fine leg to take the cap of the bowler, to run it back to the umpire so that the bowler can think about his over, can stroll to the end of his mark and get his plans together. That doesn't happen on a Saturday afternoon at your local second 11 game, does it?
No, it doesn't. And no, it's a nice display there, isn't it, from Cam Bancroft? And in fairness, Archie Bailey has deserved that as well from his captain. He deserves the backing too. He has been the pick of the Gloucestershire bowlers so far with that duo of wickets, that of Gus Miller and Luke Proctor. And yeah, we're just going to have another slight delay in play here. I wonder if the blind has been opened again.
It's the blinds. Well, we know what happened last time Archie Bailey and the blinds came into effect. This time it is Safe Sabe on strike, so it is another left-hander. So the last time it just caused, well, I don't know how much of a direct link it had to the wicket of Luke Proctor, but it was the ball directly afterwards, wasn't it?
It was. You don't think this is Archie Bailey's version of Stuart Broad and the Bales?
Do you reckon? Well, he's been up there himself in the lunch break, just with the little beads on the blind cord, just opening them back up again. Anyway, back to the cricket. Safe Sabe, man on strike. 2 slips. Sabe is on 4 off 13. Make that to 5 off 14 as he drops that one into the leg side.
Yep, a very astute shot that from Safe Sabe. Picked out the gap nicely. Of course, Gloucestershire happy to go with this very attacking field. I wouldn't call it ultra aggressive because they still have got sweepers out on the boundary if needs be, but it's proactive captaincy from Cam Bancroft. And I think that victory on Monday has probably spurred that even more. This is a side who have got full belief in the bowling unit, especially after the manner in which they turned things around on that 4th and final day. So, no, it's good to see this from Cam Bancroft. It's exactly what you want as a bowler from your captain.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a beauty again. Sales there, just restarting his innings. Just has a push at that one as it goes past his off stump. It isn't the pitch, is it, to have 3 slips and a gully and a short leg? There just isn't that life in it for the seamers. It's not, there is something there for them, but it certainly isn't lavish. The ball isn't zipping off that live grass that we've seen here through the course of the summer so far. And you've got to caveat it with that incredibly short offside boundary here for James Sales as well, that you do have to provide that bit of protection, because otherwise those runs could race away from you quite quickly.
They could do. And it's all about the balance, isn't it? It's weighing up your risk versus reward. And so far, Bancroft is searching for wickets here, isn't he? The fact is, his side have got off to the perfect start, 4 wickets in the morning session, and they were fully deserving of each and every single one of them. Their bowlers hardly put a foot wrong, and it comes back to the age-old argument. Well, do you maybe put the foot off the gas as Bailey comes into bowl here to Sales? That one worked off the bat round the corner for 1 run. Do you take your foot off the accelerator, or do you keep it firmly on the accelerator? And Bancroft is of the school of thinking that, well, we've made 4 inroads here. Let's go for a 5th, 6th, 7th. Let's try and finish off this first innings as quickly as possible. Yeah,
of course. I mean, the ball's 30 overs old now as well. So you'd think it should be doing less. The seam should be less pronounced than what it was this morning as well. So you'd hope from a Northamptonshire perspective that makes it a little bit more straightforward with bat in hand, as Safe tries to guide that one past Miles Hammond, who tidies that up well on one of those 2 covered pitches. One of those, I'm pretty sure the one smack bang in the middle, the one that Miles Hammond's on right now, will be used for the first of those blast fixtures. And possibly the one Cam Green is on there could be the one for the England Lions, I reckon. Archie Bailey then with Safe. That's played through mid-on with some oohs and ahs from... It's caught in a bit of a misfield, actually. Save adds another one to his tally. The first little bit of indecision there from Gloucestershire is Zaman Akhtar that's just let that one go through the defences. 77 for 1. Safe keeps the strike.
Yeah, it's the first misfield we've really seen today from a Gloucestershire perspective, but it is only the single, and I think the previous efforts from Miles Hammond and co have probably amounted to more than that. So yes, it's slightly frustrating from the visitors' point of view, but not too much damage done.
No, not at all. And I don't necessarily think they'll be too bothered as to which one of the 2 they're bowling at the moment. Both of them early in their innings, both of them obviously just starting again after a lunch break as well. So there's plenty of batting to come for Northamptonshire. We stressed that this morning, and it was an innings similar to this against Lancashire, which Northamptonshire came out successful in. It was lower order runs from McManus, Harrison and Guthrie and Sanderson, of course. Sanderson with some incredible fireworks at the end of that first innings. He's obviously not playing today. He's just been rested, having had that bit of knee work over the winter. But that partnership's got to come at some point, and no better chance now for these 2 to get out there and put some decent runs in there. Column. Big square drive. It was uppish, wasn't it? It was in the air through point, but Zabe has thrown his hands through that, and it's flown down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, excellent shot that, wasn't it, from Safe. It was invited to be hit there from Taylor. Little bit of movement away from the left-hander, but it goes into the hitting arc, and he plays that one beautifully square for 4 runs. But just to touch upon the point of partnerships, of course, this one is now beginning to build. It currently stands at 25 between these 2. Without sounding too cliche, I mean, this is a huge stand. Sales and Zabe have got to try and lay a bit of a foundation and a basis for that middle order core, because we know what McManus and co are capable of. We know that Calvin Harrison is a capable batting option as well, but it's no good if they come in at 100 for 6.
Yeah, exactly that. And Zabe here just looking to take a bit of a counter attack potentially here to Gloucestershire and to Taylor. Quite keen, isn't he, to get forward, get bat on ball. That one there, quite an aggressive off drive, which was mistimed and no real pace on it, ended up at mid-off.
Well, I think of the 2 if we're just taking this off the archetypes of the two players, Save will be the more aggressive, even though Sales is the more established, quote unquote, having faced 43 deliveries. Save will look to be proactive with his approach here.
Yeah, Taylor there, just tightening that line up. Zay leaving it well alone. I mean, can Gloucestershire bowl as well after lunch as what they did at the start of lunch? That's probably the big question for them to answer. Felt like they asked a question every single time they let go of that cricket ball, didn't they? But can they back it up? All four of them bowled incredibly well. That brings about a genuine play and miss from Safe.
Yeah, it's a great response, that, isn't it, from Matt Taylor? Not for the first time as well. We see Ollie Price with hands on head. He can't believe that that's not connected with the willow of the Northants all-rounder. Zabe's actually played that nicely. He's not thrown the hands at it. He's not lost his shape there. He's just kept nice and compact, and as a result, that good delivery just gone behind to James Bracey for no run.
Yeah, on the money again. Taylor to end the 32nd over, 82 for 4. Sales on strike. He's on 21. Zabe on 10. Yeah, it was only Charlesworth, wasn't it? He bowled 4 overs, 1 for 20. Did obviously pick up the wicket, got that of Adi Sharma. Everybody else is, I mean, at worst, it's Archie Bailey going at 2.86. Just did not let Northamptonshire have a moment off in that first session. And to pick up 4 wickets, I think Cam Bancroft would have been thrilled.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they've already secured the first bowling bonus point of the game. We're not even a session and a half into the piece either. As it's been exactly the kind of display you'd want, because, of course, cricket's a funny game, isn't it? You can have a fantastic victory and then the very next game, the wheels fall off. It's a very, very cruel sport at times. But in terms of those games where you have got momentum, and we haven't really spoken about this, but that was Gloucestershire's first home victory in the county championship since September 2022. That was a moment they waited 970 days for, as Archie Bailey bowls here to James Sales, and that one is drilled out towards Miles Hammond, who fields that one adeptly. But when you have had that release, I mean, that would have been a cloud hanging over the shoulder of this cricket club for the past 2-3 seasons, and that they've banished those demons. So now I think not only are they confident from the nature of the victory, it was a thrilling and richly deserved victory at that, but it's the fact that they've finally got rid of that ill omen. And now they are going to come in and bowl with freedom.
Yeah, well, I remember about this time last year, I think it was Gloucestershire's first victory, home or away, since that 2022 period of time. It was hundreds, wasn't it, from Cam Bancroft and Miles Hammond in that game, which saw victory here at Wantage Road 12 months ago. But it must be a perplexing complex. Perplexing complex, is that the right way to describe it? I'm not 100% sure. Just a perplexing equation, really, for Gloucestershire supporters, looking at the quality that there is in that squad, to have wondered how it took that long with the quality of Bancroft and the bowlers that we spoke about this morning with Marchant Delanga, Ajit Singh Dale, Josh Shaw, Cam Green coming into this side now, and some really good county pros like Graham Van Buren. You think, how did it take that long, and why was that number of days passed as long as it was?
Well, it was for multiple reasons, really. And in terms of the bowling attack, something that Mark Elaine actually touched upon in his post-match comments is the fact that their bowlers, for the most part, are staying fit this season, as Bailey comes in to bowl here to James Sales. That one, again, it's a lovely little push out through mid-wicket. They should come back for 2 runs here, and indeed they do. The Gloucestershire fielders will converge and bring that one back, limit it to just the couple. But in terms of the bowling options at their disposal, the fact that this season they've got the freedom to rest Ajit Singh Dale, as opposed to being forced into those changes and it being brought about through injury, it does make a massive difference. And the other aspect of the wicket at Bristol, of course, it has been very flat at times. So it is not quite displayed the best of that Gloucestershire bowling attack, as Bailey again is clipped this time through backward square leg. They think about coming back for a second. They will chance the arm there of Cam Green as McManus tries to whip off the bails. Also brings the end of over number 33, at the end of which Northampton are 86 for 4. But it has been described as placid, I think, in Bristol. And obviously you can have all the best bowling options on the planet, but if there's nothing in the wicket for them, and you're playing sides who time and time again can sit back, play more defensive cricket and accumulate runs across the course of 110 to 130 overs, you're not going to win many games of first-class cricket.
Yeah, very fair comment. Don't think there would have been many Northamptonshire batters thinking Bristol was placid when the two sides met down there last season, though. That game got called off, didn't it, pretty early in the piece?
Yes, it did, yep.
But we'll move on from that as Taylor continues from the David Capel end. Safe save, turns that one behind square. Put Bailey under a bit of pressure and we'll jog back for a simple second. There's not a great deal of pace in the pitch, not a great deal of pace in the outfield at the moment either, is it? The ball's not really travelling across. The short boundary out there is slightly misleading, but it's not exactly accelerating across the square. Considering we have had that long period of time where there hasn't been a great deal of rain, I mean, everything still looks incredibly lush and incredibly green, doesn't it?
It does. And it will be intriguing, I think, tomorrow with the rain forecast early morning, if that actually does have a bit of an impact on the outfield.
Save there again, just trying to keep that scoreboard ticking over, but can't get it past the man at cover. Nicely played by Safe Save into the leg side. Cam Green there. Quite excited to watch him have a bat later on in this contest. He's been in good form, hasn't he? He got 2 first-class hundreds this year already.
He has, yet both against Kent. Also got the match-winning 67 outs, which got Gloucestershire over the line on Monday. So, yeah, it'll be an absolute pleasure watching him bat a little bit later on in this encounter. But, of course, from a Northamptonshire perspective, you want his wicket as soon as possible. And Kent found that out the hard way on day 4. They dropped him on 3 runs. It was Jack Leaning who, unfortunately, shelled the catch at second slip and, yeah, ultimately cost them 64 runs. And in the end, also cost them the game.
Taylor there just showing Safe Save that he's just swinging the ball both ways here. One well taken by Bracey. Swing was pronounced, wasn't it, after it had gone past the stumps. It does that here at Northamptonshire. It will swing and it will wobble as it goes past the stumps. Not the easiest of grounds to keep wicket on.
It isn't, but we have got 2 very good wicket keepers behind the stumps for the respective sides. James Bracey, who you're seeing here today for Gloucestershire, and of course we'll see Lewis McManus when Gloucestershire come out to bat as well. So if you are to have 2 glovemen to deal with that additional movement behind the stumps, I mean, those 2 are pretty well placed, I think, to deal with that.
Yeah, absolutely right. Bracey, he's got international recognition, didn't he, for I think a short period of time, but I think he deserves slightly longer than what he got there. And then Lewis McManus, obviously, at his home ground, very, very up to task in these conditions. And it's going to be a dot ball to finish the over. Safe save, I think just trying to bit desperate here just to try and start dominating this. He wants to score, doesn't he? He's a busy cricketer, just can't quite get him away at the minute. It's a good over from Taylor. Just starting to kind of tie up Safe Save and Northamptonshire again, which they were able to do so successfully in the morning session.
Yep, and it has been almost the maintenance of the status quo here from Gloucestershire, and it's exactly what Cam Bancroft as the captain would have wanted the fact is he has gone for the change here with Bailey, but Bailey has been, as I mentioned, the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 24 from his 8 overs so far. And even the change bowlers haven't really put a foot wrong. So if anything, it's just the waiting game, isn't it, here for Northants? It's a case of being patient and waiting, hopefully, for the Gloucestershire bowlers to start fatiguing a bit.
Yeah. But to go with that tactic, you're going to have to spend some time in the middle, aren't you? And grind out these tough periods. There were short spells, interestingly, from the Gloucestershire seamers. I think the longest was 6 overs, I think. The others were 5s. So they should still be pretty fresh, I would have thought, going into this session. And certainly won't have got disheartened by the start of this fixture either.
No, they won't. And of course, that does always play into the minds, doesn't it, of a bowler. You're getting rewarded out there for the hard work as Bailey comes into bowl here to Sales. That one a full toss, drilled back up to mid-off. When you are putting in those hard yards, and for example, with Bailey getting 2 wickets and bowling maiden overs, you don't feel the fatigue as much. It's on the days when you're having those really long, arduous days in the field where you think you bowled well and you get no reward. Isn't it so frustrating as a bowler when that's the case?
Certainly can be. But you've got to enjoy it. As we said in the morning, you've got to enjoy being out there, fielding and bowling those tough overs as Sales drops that one down to deep third for a single. It's just a battle of attrition, isn't it, at the moment?
Yeah, it is. It's a case of who will blink first. But for Northamptonshire, they know that if these two can put on a good foundation and put on a significant partnership, I mean, it's already approaching the point where it's one of the biggest partnerships of the day. The previous best was the second wicket stand between Miller and Proctor for 34. If these two can at least set a little bit of a cornerstone, they know that they've got the depth in the batting unit to come.
Yeah, well, it's a big drive from Zabe, who takes the bottom hand off the bat to try and control that. Kind of falls with no real kind of power, impetus into the offside, but he really started to shape himself up for a full-blooded drive there, and at the last minute just elected to pull out. So 12 off 29 now for the free-flowing safe Zabe. It just feels like a game not to get frustrated, doesn't it? But it's easier said than done. Cricket's an awful lot easier 120 yards away whilst you're not got your whites on, doesn't it?
It certainly is, but this is why we love first-class cricket. The fact is you are going to have trials and tribulations, and it is a case of who will break first. And as a bowler, of course, you're hoping, in this case, if I'm looking at this from Archie Bailey's mind, he's hoping that one of these deliveries entices Zabe enough to lose his shape. And of course, on the other side, Zabe is hoping for a loose delivery from Bailey here to latch onto. And that occasion just deflects off the bat face down towards deep backward point. They should come back for 2 runs. It's the cat and mouse, isn't it? That ever-evolving arms race between bat and ball. It's why we absolutely adore first-class cricket.
That's just surprised safe a bit there, isn't it? Just bounced on him a bit more than what he thought it would do. Controlled it well, got it down. He said ran it past backward point, and that's another couple of runs to his score. So that's the end of Archie Bailey's over. It's 91 for 4. Sales now on 26 and Safe Zabe on 14. It's going to be Taylor to continue from the David Capel end. We're just going to wait for Archie Bailey to get down in position at fine leg. Sorry, deep third. Sales on strike. And left alone outside off stump. Ollie Price, they're just working on this cricket ball, trying to make sure that one side stays shiny. I think it's Graham Van Buren's kind of the key ball shiner in amongst this Gloucestershire lineup. The ball gets its way back to him as soon as possible. just to see if they can extract any movement through the air here in Northampton in this afternoon. So those overheads just changed again slightly, haven't they? Bit more of a blanket, but still not offering a huge amount through the air for the seamers.
No, it isn't. It isn't. And yeah, we are seeing a little bit more cloud cover in comparison to previous spells that we saw, especially in that morning session. But I don't think it's going to have a tremendous impact. I don't think all of a sudden that we'll see a bit of overcast conditions and the ball will be nipping around like Jimmy Anderson's got the ball in hand, but may just add in an additional factor for the Gloucestershire bowlers to take into consideration if the ball does start nipping about, even if it's by a point or two of degrees. It does add a little bit of extra spice for the bowlers to think of.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And it feels like they've got the bowling line up to extract any of that movement if it were to turn up here at Northampton. Nicely played, nicely timed by James Sales. Confident there on the front foot, wasn't he? It was a big stride forward. Played it under the eyes. Just bounces back into the turf at his feet. It's going to be another dot ball. 26 off 56. Watchful so far from Sales. Left alone as Taylor looks to swing it back into the right-hander. Nice crowd in today. Day one here between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire. Fans all the way around the ground enjoying the sunshine. A few Gloucestershire supporters made their way up as well, which is always nice to see. Last ball of Taylor's over, and again left alone by James Sales. So 36 overs have been bowled in the innings. It's 91 for 4. I'll hand over to Aaron.
Thank you very much, Dan. Yeah, just to touch upon the point of the crowd, plenty of fans in attendance today. I have seen a few Gloucestershire shirts as well, so plenty of people making the trip up from the West Country out here towards the East Midlands. And yeah, they're being treated to some lovely weather so far, I must say. It is absolutely gorgeous out there. We went for that little walk around the ground at lunch, and it's what you'd describe as being very pleasant. It really is. It's a lovely day for some county championship cricket as Archie Bailey continues his spell here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Coming over the wicket here to save Zabe. And this is one of the matchups which I think Archie Bailey will quite like. It's just a case of whether or not Safe Zabe is willing to take the attack to him, given the current situation of the game. Just looking at the field placement, they have got that protection on the onside. They've got a very deep backward square leg and a deep square leg out there as well. So it just depends on whether or not Archie Bailey does offer that line here to Zabe. Zabe looks to expand the arms there. Smacks the ball into the wickets. That will be gathered up by Bailey. But of course, we all know what Safe Zabe is capable of. The fact is, if Bailey does stray on his line here and he goes too far leg side, it will be a simple pickup for 6 off the bat of Safe Zabe. One of the most destructive operators in the entirety of the second division. So, yeah, this should make for some quite good viewing, I must say.
Yeah, there's 2 fielders out there, though, isn't there? One at kind of a deep backward square and one at deep mid-wicket. Just timing of this pitch just hasn't felt easy, has it? It's not been a comfortable place to bat so far. Whether they were expecting that, I'm not sure, but it just doesn't feel like the ball's coming onto the bat the way that, well, a first-class batter would like. I think the wicket of Adi Sharma just felt like he was through it a bit early. and some of the mistimed shots from Safe in particular, just, I don't know, there's just something about it. There's something in this pitch.
Well, there is, and it's just enough, isn't it? It's not pronounced by any stretch of the imagination, but it's just keeping the Gloucestershire bowlers on their toes here. That one too wide from Archie Bailey. A little bit frustrated with that delivery. It's a decent length. It was just not the correct direction there from the youngster. I must say he has had a very good time of it here in Northampton today. He currently has those figures of 2 for 29 from his 9.4 overs. He bowled nicely against the Zimbabweans as well. Got a couple of wickets in the Pro Counties Professional 11. He comes into bowl this time, coming around the wicket into the left-handed Zabe, who fences that out towards point for no run. But yeah, he's definitely got something about him as the youngster. It's just a case, as is with any young player, whether that's with the bat in hand, the ball in hand, especially for spinners, you've got to give them time. And first-class cricket is the pinnacle, isn't it, really? You've got to hone your craft. You can't be expected to come in here and take the world by storm after 1 or 2 matches. It takes time. It takes years to properly hone those skills. That one's short, keeping Safe on his toes. Gathered cleanly there by James Bracey, and that will signal the end of the 37th over. Northamptonshire 93 for 4, with James Sales on 26 and Safe on 16. Nice short ball that from Archie Bailey, and just interestingly that beforehand we were having the dialogue about partnerships. This is now Northamptonshire's biggest here on day one. It stands at 36 at the minute, so it's just a case of building on this and not offering anything inviting or tempting, I'd say, for Gloucestershire to try and capitalise on. So it will be Matt Taylor from the David Capel end. Real steel in those eyes as he comes steaming in here to James Sales. Lays that defensively. I was looking at the wagon wheel as well at lunch. And one of the most interesting things that I actually saw in terms of that wheel was that only 2 runs had been scored through the covers.
Yep.
That's very surprising to me. For a side like Northampton, who've got players who are very proficient through that region, one of which you're seeing here in James Sales, just shows how difficult they've found it so far. There's not been the natural rhythm or fluency to Northamptonshire's batting as of yet. It's Taylor to Sales once more. Keeps the Northampton number 4 nice and alert with that short ball.
Yeah, they have bowled. They've just bowled very, very well, haven't they? You say you would expect to see a few more going through that region. They've not really given width, which I think is probably the major contributing factor. And as I say as well, I just don't know how easy it is to get in. I think it just feels like a pitch that's just going to take a bit of extra time in the middle before you start to feel comfortable out there. And Sales now faced 60 balls, so hopefully he's starting to feel a bit more at home as he drives that one upish through the offside. It just goes in front of a diving Miles Hammond at point. He certainly pushed at it, wasn't controlled, and it has just stopped inside the boundary rope. And James Sales has added a couple to his score.
Yep, and that is a nice positive approach there from Sales. Didn't quite have the control that we usually see from him. Usually has a little bit more of a thwack off the middle, but it's more runs. And the fact is for Northampton, it is a case of building something of real substance here. They have come in a very, very difficult situation. 57 for 4 when your side has been put into bat first by your captain. Won the toss, of course, as Taylor comes into bowl here to Sales. Attempts the drop and run, but a little bit too much on that one out to mid-on. But it is very much a case of rebuilding here. And there's so much time. This is the aspect of 4-day cricket which is lost at times. It doesn't seem like a lot when you see a side bat all day. But the fact is, 96 overs in a day is an awful lot of cricket. You've got so much time. There's no real scoreboard pressure at this minute. Just bat sensibly, bat well, and who knows what can happen as those 4 days unfurl. It's Taylor once more here to Sales, flirts with that one.
Do you know, that's a really interesting point you've just made there about teams batting all day. particularly on day one as well. And I don't have the number, and I don't necessarily know if I've got the time to go through every scorecard that's happened since now and the start of the championship this year. But it hasn't felt like there's been an abundance of teams that have managed to bat the full 96 overs through the course of a day one on one of these championship fixtures this summer, has it?
No, and again, I think that comes down to good bowling. I really do, especially in Division 1 as Taylor looks to round out this 38th over. And that one is just guided off the bat face. Very nice stuff. It'll be scooped up by Cam Bancroft. And that'll be a single to end over number 38. Northants 96 for 4. Yeah, I think that does go twofold. I also think with regards to batting bonus points, the fact that it's now 450 and you do have to be, I wouldn't say ultra aggressive, but certainly positive. I think a lot of sides are changing their approach now. And the other thing that we've seen a lot of sides do is aim to bat for around about 85 to 90 overs.
Yeah.
And get a few in at the end of the day. Just almost have that morale boost heading into day 2. So, no, it is fascinating. I would like to see the stats on that. I'm sure there'll be a badger out there with that kind of repertoire. But, yeah, as I said, there's still plenty of time in this game as Zaman Akhtar comes on to bowl here from the Lynn Wilson centre end, a man who has previously represented the England Lions. And of course, for those wanting to watch the England Lions in action, they are right here at Wantage Road for a 4-day game on Friday, the 6th of June. Tickets are still available, with adult tickets being £10 and under 18s being on sale for £5. So if you can get yourself down for that fixture, please feel free to do so. Here is Zaman Akhtar coming into bowl to Sales. That one's short and clipped around the corner. Should just be a single. Indeed, it is. Probably hear through the effects mic there that's safe. Zabe just said to his partner, just hold there, and that was the correct decision. Don't want to chance the arm of Cam Green, who is known for those sharp run-outs and great bits of fielding. And it is a shame, isn't it, the fact that this is his final game in a Gloucestershire for the foreseeable future. He's been an inspired addition. And I think just for the wider county championship as well, having a player of his star calibre is absolutely massive for the game. It's Akhtar here to Zabe. Drops that one short once more, defended back to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, there's been yeah, he's a standout signing, isn't he? Absolutely. Adds a lot of quality to the competition overall, not just Gloucestershire, but feels like counties have recruited generally really well over the course of, or for the start of this summer. I realise obviously this is the end of that block, and a lot of them will be playing their final games, won't they, for their respective counties, Cam Green being one. But everybody, or not everybody, but the story is about county cricket is everybody wants to play it. Everybody wants to play county cricket because it is the best first-class format around the world. And the fact that it can entice, and I realise you can caveat it with some of the Australians. There's the World Test Championship final, and you can go, well, if you're being selfish, you've come over for a bit of a net in the build-up to it. But still to be able to entice them over is brilliant.
It is. And just look at this season, for example. Kane Williamson will be turning out for Middlesex a little bit later on in the campaign as Akhtar bustles in here to Sales, played defensively. Of course, you got Tom Latham at Warwickshire, Henry Nichols at Worcestershire.
Yep.
3 big Kiwi names there.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned Jaden Seals down at Sussex, one of the best leading test bowlers in the world at the moment. Came back over for another stint. Marcus Harris up at Lancs. I know he's been in the county championship for a little while, but still to get him back is great for Lancashire and been in good form as well.
He has indeed, and yeah, round the corner as well, Shan Masood will be turning out for Leicestershire once the PSL finishes. So there's plenty of star quality. And the pull and the allure of the county championship, I don't think has changed. I think it is globally revered as being this standout first-class competition. It's just the issue with modern cricket, of course, is availability. The schedule is so jam-packed for these cricketers. As Akhtar comes in to bowl that one, a very short delivery, keeps, well, I should say, gets Sales into evasive action. rounds out the 39th over. Northants 98 for 4 with Sales on 30 and Zabe on 17. Of course, just with so much international cricket and franchise commitments as well, it's difficult to have someone in for an entire season. But I still think that for any overseas player, if you get that call from one of the 18 first-class counties, without sounding too ridiculous, it is a little bit of a different call, isn't it? It does have a lot more weight and a meaning to it. And we've seen it really shape people's careers. I think at Glamorgan, Marnus Labuschagne, I mean, his stint in 2019 has altered his trajectory as a cricketer, let alone just Glamorgan, as Tom Price gets ready to continue his spell here from the David Capel end, replacing the aforementioned Matt Taylor. But yeah, I think for overseas players, it is great. If you've got the availability, I would highly, highly recommend a stint in the county championship. Here is Price then to Zabe. Zabe just losing his balance there. Went on one leg, almost like a flamingo on that occasion.
Yeah, I'd be really curious to have the opportunity to have a chat with these lads in the middle and just say, how are you finding it out there? Because it doesn't look easy, does it, from a distance? It just feels like timing is hard to get today here at Northampton. That bumper at the end of that over, it was quick, it was short from Zaman Akhtar. James Bracey's taken that below the knee roll as it's come through. Is the pitch, is it a bit too paced? Is it hard? Is it slower than definitely slower than what they have had here over the last couple of weeks? What's that going to be like to bat fourth on it? If obviously it gets to that stage, it's very interesting. It is very interesting indeed.
It is, and we'll just have to wait and see, won't we, with regards to how Gloucestershire go about their batting when we see them in action later on in the piece. Here is Price again, that one inviting for safe Zabe, drives it back to the bowler for no run. But yeah, I don't think it's one of those wickets which I think has maybe subverted expectations. I think when Luke Proctor went out into the middle today, probably looked at the nature of the wicket and thought, you know what, that there's runs to be scored here, and ultimately it hasn't quite panned out that way. It might be one of those instances where it's actually not the worst thing to have lost the toss. And Gloucestershire are cashing in so far.
Yeah, I certainly think the call and the plan would have been to have batted first. I think for both counties, I can't see Gloucestershire going, no, we'll have a bowl first on this. I think obviously they'll be incredibly happy they've got 4 wickets on the board. They've asked plenty of questions. As I say, do you want to bat last on it? That's possibly the other question that went through the mind of the captain, Luke Proctor, is if it is going to keep a little bit low for the seamers, is there a bit of turnout there for Calvin Harris and Safe Zabe? Do you want to bat last? That's what number, I suppose, could, and I mean, hey, we're fast forwarding through this game, aren't we? And we don't really want to do that, but certainly would be an element to consider.
Quick single taken there from Safe Zabe, which will be richly applauded here by the members and fans in attendance at Wantage Road. Brings the end to the... Almost said the over then. It isn't the end of the over, sorry. Tom Price still has 1 delivery left here as Northants move on to 99 for 4. But as someone who's obviously been here for the first couple of championship home games, Dan, how has the wicket acted heading into the latter stages of the game as such?
I think to be fair, the games here have happened so quickly that we've not got to a day 4 yet. So it's not really fair, I don't think, to talk about it too far at the back end of a game. I think, as I said at the start of this stream, there is a visual difference between the pitches that were prepared for Kent and for Lancashire. They were green. There was a lot of live grass on there, and it offered assistance to the seamers, but it provided pace for the batters as well. And if you stayed in there, and we saw Marcus Harris scored that brilliant 100 in that previous rounds, you can go out there and you score runs. When that wicket takes that live grass off here at Northamptonshire, it can take a bit of pace out of it, which I think is possibly what we're seeing in this fixture between these two sides now.
Well, that's very interesting to know. And maybe, again, that does almost enter Luke Proctor's school of thinking then, with regards to that decision at the toss, regardless of how it's looking today. Things to consider.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And we may well get to a day 4, mightn't we, between the two sides this time around.
Well, that will bring up the 100 here for Northamptonshire. Just clips off the hips there from Safe Zabe, who moves on to 19. Sales out there on 30. Has been difficult going, though, for the Northamptonshire batters so far. Taken 40.1 overs to bring up that century, the team century, I should say. Can they build from here? The partnership currently stands at 43. It is the biggest of the day so far. The previous best was 34 for the second wicket. As Actor bundles in again here to Sales, who I must say has looked very assured with his defence. I know we touched upon that point of conversation earlier on in terms of building your attack off the defence, but every single defensive shot has been played with real intent so far. He's not looking shaky or nervous with that shot. So that's something to just watch out for with Sales. It's just a case of building the innings around that. So it will be Actor once more here to Sales. That's a shot we've seen a lot actually from both of these two so far, trying to work it through, utilising the roll of the wrist, try and get it in the open gap here at mid-wicket. So much open space. But so far, it's been so disciplined in terms of the Gloucestershire bowling, which we haven't really seen either of these two have the opportunity to punish through that region. So it's definitely a ploy here from Northants to try and just get those additional runs through that area. As Actor comes in to bowl again. That's a vicious bouncer. Nice change up there from the seam bowler. But in terms of the line so far, hasn't allowed for either of these players to play to the traditional strengths as of yet. Haven't seen too many cover drives either, so yeah, we'll have to wait and see if that changes throughout the course of the afternoon, but has been some start this for Gloucestershire. We did pose the question as to whether or not they could maintain this electrifying start, and so far they have done. And then some. That one too full there from Actor over pitch, and it will be worked out towards deep backward square leg. They run the first one quickly, and Sales will jog back comfortably for the second run as well. Moves Northamptonshire onto 102 for 4. One more delivery left in this 41st over. Then I think we'll do some score updates. How does that sound, Dan? Either at the end of this over or the end of the next one?
Absolutely. Have you got them handy, or would you like me to prepare them for you? You've got them handy. I know the answer to that question.
Well, here is Zaman Actor coming in to bowl. That one runs off the face of the bat of James Sales down towards deep third, and that will be a single to wrap up over number 41. Northamptonshire 103 for 4, with James Sales on 33 and Safe Zabe on 19. So, yeah, in terms of those score updates, we'll start at Trent Bridge for the test match between England and Zimbabwe. England declared their innings on a mammoth total of 565 for 6 declared. And in response, Zimbabwe going very nicely, actually, on 131 for 2. Brian Bennett, the opener, 69 outs from just 76 deliveries, with Sean Williams out there in the middle at the minute. In the game down at the Oval, Essex 142 for 5, and in a spot of bother against the reigning champions, Surrey. Take you through a little bit more from the Division 1 scores after this delivery from Tom Price, who's bowling here from the David Capel end to James Sales. Defended back to the bowler for no run. In the West Midlands derby, the Bears versus Pears, Warwickshire are 118 for 2 at New Road. Then in the game up in Leeds, Nottinghamshire 114 for 3 after 43 overs in Headingley. And what is a pretty big game for both of those sides, it has to be said. Yorkshire currently sitting at second bottom in the First Division. Nottingham currently at the top. But of course, Surrey lurking very close behind, with just a gap of 3 to try and make up So that's defended up to mid-on for no run. Then in the first El Clasico of the season between Hampshire and Sussex, Sussex are on fire at the Utility Bowl. Hampshire 131 for 6. Goodness gracious me, Henry Crocombe has figures of 2 for 16 from his 6 overs so far. And in the 5th and final encounter in the First Division, Durham are 161 for 5 on home soil against Somerset. Here is Price to Sales. Ricochets off the back face. Out onto the onside for no run. And then, of course, in the other 3 matches taking place here in Division 2, Glamorgan are 123 for 3. At Sophia Gardens, having been put into bat by Middlesex. In the game between Lancashire and Leicestershire, also taking place in the East Midlands, this time at Grace Road in Leicester. Lancashire are 108 for 3 in the 44th over. In the final game at Derbyshire, 161 for 1 at home against Kent. Here's Price to Sales. That one squares him up ever so slightly. Ball is cut off by a diving Joe Phillips rather spectacularly on that covered wicket. So someone has come off the field there because Joe Phillips is one of the 12th men for Gloucestershire today. Very talented young batting option is Joe Phillips. Products of the Cornwall pathway system. Scored some big runs in Cheltenham a couple of seasons ago as well. It's Tom Price, the top of his mark, bowling here to Sales. And that's another misfield. It's the second one we've seen in this afternoon session. The first one was from Zaman Akhtar. This time it's from Ben Charlesworth. Allows for the 2 Northants batters to rotate the strike. That just relieves the pressure ever so slightly.
Yeah, and I think since lunch, we're about an hour, aren't we, since lunch now? These 2, Sales and Save Zabe, they've just started just to suck a bit of the life out of the tyres here for Gloucestershire. Yes, they haven't really moved the score along. It was 71 for 4. At lunch, they've added, 34, 33? But actually, it just feels like there's less happening. There's less happening with the ball. It's just starting to get a little bit quiet out there again now. So there's a bit of spark up from that Zaman Akhtar bumper, wasn't there, to Sales a couple of overs beforehand. But whether that misfield by Charlesworth is just making it look like it's a little bit hard going out there, a bit turgid. Which I think, looking at the run rate of just under 2.5 and over, I think would be fair to say that it has been a pretty stodgy opening 42 overs of first-class cricket here at Wantage Road.
It has, but it's been as a result of some good bowling and also at times some loose shots. A couple of those Northants wickets in hindsight were, you'd probably say, preventable. But then again, spoke about it before, it's the ebbs and flows of 4-day crickets. You've got to ride the peaks and the troughs. Here is Zaman Akhtar from the Lynn Wilson centre end, bowling here to James Sales. Opts to utilise the front foot defence there to great effect for no run. But of course for Northants as well, it does just take the sting out of the tail here for Gloucestershire, who have been rewarded for tight and disciplined line and length bowling. But then again, as the game progresses, as the day progresses today as well, there will be the odd loosener. And that is exactly what Northants have got to capitalise on as Akhtar charges in here to Sales, defended again for no run. I've just been ever so impressed with Gloucestershire. I really, really have. In terms of the relentless nature of the bowling and also the backing up. The backing up of every single one of these seam bowlers so far in this quintet. And I include Ben Charlesworth because he got the wicket of Adi Sharma. They've just complemented each other very, very nicely so far. And as a result, they are still well on top in this game. Here is Akhtar to Sales. Gets up on his tiptoes, looks to rise on the bounce there and guide it off the bat out towards the mid-wicket region. Still no protection there if Akhtar does stray with his line. I'm just looking at the field so far. Still plenty of men on the offside, but not too many on the onside, aside from a fielder at deep fine leg and Cam Green lurking there at square leg, but hasn't really been anything loose as of yet. It's a more positive shot there from James Sales, up to mid-on for no run.
Yeah, he just timed that nicely, didn't he? But couldn't get it past Graham Van Buren at mid-on. Just grind. You just got to grind a score out, isn't it? I think that's what it feels like at the moment. Gloucestershire have got those cricketers. They've got the experience. They're established in their careers. Northamptonshire, a lot of them are finding their feet in first-class cricket. Sales, for one, early in his career. Miller was another one, just his 6th first-class game. Adi Sharma on debut. Saif Zaib, at 26 years old, is one of the more experienced members of the Northamptonshire 11, having made his first-class debut when he was just 15. George Bartlett, a good first-class career, but still relatively new here at Wantage Road. Oh, that's close. That's very close. Wow. Well, Saif Zaib is spread full length. It's not the longest of full length from Saif Zaib. Neither is it for Graham Van Buren either, but I think that's close. We'll get the replay here. Oof, wow. I don't know about you, Aaron, but I think Saif Zaib's got quite lucky there. That is incredible by Graham Van Buren. Oh, umpire, that's tough. He couldn't get round. He couldn't get level. We're going to see it at the top of the screen. Well, I think Northamptonshire have got away with one there, Aaron. And I can see you nodding your head quietly. You're not prepared to go on microphone and back me up just yet. But I think that's very, very close. And I think Saif Zaib's got away with that.
I think that was very close indeed. It looked as though from that angle, that third angle was the one I was waiting for. It looked as though the bat was actually still aerial as well. So, yeah, Gloucestershire desperately unlucky. It was an outstanding piece of fielding, that from Graham Van Buren. And, yeah, Saif Zaib is given another life. We said about sensible batting, and that almost undid all of this hard work. Yeah, I think Northants have got away with one there, but it's a case of cashing in now. Got to capitalise on this as Saif Zaib. Yeah, that was some work from Graham Van Buren. I think he's desperately unlucky on that occasion. Will be Tom Price then from the David Capel end. Bowling here to the aforementioned Saif Zaib. Driven crisply to Graham Van Buren. It was like a bullet throw, wasn't it, as well, from the former Gloucestershire captain. Did well to get across in the first place, but the actual accuracy and release travelled like a tracer. In comes Price once again here to Zaib. Zaib advances down the track, looks to take on the positive option. Guides that off the hips there out towards Van Buren, who's very busy at the moment. Last 3 deliveries, every single one have gone to him. So, yeah, we'll be having to keep those concentration levels sky high at the minute.
Yeah, it was just, again, I think a nod of the timing, the pace at which the ball's travelled across the grass there. Sales thought he'd beaten Van Buren. Thought he just pushed it straight past him. And there was a call of yes, wasn't there? I think an initial call of yes. There's another shy at the non-striker's end with Saif Zaib making his ground, which quickly turned into a no. And Saif was quick enough to turn around and make his way back. As I say, I think Northamptonshire have. I think they've got one in their favour there. I think would be fair to say. Tough for the umpire. Didn't have time to get round fully to be parallel with the line and the stumps. He was on the angle. Everything happened so quickly. And it was brilliant by Van Buren. There's absolutely fantastic bit of fielding. But again, just shows there just wasn't that pace in the pitch. It wasn't the timing to get it past him.
No, there wasn't. I think we are replacing one of the Bales here as well. Just looking at the action here from the umpires. One of the Bales is back on the stumps, but another one has come out here. And in fact, yes, it has. It's just been given to a member of the ground staff here at Wantage Road. So we have got the replacement Bale out on the field now. So we should be able to restart very shortly here. It will be Tom Price with ball in hand to James Sales. Partnership inches ever closer to 50. Has been a good riposte this from these two for Northamptonshire. Price it is then, coming over the wicket to the right-handed Sales. That's another absolute beauty that is beaten Sales. All ends up. Almost loses his balance for good measure as well. Such was the ferocious nature of that delivery. Just see the replay on that. That has almost sawed him in half. Goodness me, that is an absolute gem from Tom Price. Real top quality bowling this. Ollie Price in disbelief, as has often been the case there at first slip today. Price then to Sales, defended again. Much better looking shots. One final delivery left in this 44th over. Just feels as though this game is starting to go through the motions a little bit quicker. Feels as though there's going to be a release at some point. Whether or not it's a big over in terms of a couple boundaries being scored, or whether a case it's another wicket falling for Northants, it does have that feel at the minute. It's Price to Sales. Glanced out towards the subfielder Ed Middleton in that trademark sun hat. He wears that every single first-class match. That's exactly how you can tell it's Ed Middleton on the field, and that will be a dot ball to round out the 44th over. Northamptonshire remain 105 for 4. James Sales on 34, Save Zabe on 19, and as we have a quick break here, Dan, what have you made of the action in the afternoon session so far?
I think it's pretty even Stevens, Aaron, to be completely honest with you. Northamptonshire will be thrilled the fact that they've kept Sales and Zabe together out there in the middle. Gloucestershire, I don't necessarily think will be I don't think they'll be disheartened by their work for this first hour. I think they've kept themselves in the game. They're obviously ahead still. They have asked questions. The ball is still doing a little bit. Just think it's just all happening just a little bit slowly off the pitch, which I think is making it difficult for the bowlers. I think it's making it difficult for the batters. And possibly the only people that it's making it a little bit easier for is the fielders that are flinging themselves at all parts here at Wantage Road. I think there's a nod to that as well, the fact that, well, I think we're going to lose another catcher. I was just about to say that Gloucestershire and Cameron Bancroft went down to 2 catches quickly. There is now 1 slip and a gully for Safe Zabe. Zaman Akhtar fires in a Yorker to Northampton's left-hander, and Safe Zabe frustratingly there. I don't know whether you just spotted that, just tapped down on the pitch pretty hard. He was disappointed he didn't get that away for a scoring shot. They've cut that little it's kind of a guide, isn't it, down to deep third that they've just cut off there with, I think it's Bancroft himself, isn't it, that's gone in at gully, just as another scoring option being taken out of the game for Northamptonshire. So again, not an abundance of options. There is that gap between Cam Green and Graham Van Buren on the offside. There is a single on offer if Zaman Akhtar bowls 2 straight, and you can turn it off the hip down to fine leg. But other than that, there isn't really a scoring option out there.
No, there isn't. And it's good field placement that from Cam Bancroft, just to prevent the leaking of runs, I suppose. Akhtar is coming around the wicket here to the left-handed Zabe. That's a much nicer shot there from Zabe, but some more good fielding. Deflects into the path of a teammate there, but eventually fielded by Archie Bailey. Cuts it down to just the 1 run there in the end.
Yeah, nicely timed, but again, just the ball just decelerates as it's makes its way over the square. Good fingertip to it, wasn't it, to keep it down? It probably only would have been 2. It does allow Northamptonshire just to rotate the strike once more, add another one to the score. That's a great bit of fielding in the gully there, just making sure that that isn't an easy single down to deep third, but it is a mirror field, isn't it, for both sets here, left and right hands, Sales and Zabe. So you've got a single down to fine leg, a 2 through mid wicket. And there is that single down to fine leg. So another one added to the tally. Sales moves up to 35. And a round of applause comes through, as I believe that single brings up the 50 partnership between Safe Zabe and James Sales. 50 off 121 deliveries. Attritional cricket, which is nice to see from the two of them in the middle, to stick in there and battle it out against a canny and a tough bowling attack from Gloucestershire. Just the one catcher in. And it almost looks like a third slip there now, doesn't it? Over pitch from Zaman Akhtar. Safe Zabe can't get it past Graham Van Buren. End of the over, 107 for 4 of 45 overs. The partnership now between the two of these worth 50. And it has been a good afternoon session so far for the hosts.
It has. Yeah, they've done exactly what has been required of them. Have the Northants pairing, and you wouldn't say that it's been easy going by any stretch of the imagination, 50 from 122 deliveries, but the key there is the runs. It's not about the time, it's not about the amount of overs that it's taken, it's time in the middle, it's shine taken off the ball, and also it's no further inroads here for Gloucestershire. It's beginning to frustrate the bowlers. Of course, the scoreboard pressure isn't really ticking because the run rate is less than 2.5 runs per over, but there's still time in this first innings for Northants. And of course, they've still got plenty of batting still to come with the likes of George Bartlett, McManus, Harrison. Guthrie is no slouch either. So I think this has been wonderful from these two so far. And it's exactly what Northants needed after a pretty shaky start in that morning session.
Yeah, it's just offered to steady it, hasn't it, for Northamptonshire. Tom Price will continue from the David Capel end. There are 2 slips for Tom Price with a catching mid-wicket as well. And that's hit the thigh pad hard. Big appeal. Umpire quickly shakes his head. Price with his hands on his head at his follow through there. Would have been Sales on 35 as we get the replays. It just tails back in. It's maybe just done a little bit too much. Sales survives. Just wily bowling, isn't it, from Gloucestershire? Targeting those pads. You can see the tactic here is to bowl straight with just the 2 slips, the catching mid-wicket. And the thing is as well, from a batting perspective, you can see that it's pretty telegraphed. It's you know the plan to get you out. And it's just whether you have the game and the temperament as well to stick in to that. And you see James Bracey frantically waving up to the Gloucestershire balcony. I reckon this is going to be for a helmet and a potential James Bracey to come up to the stumps. Tell you what, you watch enough of this stuff, you get some things right eventually, don't you? But that would just be to make sure that Sales and Zabe don't advance. Don't try and generate any pace on it. That's a nice shot through square leg. It evades for the first time today, a diving Gloucestershire fielder. But not for the first time today, it doesn't cross the boundary rope. It's just another couple of runs added. It's brilliant down on the boundary edge to keep it down to 2. And it's 109 for 4.
Yeah, it's top quality fielding that from Gloucestershire yet again, preventing those boundaries from tallying up. And yeah, we're just entering a rather interesting passage of play, aren't we?
Yeah, I don't think it would be a Bracey up to the stumps for a spell from Graham Van Buren. I think there's still too much on offer from the seamers here. Too much on offer, and the fact that Northamptonshire are finding it really difficult to rotate the strike. It would seem silly, I think, to throw the ball to the spinner at the moment, particularly with Taylor, Bailey, Akhtar, Charlesworth as options with the ball for seam up. But that'll just be a case of making sure that Zabe and Sale stay in their crease, that they'll be looking to apply a bit of momentum back into the ball. I don't necessarily think it would be a case of batting out the crease or walking at the bowlers to put them under pressure. I think it would just be a case of trying to generate a bit of pace on it. And if Bracey can take that away, he'll feel that that will be another advantageous moment for Gloucestershire. It's an attempt to drop it past Cameron Bancroft at second slip. He makes good ground, keeps it down to 0.
The question is as well, who is the bowler who Bracey stands up to? Because he has done it in the past to Charlesworth and done it to great effect. Did that in the Kent victory. So imagine that could be a tactic which is implemented by Cameron Bancroft. But yeah, we do see an awful lot now in the county championship. A lot of keepers do stand up as we have a slight alteration in the field as square leg is pushed out to deep square leg, just in case Price wants to bang this one a little bit short.
Yeah, that nearly worked for Gloucestershire. There's a really interesting kind of tactic here that they could employ. And it could work both ways to kind of frustrate both of Sales and Safe if they were successful at doing so. I don't know whether they just push square leg out there to try and keep James Sales on strike. You frustrate one by keeping them at the non-striker's end and not letting them see the ball. And then in equal measure with the way that this game has gone so far, you frustrate the other for a longer period of time by keeping them on strike and absorbing dot balls, not letting that score tick up. And you end up potentially creating frustration at both ends there just by refusing to allow Northamptonshire to rotate the strike. Not that it's been particularly free-flowing anyway, has it?
No, it hasn't. And interestingly, it won't be seam then.
Wow.
Coming here from the Lynn Wilson centre end, it'll be some right arm off spin here from Ollie Price. Haven't seen any spin as of yet. So this also answers our previous question with regards to how the surface will act with the slower bowlers. Of course, Gloucestershire also have got the services of Graham Van Buren to call upon with that left arm slingier action compared to Ollie Price, who is tall for a spin bowler, has to be said. Does generate that extra degree of bounce that the two Northants batting options will have to deal with. But yeah, let's wait and see if there's anything in the surface here for the spin bowlers.
Yeah, well, you have a look at the TV screen. I'll look out the window as Zabe defends that one to mid-wicket. I found that quite fascinating that Bancroft has shuffled the pack quite so quickly. I like it. I rate it. It's aggressive captaincy. Yes, there was control from those seamers, but I suppose there would be an argument from lunch there hasn't been the movement and the challenge that they possessed in that morning session. So yeah, have a look at the finger spin early. Zabe, I mean, one of the better players of spin in the county circuit, Safe.
Well, that is the danger, isn't it? The fact that this also could be a pressure release.
Yeah, they've got the benefit of a bit of scoreboard pressure, well, a bit of considerable scoreboard pressure in favour of Gloucestershire. Whether they would have been able to have bowled the spinner with the short boundary with a left-hand, right-hand combination in the middle, can't really protect it. That's the difficulty, but they've got a bit of protection with the fact they've got 4 Northamptonshire wickets in the hutch already, as Sales this time plays that one off the back foot, drops it out to deep mid-wicket. Has there been any turn off the surface, any life, any movement at all from what you've seen?
I wouldn't say as of yet, to be honest, but then again, Ollie Price isn't a massive turner of the ball. The real one would have been watching Calvin Harrison if Northampton were bowling, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah. Nice delivery. Takes on the fielder, chance at the non-striker's end, but Safe is very quick. And comes through, completes the single, moves up to 22. So runs so far against the finger spinner, just proving to be a little bit more straightforward for Sales and Zabe. That one overpitched, missed by Sales, and tidy work by James Bracey. Very tidy work. The stumps haven't moved. It was just a flick of the off bail to whip off. Final ball of Ollie Price's first over then. And that one played nicely down the ground to long on to end it. So it's that 4 runs coming off it. For Ollie Price, Sales on 39, Zabe on 22. 2.4 runs per over, 49 remain in the day. That's interesting. What do you make of it? What do you make of spin being bowled at that particular moment in the game?
Well, I think that's actually paid off, to be honest, for Gloucestershire there. I know it's gone for 4 runs. It's not as though they've made any great inroads from that over from Ollie Price, but it's just nice to see a different style of bowling, isn't it? And if there was turn on offer, it's good to utilise the spin at this stage, especially when you've got a left-hander there in Save Zabe. And we're not going to see 2 ends of spin here because it will be Zaman Akhtar coming on to bowl here from the David Capel end. But I don't mind that from Cameron Bancroft at all. And the fact is, it does just it sows another seed of doubt, I'd say, into the minds of the 2 Northants players. If that ball would have started turning quite, I'm not going to say viciously, but significantly for day 1 standards, then all of a sudden they've got something else to think of. But no, I think in terms of the wider tactical perspective, that's not too bad from the Australian at all.
No, and it will give him the ability to rotate those seamers as well from the David Capel end, if, of course, they're reading this in a similar vein, in that there isn't as much movement out here this afternoon as what there was this morning. Shorter spells, keep their fast bowlers or seam bowlers fresh, and ask for maybe 4 over bursts of the best that you've got, and you can rotate Akhtar, Price, Taylor, Bailey, Charlesworth with Ollie Price kind of holding an end up. That's beautifully defended by James Sales back up the grounds. As you say, the defence for Sales has looked pretty resolute. It looks solid. He's playing the ball late. It's under his eyes. It's kind of cannoning back into the pitch before it travels anywhere off the cut 22 yards. But just at the moment, unable just to apply a bit of pressure back on the seamers in particular anyway, as Zaman Akhtar makes his way into bowl. And that one is driven through the offside. It's half stopped in the covers, so it's just about going to make its way off the square. And again, Gloucestershire do brilliantly to cut down a beautiful cover drive down to 1.
Yeah, and that's the first time we've really seen that shot from James Sales in this afternoon session. It was an area which Northamptonshire struggled to really penetrate and find in the morning session, but it just goes to show, doesn't it, now? He is the more established of the 2. He's faced 101 deliveries for his 40 runs. You will just see this now with James Sales. On the odd delivery, he'll play the shots that he's more comfortable with. And look, he's earned that right. He's dug in. He's seen off some excellent bits of bowling as Save Zabe faces off here against Akhtar.
Yeah, dropped down through the gully region for a single. So again, just the 1 catcher in. That's Cameron Bancroft, the only man in the cordon. And there is that other catcher just in there at a short mid-wicket. But other than that, it's pretty spread the field, isn't it? And it's just not quite lining up. 115 for 4 in a bit of a spread field. Gloucestershire haven't got their catches in. There's more to this, isn't there, than what you can see at face value there. That one left well alone by James Sales.
Well, I'm just going to pose the question to you there, Dan, because we are talking now about the field placement. In terms of this current field, it's not as aggressive as what we saw, let's say, an hour ago from Cam Bancroft. Are you in favour of that school of thinking, or do you think that this is the right thing for Gloucestershire to go with, given the fact that the partnership is building quite nicely? It's not exactly runs for fun every single over, but 58, it's starting to build some real substance here.
Yeah, I'll answer that as Sales just runs it down to Archie Bailey for another single. The partnership is building, as you say, it's worth 58. It's 116 runs on the board. It doesn't feel like the game of cricket that's going to be a low-scoring shootout. It doesn't feel like it's been a pitch for a seam bowler to run in and take 5 for nothing. So that, I think, is where it's a little bit confusing as to where that kind of field has spread out a little bit. But I will caveat it by saying that particularly since lunch and in that little build up to lunch, maybe that final kind of 20 minutes as Zaman Akhtar comes in and completes his over with a short ball and Zabe gets himself underneath that to complete it. So Sales will keep the strike. Is I'm watching this and I don't necessarily know where those wickets are going to come from other than that I'm going to bowl straight and I'm going to target that pad. And if one gets held up a little bit and you're early on it, I've got a catcher at mid-wicket. If it moves slightly the other way, I've got a grabber in at first slip. And obviously your front pad is a nice target area for us to bowl at. That feels like it's the way. It's not a case of, well, I'm going to set the batter up with 3 in duckers and then a big away ducker and I've got 3 slips and a gully waiting for the big nick. It's not that kind of game, is it?
No, it isn't. And we're just going to have a slight delay here. I think the umpires are just looking at the condition of the ball.
Yeah, that's, well, a potential bit of gamesmanship there, isn't it, to have a look at? I don't think Bancroft's particularly happy that that's just been underarmed back to him there, does it? Whether there was what that conversation was about, I didn't see it go through the gauge. I didn't know whether it was just a visual inspection, but the Gloucestershire captain didn't have the happiest grin on his face, did he, when he got tossed that ball back by the umpire? But is that another little nod to, actually, this isn't doing a great deal? Fancy having a look and seeing if we can change it for something that might, but is going to be spin to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. There is still that first slip. There is a catcher, which is Cam Green, just off screen at short mid-wicket. Another fielder there just off the square at short cover, and Archie Bailey's come up inside what would be a 30-yard circle if those things existed in first-class cricket. So Ollie Price starts his second over. Bailey just comes up, doesn't he, just to keep Sales on strike, which is a good move. Otherwise, that would have been a free single down the ground. And so far, they have managed to bowl more at James Sales than Sabe.
Well, here is Price once more, gives that one a little bit more zip, just carved out towards the deep cover region. That'll be another single off the bat there of the Northants number 4. Of course, the key here is just to keep the strike rotating. And to be honest, if these two can see out the afternoon session, you'd have to say that it has been Northamptonshire's afternoon. Still plenty of cricket still to come here, though, as Zabe utilises the feet, dances down the track and finds the gap down towards us here in the commentary position. Bailey struggles there and off the missed field. I think they'll come back for a third. Yes, they will. That is some really good running there from the Northants pairing.
Yeah, that's the risk we highlighted with Sabe in the middle with a spinner being bowled. He is arguably the best player of spin in the lineup. He will manipulate those angles and create those gaps that potentially aren't there at the moment or weren't there. And he has found a nice pocket there, isn't he, to put that in for what would have been a comfortable 2, but the misfield enabled them to come back for a third. I think Sales will play this a lot more orthodoxly in his crease. I think he will be resolute and back his defence and just look for those singles, the back foot square of the wicket singles now that I think it's Hammond, isn't it, that's just been replaced, or Hammond's replaced Bailey just in front of us here at mid-on. Bit quicker there from Price, maybe just trying to slide it under the bat of Sales, but got the answer at the moment, 120 for 4. 2 balls left, and you can see there Hammond just dropping down to long on. So there's definitely a tactic here to try and keep bowling at Sales and starve Sabe with the strike. Singles around the grounds. Sales tries to take it, but can't get it past Ollie Price. End of the over. It's 49 then have been bowled. It's 120 for 4. Sales on 42 and Zabe off 26. So the previous 2 home games here, Aaron, it was just a case of throw the ball to whichever seamer you want to, watch it swing around corners, wait for somebody to nick one, and carry on with the game and carry on with the commentary. We didn't have to think about keeping batters on strike or off strike, or looks at spinners early in the piece or anything like that. Keepers up to the stumps. It was just a case of, well, let's just keep swinging it about. Something will happen eventually. And as both days were completed inside 3 days, plenty happened quite quickly against Kent and Lancashire. And Saman Akhtar continues from the David Capel end, and Safe Saib, who maybe feels like he's just found a bit of timing, tries to whip it through the leg side and can't get it past Cam Green. Obviously part of Cam Green's preparation for the World Test Championship final, his hopes to be recalled back to that Australian Test side as he makes his way back. Was it a back injury that Cam Green has struggled with over the winter? Short ball, good short ball, which is well evaded by Safe Saib.
Yeah, it was. It kept him out of the entire Australian season, unfortunately. So you could argue that he's rusty coming into this stint, and then all of a sudden you saw that game down in Canterbury, scored 112, I think it was, against Kent in his first game. There was the slight scare when everybody thought that he'd pulled his hamstring running for the single to get to 3 figures. Fortunately, it was just a cramp, but yeah, he has been an inspired signing as Akhtar comes into bowl here to Zabe. That's a nice shot from Safe Saib. Unfortunately, just can't find the gap, so it will be a dot ball. But yeah, in terms of what he's brought to this side, it's not just the on-field performances. I was speaking with Joe Phillips about this actually on the commentary on Monday, but just as an individual in the dressing room, he's someone which the players can always turn to if they've got any questions. I mean, Cam Green is a superstar, plays his international cricket for Australia, plenty of franchise experience. Akhtar it is once more here to Zabe, who goes for a flashy pull shot in front of square. Think about coming back for a second. Will just be one, cut off by the aforementioned Joe Phillips. But in terms of Green's presence in the dressing room, it's invaluable for a side like Gloucestershire. The fact is they've got a real blend of youth and experience at the minute. Of course, you've got your more tried and tested options, your James Braceys, your Cam Bancrofts, your Miles Hammonds, your Chris Dent. We haven't really seen him so far this season, but there's plenty of experience for the younger guys like Phillips, Borman, Ahmed Saeed, for the likes of Zaman Shafi as well. Like, it's just great to have someone like that in the dressing room. And that is a fine shot from James Sales, who doesn't even run, just watches it sail away to the boundary. And that is a fine shot from the Northants number 4 as the ball trickles over the rope for 4 more runs. Northants 125 for 4. Sales inches ever closer. So what would be a thoroughly deserved half-century in testing conditions here at Wantage Road.
Yeah, well, here's a statistic for you. That's only the 10th boundary of the innings so far here at Northampton. And I have a feeling that might be the first boundary since lunch.
That one deflected back to the bowler. Zaman Akhtar has a little bit of football out there. That will be the end of the 50th over. Northants remain 125 for 4. And of course, we're speaking about overseas options. We will see a few for Northants in the T20 Blast. Starts next week. Lloyd Popens, Matthew Bretzker as well. Had a great first season in this parish. And of course, later on in the championship campaign, we'll see the return of Yuzvendra Chahal, who was, again, one of those inspired signings. He was quite simply unbelievable in those final few matches. So, yeah, there are positives for Northants later on in the campaign. It's just with this final block of fixtures, they need a result here. Whether it is a draw with some significant bonus points just to keep them in the mix in the promotion race, as Price bowls here to Safe Saib, whisks that off the pads out into mid-wicket for a single. Yeah, whether or not it is a case of getting those bonus points or potentially going on to win this game, of course. It's so early on in the affair. You can't really say a cut and dry prediction for this match as of yet, as Price bowls again here to Sales on the defence. But it just feels as though these first 7 matches are crucial, season in, season out. It's a barometer, I think, because having the blast, of course, it's great if you have a good blast campaign, but you've got to still be in the mixer with regards to the championship, as that one is run off the face of Sales' bats rather deftly, played it with soft hands, and there will be a chase on for the fielder, and it's a chase which is unsuccessful. So the boundaries racking up here for Northants, and as for James Sales, it is a richly deserved 50 for the Northants number 4. Comes off of 112 deliveries. He raises his bat, acknowledges the members and fans in attendance here at Wantage Road today. I must say, this has been a fine effort from the young all-rounder. Well batted, James Sales. How can Price respond after that? It's another expansive drive this time. Rifle down the ground, only as far as Archie Bailey for no run. We see a helicopter go overhead here at Wantage. Price then, 4th delivery of the over. That one carved away out towards points, will be cut off by the fielder just for a single. Good fielding out there on the boundary rope, keeps the score down to 131 for 4.
How long do you think this this spin experiment stays for Gloucestershire? Because I think all it's done at the minute is provide a bit of comfort for Sales and Zabe. So for the first time in this fixture, the runs have just started to become a little bit more straightforward for the two in the middle there. There was a struggle from both ends against the seamers. But it was worth a look, and how long that look continues for is yet to be seen. But looks like we're going to have a change of bowling from the David Caper Lend, and I think it's going to be Ben Charlesworth, isn't it, replacing Zaman Akhtar for his second spell of the fixture. That first spell, 4 overs, 1 for 20. The wicket he picked up was that of Adi Sharma for 10. But I don't think the spin is, well, the spin's probably going to continue because the helmet's still on the field for James Bracey. It's 3 overs, none for 14 for Ollie Price.
I suppose the question as well is, do you continue with Price, or do you maybe just bring on Graham Van Buren with the left arm finger spin?
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? And I've enjoyed this because it has been a case of trying to think and second guess as to what the next play is, what the next plan is, as Charlesworth begins his second spell. He's got Sales on strike, and he's met with the full face of the bat down to Cam Green in the covers. And actually the helmet stayed on because Charlesworth will enable James Bracey to come up to the stumps. Notice a huge shuffle forward from James Sales, but don't mind it from the wicketkeeper. Just provides a little bit of extra company up there, doesn't it? Something else to think about that maybe you weren't thinking about previously. It's defended once again, this time into the leg side. I mean, the game's not getting away. But let's be honest, it's still only 133 for 4, so it's not like Gloucestershire have got to stress or panic about this whatsoever, and maybe that spin kind of spell for Price can continue for another couple of overs. But just think with the way that the two of them just struggled a little bit for a long period of time after lunch. Can you get your seamer back on? I mean, there's a few of them to choose from. That one's gone down the leg side. I think that's going to cross the boundary rope. It is. All eyes on the umpire. It's going to go through his buys, actually, of all things. There's a horrible little blind spot, isn't there, that just misses the hip of the batter. Now that Bracey is up to the stumps, that's not going to please the Gloucestershire wicketkeeper. Charlesworth just drifts down the leg side.
No, it won't do. And that is one of the perils, isn't it, of having a keeper stood up to the stumps. They are going to be very unsighted, especially if the line strays down the leg side. Charlesworth will have to tighten up, and he bowls that one a lot straighter, a little bit shorter in comparison to the previous delivery. Is that something that, as a keeper, you do quite a lot of, Dan, in terms of standing up to seam? It is something which we spoke about a lot before in terms of the modern county championship way. Is that something which you quite like?
I mean, I'll caveat it by saying I'm incredibly amateur. I think it's one of those that, yes, ideally, but I think you need to have a lot of trust in what you're playing on. And obviously, as an amateur level, particularly the standard of which I compete in that job anyway, you don't get the control necessarily from those seam bowlers in order to be able to trust them to want to stand up to the stumps I think is probably the tough side of it. And I'm probably not as good. Well, certainly not as good as the chap out there in the middle, but it's nice to just provide a different look for the batter. I think a lot of the time, sometimes it can be a bit of window dressing, and I think possibly that was. I don't think I'd noticed Sales really advance towards Charlesworth. Interestingly, look, Bracey's gone back now that Sabe's on strike, and they'll continue to have a bowl at James Sales, won't they, as they completed the single off the penultimate ball of the over. What's that partnership that I just see there? Clock up on the screen there, worth 81 now. I think that run rate's gone up from 2.4 to 2.6, so it's just starting to go in the favour of it's starting to go towards the favour of Northamptonshire. And if anything, and I think this is the bigger thing with this 3-over spell from Ollie Price so far, is the fact that it just feels like it's given Sales and Zabe a bit of confidence.
It certainly has. You can see that with Safe. I think more than Sales as of yet. Sales is still very much playing within his means, but with Zabe, he's definitely started to go a little bit more expansive. You can see a bit more flair, and as soon as I say that, Sales rocks onto the back foot and dispatches that down the ground for 4 runs. Goodness gracious me, that is a fine shot. It was a drag down from Ollie Price. Not the greatest of lengths there from the Gloucestershire spinner. But Sales there, you can tell, definitely feeling himself after reaching the 50, and that is a fine shot. Dispatches that with complete and utter disdain. Northam's 142 for 4. Yeah, that partnership now stands at 85. Really top stand this between James Sales and Safe Zabe. Attempts this time to drill that through the covers. Doesn't get the desired connection.
There was turn there, wasn't there, from Price from that drag down? It did go fairly well off the surface. The length was clearly the big issue from that delivery.
Well, that is another fluent and free-flowing shot from James Sales, crashing it through the covers. There'll be a chase on here for the fielder out there. It's Zaman Akhtar who does the mopping up, cuts it down to just 2 runs. But now you can see there really is more of a rhythm to James Sales batting now. And I think the real litmus test of that is those shots through the cover. That's a sign that he's beginning to see the ball nicely, also rocking onto the back foot, utilising different scoring shots and keeping that scoreboard ticking. Appears as though the gamble hasn't paid off here for Gloucestershire, because it has had the undesired effect of getting James Sales into his groove. Price it is for the 5th time in this over, and Sales again looks to go for the positive option. Slams it down the ground across the deck up to Joe Phillips, currently fielding at mid-on.
It's intent as well, isn't it? And that's something else with just that shot there by Sales. There was so much more intent behind it. It's nicely played again through the offside. That might even beat the fielder down there on the boundary. And I think it does. I think it just evades the dive and it just skips across the tarmac towards the groundsman's garages down there where all the mowers and the rollers are kept. It's a beautiful shot by James Sales towards the short side. And I mean, yeah, 2.4 per over. It's now up to 2.8 at the end of that over. It's 53 done. It's 148 for 4.
Certainly is. And yeah, it just feels as though the screw has untightened a little bit here for Northamptonshire. It's Ben Charlesworth comes on to bowl again here from the David Capel end. Northants inching ever closer to 150, and this partnership now stands at 91, exactly what the doctor ordered for the home side. It's Charlesworth around the wicket to the left-handed Zabe. Plays that with soft hands, guides it out to point along the carpet for no run.
Yeah, it's interesting. It is interesting. What is it? 4 overs, none for 26 from Ollie Price. I've just had a look at the numbers of Ollie Price's career so far as a bowler. 29 wickets at an average of 63. It's an interesting, a really fascinating move from Cameron Bancroft, with those as the statistics behind Ollie Price's first-class career so far. As the 150 comes up for Northamptonshire, but then also the control that he had with those 5 seamers, and he had 5 seamers to play and rotate around with to find those partnerships and continue building that pressure.
No, it was an interesting decision. It was a gamble, wasn't it? It's weighing up the risk and reward. And look, I can see the logic behind it, to be honest. It's something that both of us were looking at and going, you know what, just to change the pace and the rhythm. It's something which could go in Gloucestershire's favour, but Sales and Zabe, to give them full credit, have played the situation perfectly so far. And that's one thing that you can never allow for a spinner to get settled. And 26 runs off the first 4 overs from Ollie Price. He certainly has not settled as of yet. That one's risen a little bit. Just see Safe Zabe taking the hand off the bat there. Just gesturing that there might be a few gremlins in this surface now and again. I mean, Charlesworth is a tall operator. Generates that additional bit of bounce from the wicket. Almost came off the splice of the left-hander's bat there. Charlesworth steams in again. That one is played very adeptly from Safe Zabe. I believe there is a fielder down there at deep third. Indeed, there is. It's the form of Archie Bailey, who does the fielding on that occasion. Northants move on to 151 for 4. The partnership stands at 94, and yeah, it just feels as though the pendulum is beginning to shift. I wouldn't say that it swung violently by any stretch of the imagination, but when Northants were 57 for 4, certainly did not look as healthy as the situation does now. Bracey standing up to the stumps again to this delivery from Charlesworth. That one crisply driven back to the bowler for no run. And that will signal the end of the 54th. Northamptonshire 151 for 4. James Sales looking very nice out in the middle on 62. Safe Zabe also providing the perfect supporting act on 33. The partnership moves on to 94. Really top effort this, and that is the end of the spin experiment. Matt Taylor will be brought back on from the Lynn Wilson centre end, so Bancroft has seen enough of the spin for the time being. Interesting that we didn't see any of Graham Van Buren, especially after what he produced in his first few overs against Kent. But the seam was working, and I suppose if it isn't broken, you don't try and fix it. So after 4 overs, it looks as though Gloucestershire happy to go back to an all-seam attack. Will be Matt Taylor with the left arm seam.
Yeah, I think those 4 overs from Ollie Price there, I think left Cam Bancroft with absolutely no choice but to go back to the seamers. It hasn't affected the score massively. It went for 26, and again, that's not going to be a huge number, is it, in the context of a four-day game of cricket? But I think it has provided, it's put a bit more wind in the sails of Safe Zabe and James Sales, who have looked a little bit busier, even against the seamer, since Price started. As Zabe just opens the face up on that one and runs it down to fielder down there at deep third man. And how long does it take to potentially wrestle that back?
And I think that is the million-dollar question, isn't it? Because we are now seeing well, not all of the bowling options, because, of course, there is still Graham Van Buren if they need that left-arm finger spin. But this is Gloucestershire's seam battery now. Not really too many more aces up the sleeve here for the Australian former international. Matt Taylor it is then coming around the wicket into the right-handed Sales. Would be interesting to see how many defensive shots that James Sales has played today. Played it with real adeptness so far, and it's almost been the cornerstone of this innings. Just not giving anything away, not going for those nibbles. Been as solid as a rock so far. It's Taylor to Sales again, and Sales looks to on-drive that one down the ground. Van Buren will just about do enough to corral that one. Will be another dot ball. But yeah, this has been a quite simply marvellous partnership. In the circumstances, Northamptonshire were definitely on the ropes, and these two speak about Gloucestershire trying to wrestle back some control. It has been as a result of this magnificent stand for the 5th wicket between James Sales and Safe Zabe, and we haven't really seen anything extraordinary, I don't think. There's not been any fancy scoops or ramps or paddles or big shots for 6 or booming cover drives every single over. It's just been sensible cricket, and as a result, Northamptonshire do have this avenue back into control in the first innings. Sales again opts to go defensive. I think we'll also have a score update from around the grounds at the end of this over. We haven't had one for a while. Plenty of action taking place up and down the country, of course, with the test match at Trent Bridge. Every single side in action in the county championship, and also those 2 quarter-finals in the Vitality T20 County Cup as well. So much cricket this weekend, and fingers crossed that this nice weather stays for it. We don't have too many interruptions with rain over the course of these next 4 days. It's Taylor to Sales. Slightly disappointed there was the Northants man. Went back on his haunches. Hoped for a more clean and meteor connection on that particular strike. So one final delivery left in this 55th over.
And already just a bit of control going back to Gloucestershire, isn't there? It was just a single off the first ball of the over, and as then Northamptonshire haven't been able to add any further to the score. Oh, that's, well, conveniently played in the end. There was a big gap between the wicketkeeper and Cameron Bancroft at almost a 3rd slip, and Sales has pretty much got on top of his tiptoes there and guided it down through the vacant 2nd slip region. Well played by Sales. That will move him up to 66.
Yeah, we're just seeing the replay of that. Almost rolled the wrist, didn't he? Just to guide that past the outstretched arms of James Bracey. So yes, in terms of the score updates, our first one is courtesy of the South Coast, where Hampshire have been bowled out for 154 on home soil against Sussex. Some bowling display that from the Martlets as they look to regain and gather some momentum in their Division 1 campaign. Here is Ben Charlesworth coming around the wicket to Safe Zabe. That one played very adeptly by Safe Zabe. There'll be a chase on for the fielder. Will be cut off by Tom Price for another couple. And that will also bring up the 100 partnership between James Sales and Safe Zabe. It has been a quite magnificent stand, this, and rightfully so. They have a handshake in the middle, that moment of appreciation for what has been a crucial stand in this first innings for the hosts. Came in when the score was 57 for 4. It now stands at 158 for 4, and these two have been quite exceptional in their approach so far. It's Charlesworth this time to Zabe. Attempts the quick drop and go for no run. Then in the next game, up at the Riverside, Durham 219 for 7 after 59 overs against Somerset. In the game between Nottinghamshire, the current league leaders in the First Division, and Yorkshire, it's Nottinghamshire who are 148 for 5, having been put into bat first by the hosts. In the West Midlands derby, Warwickshire 165 for 3 in the 54th over at New Road as Charlesworth bowls again here to Safe Zabe, another dot ball. Defensively played there by the Northamptonshire man. And in the 5th and final encounter in Division 1, taking place in the nation's capital, Essex 197 for 7 at the Oval, taking on defending champions Surrey. Nathan Smith and Sam Curran with 2 wickets apiece for the Brown Caps in that one. Here is Ben Charlesworth to Safe Sabe. That is a nice looking shot from Safe Sabe. Tries to crack it through the covers, but cut off by a diving Ollie Price to his left-hand side. And then in the 3 Division 2 matches taking place across this bank holiday weekend, well, Derbyshire are absolutely piling on the runs at the County Ground Derby. 221 for 1. Caleb Jewell, 90 from 167. Harry came on 52. In the game between league leaders Leicestershire and Lancashire, it's Lancs are 156 for 7, having been put in to bat first by their hosts. Tom Scriven, the latest man to get a wicket for the Foxes, dismissing George Balderson. We just have a slight delay of play here as we check the ball at Wantage Road once more. And in the 3rd and final encounter, aside from this game, of course, in the East Midlands, Glamorgan 183 for 3 at Sophia Gardens, having been put into bat first by Middlesex. So that is everything up to date with regards to the County Championship. Also got the Test updates and, of course, those 2 quarter-finals, which I'll take you through in just a few moments' time. It's Ben Charlesworth then coming over the wicket to the left-handed Zabe. Pulls that one in front of square. Should just be a single out towards Tom Price. Indeed it is.
That's an incredibly impressive scorecard by Derbyshire, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
211 on the board with about probably 6 to 8 overs to go before tea. That's a phenomenal performance.
It is, and it's Harry Kame and Caleb Jewell. I mean, Jewell has been one of the standout signings of the season so far. The fact that they've got him for the entire campaign is a massive bonus as they look to get promoted. Charlesworth is to Sales. Flicks the wrist there and guides the ball down towards mid-on for no runs. So Northamptonshire 159 for 4 after 56 overs here at Wantage Road. James Sales on at 66, Safe Zabe on 37. As for the update from the Test match, well, England have made some significant inroads. Zimbabwe 202 for 5. Brian Bennett is 114 not out though. So that is quite the effort so far from the Chevrons opener. Got 22 fours and has just faced 106 deliveries. But Ben Stokes and Shoaib Bashir getting the last 4 wickets for the 3 Lions and a crown. And with regards to those quarter-finals taking place in the Vitality T20 Women's County Cup, in the game between Lancashire and Leicestershire at Kibworth, Lancashire got 180 for 4, Leicestershire 27 for 4 in reply as Matt Taylor bowls here to Safe Zabe. Squeezes off the outside edge of the bat down towards deep third. They, for a split second, thought about coming back for 2, but instead opt for a single. And in the other game taking place in that competition down in Guildford at Woodbridge Road, Surrey are 153 for 3 in the 18th over, having been put into bat by Durham. So that is pretty much everything. I think we're all up to date, to be honest, aside from second 11 cricket. So yeah, we'll keep you updated as best as we can with regards to the 3 competitions and various matches taking place up and down the country today. Of course, our attention switches back here to the East Midlands, where Matt Taylor is bowling to James Sales.
And they just started to, haven't they? They've just offering more control, the seamers, but we knew that. We knew that's what was going to happen when the ball got back in the hand of the seam bowlers, particularly that of Matt Taylor. 12 overs, 4 maidens, none for 25 so far in his work to date. Charlesworth 1 for 27 from 7.
That next delivery batted out to the bowler for no run by James Sales. Score remains 160 for 4. Well, I think from a Northamptonshire perspective, of course, for the likes of Harry Conway, Liam Guthrie as well, they will be absolutely licking their lips at the opportunity to bowl on this surface. They pole those tight lines and maintain their discipline. Certainly plenty on offer here for the seam bowlers. It's Taylor to Sales, utilising the bottom hand. Flicks it over towards Graham Van Buren, down at mid-on for no run. But this is a passage of play which Gloucestershire needs to try and navigate at this stage. After completely dominating that morning session, you can argue that it has been one-way traffic in the afternoon session so far. James Sales and Safe Zabe have really halted that momentum. Stopped it dead in its tracks. That one shorter from Matt Taylor. Gets James Sales on the balls of his feet, and that will be a dot ball to round out over number 57. Northamptonshire remain 160 for 4. James Sales on 66 and Safe Zabe on 38.
You missed the most important wrap-up, didn't you? Northamptonshire 2s have just beaten Worcestershire second 11 down at Milton Keynes in one of the T20s in the warm-up to the Blast, which starts very soon. We'll be here on the 1st of June for a double header for the Steelbacks as they open their home account. I believe it's Yorkshire away, isn't it? The opening fixtures. Is it Friday the 29th?
30th.
30th. Friday the 30th. I was half right, but David Willey, George Scrimshaw, Lloyd Pope playing. David Willey 1 for 28 from his 4 overs. Lloyd Pope 1 for 30. Scrimshaw 3 for 17 from 4 overs. It'll be good to see George Scrimshaw back on the field again for the Steelbacks. David Willey 17 runs with the bat. Krish Patel got 24 at the top of the order. But not long until the Blast. Tickets obviously available on the Northamptonshire website. Get yourself down here and enjoy a change of pace. Let's call it that, a change of pace in English domestic cricket. So Steelbacks, who had a great tournament last year, they got through to the quarterfinals. They got unstuck by a fantastic Somerset side here. They finished second in the group in the end. They had 2 brilliant results, one here against the Bears, then away at Lancashire to get that home quarterfinal. And just the matchup against what has probably been the best domestic T20 side over the last 4 or 5 years was always going to be a tough ask here at Wantage Road. But they'll have eyes on finals day, and you can be part of it if you get your tickets at the Northamptonshire website.
You certainly can, and the T20 Blast this season is going to be absolutely pulsating. It's always one of the highlights, isn't it, of the English summer, and the North Group in recent years has just been captivating. It really has. I thought that Northants last season played some fantastic cricket, and I do think that you have to give credit to Somerset. I know that they lost in the end to one of the teams out here today. It was Gloucestershire who beat them in the final at Edgbaston to get their hands on the Blast Trophy for the first time in their history. That ball deflected out to point for no run. But they are just such an imperious and impeccable T20 outfits, are the West Country side. I think Somerset actually set the record, didn't they, for most victories in a single Blast campaign the season before. So, yeah, there was absolutely no shame whatsoever to lose to them in the quarterfinals. But I think for this year as well, with the addition of Lloyd Pope, he is a serious spin bowler. I think Northants should definitely fancy their chances in that competition.
Yeah, it's a shame that Ashton Agar's been ruled out. That's a big, big loss, but Matt Bretsky will be making his way back over from the IPL. Ravi Bopara, he's head coach of the Karachi Kings at the moment, so in the PSL, so he'll be rejoining. Dave Willey's had a stint in the PSL, so he'll be back in the field here at Wantage Road. Safe Zabe, the man in the middle, the guy at the non-strikers end, has got some incredible statistics to his name over the last couple of years in T20 Blast cricket with both bat and ball. And Gloucestershire will be looking to defend their trophy with a really, really good T20 side down in the West Country.
They most certainly will. That is the end of over number 58. Northamptonshire 161 for 4. Sales on 66. Zabe on 39. Yeah, Gloucestershire, such an underrated T20 outfit. Still remember the days when they were under Richard Dawson in white ball cricket. That goes for 50 over as well. They really were a difficult side to beat. And yeah, last season, they were absolutely unbelievable. Finals day, they didn't put a foot wrong. And yeah, I do wonder how much they'll fancy their chances of retaining that trophy this season. Of course, we've just had the announcement of Darcy Short joining for the T20 Blast group stages. So he adds some additional firepower to what is an already stacked batting unit. Here's Matt Taylor then. Over the wicket here to the left-handed Safe Zabe. Driven firmly to Graham Van Buren for no run. And of course, they've got the return of David Payne, who is now on a white ball contract at Gloucestershire. Answers the question as to why we haven't seen him in the county championship, although he was a fine red ball bowler. I think that's just a case of longevity now and keeping him playing cricket for as long as possible. One of the all-time greats in the T20 Blast. Zabe has a big waft at that one. Gets no connection on it. Safe looking for the expansive option on that occasion. But I do think Gloucestershire will be a very dangerous side. I certainly do. In the South Group, you always look at the likes of Essex and Surrey and Sussex. I mean, honestly, the T20 Blast this season should be exceptional and always love the One Day Cup as well. So plenty to look forward to, I think, is the general gist. Taylor bowls here to Safe Zabe, defended back to the bowler. And there's a little bit of something for everyone, isn't there, Dan?
Yeah, there certainly is. There certainly is a lot to look forward to. It's the first moment, that ball before, that we've seen from either Sales or Zabe of any kind of indecision over the last probably hour and a half. Bit of a wafty drive at one from Taylor. It did offer to shape away and just continued to do so. Unfortunately, missed the outside edge of Safe Zabe, but one of those innings, one of those pitches, one of those days, you've worked so hard to get to 39. You faced 85 balls for it. Don't give it away chasing a wide one.
No, I definitely echo that sentiment, to be honest. He has worked hard. It's not been a typical Safe Zabe innings, this. Haven't really seen those big sixes that he's known for in, well, all formats of cricket, I think it's safe to say, but it's just been sensible so far, and he has played the ideal supporting role here to James Sales. Taylor drops down a little bit shorter, attempted to be slashed away backward a point for no run. I feel like I've got deja vu saying that with Miles Hammond operating in that fielding position. He's done that about 5 or 6 times today. He's been flinging himself about like a goalkeeper.
Yeah, the speed at which Miles Hammond just gets back off the turf there, I think just indicates that how long and brutal this opening stint of county championship cricket's been for some of these guys.
Here's Taylor to bowl once more. That one worked off the pads here. Quick single taken by the Northants pair. Helps that there was a misfield there from Archie Bailey. So allows them to scamper through safely for that additional run. So Northamptonshire 162 for 4 after 59. 5 overs remain before the tea interval. So just a case of consolidating the position at this stage. Zabe on 40, Sales on 66. But after a very difficult and testing morning session, this has been an outstanding display of character and heart from Northamptonshire in the afternoon session as the partnership ticks over to 105. It's been exactly what the side needed, just providing that degree of stability after an uncertain start. Will be Ben Charlesworth from the David Capel end as Safe Zabe just puts his batting gear back on. Still very much a split field here. It's a 6-3 on the offside. Not too much protection on the onside. Charlesworth just goes a little bit too straight. Here he is coming around the wicket to the left-handed Zabe. Plays that compactly down towards mid-off.
Yeah, what have we got here? Just inside 5 overs, haven't we, before tea? Certainly been Northamptonshire's session by a distance as well, I would say. They've just wrestled some stability back into this game. Because it's 71 for 4 at lunch. It was looking pretty ugly, wasn't it?
It was, and any side at that stage would be feeling the pressure. They'd be feeling the nerves, and I do think there were times early on in this partnership where if one of these would have fallen, this could have been a very different story, but honestly, they've played the situation to a T. Safe save there again, utilising the pace of the ball just to roll it off the bat face down to deep third for a single. But at this stage, with, what, 27 deliveries to go until tea, just got to play sensibly and nothing silly. Of course, the run rate, it's not electrifying by any stretch of the imagination. 2.74 is what it is at the minute. But the key is they've still got wickets in the tank. Sales works that through mid-wicket. It's another nice shot. The Northampton former England under-19 all-rounder. They'll easily jog through for the second. Keeps that scoreboard moving. It's now 165 for 4. And they have just blunted the attack, haven't they, so far? I think that's the other thing to note here. Gloucestershire looked as though every single over were making something happen, and in this session, just beginning to turn the tide a little bit are the home side as Charlesworth bowls here to Sales for no run.
Yeah, it was that 4 over spell from Ollie Price, wasn't it? It just provided a little bit of impetus to Northamptonshire, these two in particular, who had battled really hard up to that point. It was about an hour and 15 minutes, hour and a half maybe, until Ollie Price came onto bowled 4 overs for 26, and almost instantaneously just gave a bit of life to the partnership, and timing came a little bit easier. They were able to rotate the strike. Ooh, wow, that's a tidy bit of work from James Bracey. Bit of an ooh from short mid-wicket. Get a replay on this one. Don't think Sales is overbalanced here. No, the back foot's not moved, has it?
No, although that would have made our points very invalid, wouldn't it? A leg side stumping to bring the partnership to an end, but no damage done for Northamptonshire, who remain 165 for 4 here in the 60th over. 36 overs remaining in the day. Umpire just having a chat here with a couple of the Gloucestershire personnel.
Yeah, they've asked to have a look at that ball a couple of times, haven't they? I think a couple of times they have. It's been tossed back to the Gloucestershire players pretty quickly. I think the last time it did go through the gauge, didn't it? And that was absolutely fine. But you can understand why. If the ball's not doing a great deal, ask the question, see if there's another one in the box that might give you something else.
That is a vicious short ball, that from Matt Taylor. Played very nicely, that from Safe Save. Works it in front of square on the pull shot for another single. Nice change up that, wasn't it, from the Gloucestershire seamer?
Yeah, those shorter balls, they're the ones that feel like they've actually got a bit of zip about them as well. Whether there is more life in the middle of the surface or not, but Save's done well to just get that down, isn't he? It would have been incredibly tempting with that short leg side boundary to have tried to deposit it in the back gardens there and pick up 6 and get yourself closer towards that personal milestone. But he's seen the bigger picture there, isn't he? And he's played it down and it's gone straight down, just onto the next strip over and runs out for a single. Again, that one there pushed up, a bit fuller. James Sales has had an absolute week to be able to play that. Kind of pulled the newspaper out, read the articles, done the crossword, and then just defended it down into the leg side.
I'm just looking at the fielding here from Gloucestershire. I should say the field positions at the minute still very much heavy on the offside here for Matt Taylor. Coming around the wicket here to the right-handed Sales, who once more is resilient in his defence. And is it getting to the stage, of course, I don't think we're going to see this in the next 3 overs before tea. But does Bancroft start to maybe think a little bit more laterally? Go outside of the box, maybe introduce a leg slip or put someone under the helmet? What do you reckon Gloucestershire can do to try and change around their fortunes and spark about the end of this partnership? Because it is looking very easy so far for these two. It's Taylor to Sales. That is one of the shots of the day from James Sales. Read that expertly, gets the full face of the bats, rifles it through the covers. That's a lovely way for Northamptonshire to go on to 170. We'll see the replay of that one. Lovely poise and pose, and yeah, that is just all around good cricket there from James Sales, who moves on to 72 from 145.
There's a fantastic cheer, wasn't there? A round of applause through the effects mic there. Just below us, there's obviously a decent crowd along from the Jackson Grundy stand all the way in front of the Lynn Wilson Centre. In the sunshine, enjoying it. And why wouldn't you? It was a beautiful cover drive.
And as a result, it brings about the change in the field as a short cover is now brought into effect. It's Cam Green there, the Australian international. That will be the end of the 61st over. Northamptonshire 170 for 4. Sales on 72 from 146. Safe Sabe alongside him on 42 from 92. So 3 overs remain here.
Yeah, I think I'll try and answer that question that you've just posed. And obviously, feel free to stop me. Feel free to tell me that I'm talking absolute rubbish. But I think there's a little 18-ball mini game here that Cameron Bancroft could go and do something a little bit interesting and a bit funky. See if they can kind of play on a lapse in concentration for the two of them. Safe say potentially looking at that 50 now. He's 8 runs away, 18 balls, thinking about tea time, taking the pads off for 15 minutes. I think then after tea, they've got to find that bowling combination that will just bowl dry. And they've got to try and find a way to build that pressure back up and stop Northamptonshire rotating the strike. And it feels like that's the way to pick the wicket up here. I don't necessarily think there's a ball that gets caught in the cordon or caught at short leg, for example. It just feels like there's not a great deal on offer here for the seamers, but they do have the ability to just bowl a really disciplined line and length and make it difficult for Northamptonshire to move the ball around the field.
Well, they certainly do, but it's just a case of one of those opportunities presenting itself, isn't it? I know we saw the run-out chance a little bit earlier on, but aside from that, nothing really going aerial from this pair as of yet. Bailey into Safe Sabe. That's a lovely defensive shot, that from Sabe, just covering the line of that expertly.
I mean, what's your view on it? What's your take on it? What options do you think Gloucestershire and Cameron Bancroft have got to play around with for the remaining 16 deliveries in the evening session?
Well, it's a tough one. I don't think we'll see the leg slip as of yet. I do think we could see that later on, though. As Bailey comes into bowl 2, Safe Sabe. That one drilled straight down the ground, and that will move Safe Sabe onto 46 runs. Again, that is an imperious strike from the Northants all-rounder. Moves on to 46 from 95 deliveries, and he's really starting to get into a bit of a rhythm here. Safe Sabe. James Sales, his partner, applauding him out there. Yeah, I don't think we'll see anything too outside of the box in this final 15 overs, 15 deliveries or so from Cam Bancroft. But I do think he'll start to tinker and change a little bit after tea. I think for now, it's just a case of try and force a lapse in concentration, but Zabe was certainly concentrating on that one. That's a shorter delivery down the leg side from Archie Bailey.
I mean, if Gloucestershire looked for that kind of short ball spell and tactic, would it be Archie Bailey to deliver it? It's quicker than what else they have available, but it's not express pace by any stretch. And on a pitch that at the moment seems pretty docile, is that a pretty thankless task for 3 or 4 overs maybe in the evening session?
Potentially, but they have still got Zaman Akhtar and Matt Taylor, who we've seen as well. Bailey striding in here to save Zabe, and that will be whisked away down towards deep backward points. Another single. I think
cry catch there, wasn't there, for a short while as it went past backward point. I think it was wide enough, but I think they probably looked at the body position of Zabe and thought that wasn't quite in control.
Yeah, it was Miles Hammond there, wasn't it? Backward point. Seen him diving around all over the place in this game. So this will be the final delivery of over number 62. Archie Bailey is over the wickets. The right-handed James Sales. Sales is resolute in defence on that one. So that is the end of over 62. Northampton 175 for 4. James Sales on 72. Safe Zabe 47 from 97. 12 legal deliveries away from the tea interval in a session that has been dominated by Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Only the 100 or so runs scored, but the key there is the wickets column. 0 falling in this couple of hours so far. Really were all at sea early on in the piece, especially after those quick wickets of Miller, Proctor and Sharma left them on 57 for 4. But since then, Sales and Zabe beginning to wrestle back some control as we see the left arm finger spin here of Graham Van Buren. Try and give it some revs here into the fellow left-hander, Safe Zabe. Just again looking at the field placement here from Gloucestershire. They have got the man down at a wide-ish long on. Fielder who was in there at slightly shorter point now goes a little bit deeper. Zabe attempts a more expansive shot there. Bracey goes up for the appeal. No harm done there, though, as the bail was flicked off in a second. See the replay of that one from Graham Van Buren.
Just a bit of drift, wasn't it, from Van Buren?
There is the reverse from Safe Zabe. Again, that is some lovely fielding. Really good stuff there. I think it's Tom Price, the 53, who prevents the boundary on that occasion. First time we've seen the reverse sweep being played by Safe Zabe. It is a real calling card of his. Rocks onto the back foot, attempts to drill that through the covers. Only as far as Ollie Price this time for no run. Feels like Zabe is looking for a boundary here. Just get to 50 before tea. Gets to that personal milestone. Goes for the sweep shot, and will this be it? There's a chase on for the fielder, and it's one which will not be won. Safe Zabe brings up an excellent 50 from 101 deliveries, raises his bat aloft and soaks up the applause from the Northamptonshire faithful on this sun-soaked afternoon on bank holiday weekends here on day one. That is a fine effort from Safe Zabe, and yeah, he has just played the perfect supporting role here for James Sales. Great way to bring it up as well with a powerfully struck sweep shot for 4.
It's as good of a 50 as he's hit all year, Safe Zabe. Back against the wall, Northamptonshire in a hole. They needed him. That one swept again, but a top edge this time, and it floated longingly into the leg side there, and there was a cry of catch, and Safe Zabe's just stood at the non-strikers end, inspecting the toe of the grey nickels that he uses. He tries to slog sweep that one out of the ground. 7 balls to go before tea. Aaron, surely just get through, don't you? If you can. Surely you're not looking to slog sweep Graham Van Buren out of Northampton, unless your name's Safe Zabe.
Yeah, I don't think so now. I think that was the milestone, wasn't it, for Safe to get to. Now that he's got his 56 deliveries remaining before the tea interval. Nothing silly here. Just keep your wicket. This has been firmly Northamptonshire's session, and they have just batted brilliantly, I must say. As we see the replay there of the more aerial of the sweep shots from Safe Save, didn't quite have the same connection. It was just about fielded between Ben Charlesworth and Archie Bailey.
Yeah, and it's going to be that man, Archie Bailey, then, to bowl the final over of the afternoon session from the David Capel ends. First over of this little 2-over spell went for 5. It's 11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 34 in his day's work so far. The wickets of Proctor and Miller to his name. And the field here going very leg side. And, well, this probably will be the short ball tactic for Archie Bailey towards Safe Save. With the long boundary, can they tempt Safe Save into a pull shot or a hook shot? He's worked incredibly hard on his game. I think when he started off, it would be fair to say that he was a bit of a compulsive puller and a hooker of the cricket ball. But he's got 5 deliveries here with a very, very telegraphed plan to negotiate to get through to tea. Bailey might just fire one in there a little bit fuller just to try and catch Safe Save off guard, but there's 6 fielders on the leg side, 2 behind square. You've got square leg, backward square, and a fine leg, all about 15 or so yards off the boundary edge. You've got a mid-on, a fielder there just in front of square leg. Almost interestingly, you look like you've got 2 Gloucestershire fielders there, stood one behind the other, with a square leg umpire stood in the middle, don't you? A mid-wicket, and they are your 6 on the offside. So just 4 balls to negotiate for Safe Save and Northamptonshire. Change of angle. That's a genuine outside edge, guided past James Bracey, and Safe Save adds another 4 to his tally, moves up to 56.
Yep, 4 more runs to the total there for Northants. Not in the most convincing of fashions, admittedly, from Safe Save, but to be honest, I think Northamptonshire have deserved this stroke of good luck. As I said, it's definitely been their session. They've batted well. They've played to the situation, and yeah, just 3 more deliveries to see them through to tea in what has been an outstanding afternoon session on home soil.
Absolutely right. Bailey back to that short ball tactic. Safe Save gets underneath that one. So 2 to go towards tea. And what have you made generally of Gloucestershire's efforts after lunch?
Well, I thought the first hour, they were absolutely bang on the money, weren't they? In terms of the fielding, in terms of the bowling, the seam quartet doing their job to an absolute T. But I think since then, it has been very much Northamptonshire's favour. Bailey bowling here to Zabe, leaves that one well alone, and you can just see, I'm not going to say there's desperation. I think desperation is a little bit of an over-exaggeration at this stage, but Gloucestershire are searching for their wickets now. It's not a case of the game is naturally flowing in their favour. They're actively having to think of game plans. There's a lot more chopping and changing in the field placements, in terms of the bowling rotations as well. Definitely some things to be pondered in that dressing room as we head into the evening session.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, and you know what, it does count. You said leg slip wasn't coming in before tea, and there is one for the final ball, and it's left well alone. A misdirected short ball from Archie Bailey ends the afternoon session here at Wantage Road, and the players walk off for a break and a cup of tea with the score on 184 for 4. Sales on 72, Zabe 56. Gloucestershire wicketless in the afternoon session. And what was Gloucestershire's morning has been Northamptonshire's afternoon. And I'd say now we're pretty evenly poised if Northamptonshire a touch in front at 184 for 4.
Yep, I think I'd agree with that analysis, to be honest. And in terms of the sessions, it's currently 1-1. So, yeah, fascinated to see what the evening session has in store for us. But that was masterful stuff from Sales and Zabe. And as a result, we are fascinatingly poised heading into the final 32 overs of play here on day 1 at Wantage Road. So for myself, Aaron Viles and Dan Jatovic, we'll take a quick tea break ourselves, and we'll see you in around about 15 to 18 minutes time as we see the fascinating conclusion to the day's play here at Wantage Road on day 1.
cars to buy it entirely online. It's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
Gloucestershire in the field, captain by Harry Bancroft.
Good evening and welcome back to the county grounds here in Northampton, where we are just about to begin the evening session here on day one between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire in the 2025 Rothesay County Championship. You can see the score on screen there with James Sales and Safe Save just making their way back out to the middle. It's 184 for 4 Northamptonshire, having won the toss and elected to bat first this morning. And as I say, there's a nice in-depth scorecard as to what's happened so far. This partnership, by far the pick of the partnerships. 127 it's worth. All 4 wickets fell before lunch. So Gloucestershire's morning session, Northamptonshire's afternoon session. Stream here is powered by Daffabet. My name's Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles, as I have been all day and will be for the remainder of this game. How do you see this evening session going?
Yeah, I think either way it's going to be absolutely fascinating, to be honest. I think with regards to Northamptonshire, it's very much just keep up the good work. I don't think that Safe Save or James Sales have to do anything too outside of the box. Just play the ball on its merits and keep this scoreboard ticking. As for Gloucestershire, well, I think it's very cliche, but it is a case of getting wickets. Hopefully getting them in bunches from the visitors' point of view.
They've got a little bit of a bonus, haven't they, in the fact that Sales and Zabe are going to have to start again here. In terms of body language, and I don't claim to be a body language expert, but Zabe and Sales rushed out to the middle to restart this innings, whereas Gloucestershire's 11 made their way back down the stairs in, I think, dribs and drabs would be fair to say, and were certainly second to the middle to Northamptonshire. And they are going to have a bit of a trial by spin to start the evening session. It didn't quite work with Ollie Price in the afternoon, but Graham Van Buren with his left arm finger spin will open the bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. And there's the first runs of the evening session off the bat of James Sales. 115 wickets at an average of just under 35 in Graham Van Buren's first-class career. So in comparison to those numbers of Ollie Price, is a much more established bowler in first-class cricket. So Bancroft will be looking for a bit more control here from Van Buren as he spears that one past Saves off stump. Still haven't seen a great deal of turn. It's been more drift, hasn't it, from Van Buren in these opening 1.5 overs. There's that reverse sweep, and well fielded, well stopped by the man just behind, just around the corner. 64.5 overs done in the innings. So what's that, 15 to go until a second new ball becomes available. Safe Save's going to look for 2. Cam Green comes off the boundary edge and make sure it is only 1. So Zabe will keep the strike at the end of that first over evening session. Is it a case for Gloucestershire to hang in it until that second new ball comes available? What can they do? Is it going to be 8 overs of Graham Van Buren from the Lynn Wilson centre end and then try and keep your strike bowlers fresh for that second new ball when it clocks round to 80?
I think it could be. I was just about to mention with Van Buren, I think it could be an extended spell from this side of the ground. And then, of course, you can bring in the likes of Bailey. I think you're probably looking at keeping Actor probably the freshest of the bowlers. Feel like he's had probably the most zip and venom about his seam bowling so far. Of course, you've still got Taylor, got Charlesworth as well. But yeah, we didn't really touch upon the second new ball, but that will be a crucial juncture in this game.
Yeah, well, it's going to be Bailey continuing from the David Capel end and starts in at the body of Safe Save. Adds another one to his tally. Still saw that last over, just a bit of a short ball field and tactic, wasn't it, that didn't really work, because I don't necessarily think the pace is in the pitch to be able to do that. And there was 6 out there on the leg side. And the other thing as well, a lot of those short balls were pretty misdirected from Archie Bailey as well. It wasn't the best over of his career, was it, so far? But he's going to start again with a short leg in place. So James Sales has got a bit of company with him under the lid there. They are going to continue with that short ball tactic, and Sales pulls it in front of square. And Miles Hammond didn't look particularly comfortable there as James Sales shaped up with that short ball, did he?
No, he didn't. It's one of those positions which you've got to be very, very brave at short leg, especially against someone like Sales and in particular to Zabe. I mean, he absolutely clobbers the pull shot. Yeah, Miles Hammond could be in the line of fire here with these short deliveries.
There's another short ball which Sales evades. So clearly the tactic for Bailey then is to run in and test out the middle of the pitch here. See if they can find just a gap in the defences of Sales and Zabe. Ask them to do something different, have a look at something else, but feels like this short ball tactic here in Northampton could be a bit of a thankless task from what we've seen from the opening 65 overs of cricket so far in this fixture. He goes again, and that's almost cut through cover, wasn't it? James Sales had so much time in order to play that. It's still not going to go to the boundary. Van Buren gives chase and keeps it inside the boundary rope. Sales adds 3.
Yep, nice running that to the more prominent and much longer boundary here at Wantage Road today. Also brings about the change in field here as the left-handed Zabe comes back onto strike. Definite change in tactics here, aren't there, from Gloucestershire? We did think they'd introduce the short ball ploy. We thought there would have been a leg slip brought into the game. Instead, it's the short leg. Miles Hammond under the helmet. Let's see what Bailey can concoct here.
Yeah. Short again. Zabe quite happy to let that go over the shoulder. This is just it's a test of patience, really. It's a test of patience for the batters and a test of physical strength, isn't it, for Archie Bailey? How long can you keep running in and banging it in and testing out the short ball, and how long's the resolve of Sales and Zabe before they take on one of the short balls and try to put the ball to the boundary? Because you don't really play that shot for one, do you?
No, you certainly don't.
That's over pitched and driven through the covers. Beautiful cricket shot by Zabe. Beats Charlesworth and goes to the short side for 4, and he moves up to 62 to end the 66th over.
Yeah, just look at the replay of that one. Playing the drive nice and confidently there, Zabe, who started to shift through the gears a little bit. It was a resolute and gritty start by his standards, but as is the case with any cricket, as soon as you've got a little bit of your eye in, things become a lot easier. And I think that this is a testament to that, actually. The fact is these two started off very slowly by their respective standards, but now they are beginning to cash in, and you look at the partnership, 137. This has been quite the stand from the Northamptonshire pairing.
Yeah, Van Buren continues. Just one slip in place now. Zabe trying to take the single down the ground up towards, I think it's Zaman Akhtar at mid-off. But again, I think it's just a case of finding some control for Gloucestershire. They did so well in that morning session. That run rate was just above 2 and over for such a long period of time. Sales rocks onto the back foot and just guides it down to extra cover for a single. Sales now on 77. Left-handed Zabe on strike. One worked through mid-on. I think that's a little bit safer with Van Buren here, with safe on strike bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end, just because of that natural angle away from the left-hander. It just makes that short side just a little bit bigger, a little bit more perilous to take it on with the ball going away. And I haven't seen many reverse sweeps from James Sales in his career so far. So they've got a bit of protection just by the nature of the personnel that are there in the middle. But it is incredibly short down towards that coffee van today. As the reverse sweep comes out, and that goes just in front of the man behind the corner. It's going to be a long chase for Cam Green. Cuts it off. Safe Zabe. jogs back for another couple.
Yeah, very nice cricket that from Zabe, who's utilising the reverse sweep to great effect. Signals the end of over number 67. Northamptonshire just one run away from surpassing 200. Who would have thought that at the start of the afternoon session? Goodness me, when they were 70-something for 4. It's been quite the comeback this from the home side, and it'll give great confidence as well to the other players still left in the hutch for the likes of Lewis McManus, George Bartlett, of course, carded to come in next, Calvin Harrison, Liam Guthrie as well. I mean, these two have done such a superb job. We can't really overestimate just how key this could be if Northamptonshire are to go on and potentially garner a positive result from this encounter.
Yeah, it's just changed the momentum of the game massively, hasn't it? From that opening hour and a half, change of bowling from the David Capel, so that spell from Archie Bailey, Cameron Bancroft deciding that it didn't work, so the ball's gone back in the hand of Zaman Akhtar. Interestingly, there's always a different way to look at things, isn't there, Aaron? As Zaman Akhtar comes back into the attack to continue this short ball tactic. But you said he was the guy that you'd keep fit for that new ball, keep fresh for that new ball, and Cam Bancroft sees it differently.
Well, he has done, and that makes me believe that it'll be Taylor and Price then with the new ball. They'll go unchanged. I suppose it makes sense, of course, because they made early inroads. I mean, we saw Price get the wicket of Vasconcelos nice and early in the morning session, but I just feel like with the game beginning to just go out of Gloucestershire's control, I probably would have just given it to Akhtar personally, but yeah, Bancroft, far more experienced than I in the game of cricket. I'm not going to, for 1 second, suggest that I'm in the right compared to him, but yeah, I just would have viewed it from a slightly different point of view. But again, we'll wait and see. Of course, Price and Taylor, excellent with the new ball earlier, and does make sense from a logic point of view to maintain the status quo in that regard.
Yeah, and if they want to go for this back of a length, shorter ball tactic, then Akhtar's going to be the quicker of those three, isn't he, as well? So be more effective with him with ball in hand. On this angle, just trying to hide the ball really from James Sales at the moment. Try to pull it through mid-wicket. Rehearse the cut shot. Save then. Just telling James Sales how he should have played it. Stands there single teapotted at the non-striker's end. Still the one catcher in for Gloucestershire. It's Cameron Bancroft at about third, second slip. So that one's turned down the leg side for just a single and brings up the 200 for Northamptonshire. James Sales 79, save 65.
Yep, brilliant comeback this from Northamptonshire. 200 up in the 68th over. And it has all been as a result of this partnership. Crazy to think, isn't it, that earlier on we were talking about a partnership of size and substance. The previous best in this innings was 34 for the second wicket. So this really has been a turnaround for the ages. And of course, from a Northants perspective, these two just bat and bat and bat. That's all that they can do. And Miles Hammond thought he was going to be brought out of short leg. Instead he isn't. He was just giving the ball over to Graham Van Buren. He remains in that perilous fielding position. Got Ollie Price almost directly behind him there at square leg, and plenty of protection out just in front of us here in the commentary position as well. That one tickled fine off the bat of Sabe. We cut off by Matt Taylor just for a single.
Yeah, just into the hip, wasn't it, of Zabe. As I say, no great pace in this pitch. He just guides it down past James Bracey for a single. Moves up to 66. That afternoon session, the score went from 71 for 4 at lunch to 184 for 4 at tea. It was a fantastic session for Northamptonshire. Sales takes on the quick single this time into the offside. Just catches Van Buren a little bit deep, maybe in thought about his next over. Takes a single, keeps the strike. 203 for 4.
Yeah, very nice stuff. And at the end of this next over from Graham Van Buren, I think we'll go for some score updates from across the country. Of Of course, plenty of action taking place here in England and Wales. Got the test match, got the Vitality T20 Women's County Cup quarterfinals starting today. Got the other 2 quarterfinals in that competition tomorrow. And of course, every single one of the 18 first-class counties in action over the course of these next 4 days. So plenty of action to keep up to date with on this bank holiday weekend.
Nicely timed by Sales, but can't get it past the man at cover. A quick single taken to Tom Price there, who's just a little bit deep at what was mid-off. He just goes a touch deeper as he drops down to long on now that Safe Save is on strike. Sales 81, Zabe 66 at the moment. 27.5 overs remain in the day's play. And there is that sweep. It's gone up. It's just bounced in front of the fielder down there at deep mid-wicket. So it will just be a single. Cries of catch from the Gloucestershire fielders as it went in the air down towards Ben Charlesworth for a while, but fell just short, and Zabe moves to 67. Shorter ball. Oh, it's gone. What an unbelievable way to end what was a fantastic innings for James Sales. The wicket fell to Graham Van Buren. It was a bit of a short ball. It was a nothing real delivery from Van Buren. Sales could have put it anywhere on the leg side. As it is, he's tried to keep it down, but he's hit it straight at the man at short mid-wicket. And spin has worked. Gloucestershire have a breakthrough. They've broken that partnership that was worth well over 100. And Sales has got to go for an incredibly well-made 81 off 166. And there is a healthy round of applause around Wantage Road for James Sales, who makes his way back towards the locker room.
And rightfully so as well. That is some efforts from this duo. Also a very nice catch there from Ollie Price. And that does bring a rather unceremonious end to what has been an outstanding partnership. It's a shame that for James Sales, he looks well set for a century, but you know what? It's brave bowling that from Graham Van Buren, and in the end, the change to spin has worked here for Cameron Bancroft and Gloucestershire County Cricket Club. So the Herculean 5th wicket stand comes to an end. It's broken on 148, but I'll tell you what, James Sales has done his job to an absolutely fantastic degree there. So yes, he'll be disappointed, but at the same time, he has stood up when he needed to. And as a result, Northamptonshire have got all of the momentum heading into this evening session as George Bartlett comes out at number 7. Still got McManus and Harrison and Guthrie and Conway still to come as well. He will be gutted, but I think James Sales, in hindsight, can reflect on that as a real coming-of-age knock, given the circumstances from which he entered the crease.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely agree with you. You always want more, don't you? You always want more. And it doesn't matter whether you're on 81, it doesn't matter if you're on 10, it doesn't matter if you're on 250. You'll always want more. And he'll feel like he's left a few out there. The second first-class 50 of the 2025 County Championship for James Sales, and a very, very important innings in the context of the game, and a fantastic partnership between himself and Safe Save, as you said, worth just shy of 150. But Gloucestershire have broken it, and they've got to look at a new batter now. George Bartlett in at number 7 for Northamptonshire. Looks to get off the mark straight away, and Safe Save turns him down and says, no, thank you. He keeps the strike as it's the end of the over, 205 for 5. Bit of a drop down the order for George Bartlett this week. He'd been batting at number 3 for Northamptonshire for the start of the season. 206 runs at an average of 23. He's got 150 this year, which came as a real battling second innings knock against Kent here in that opening game. It was in vain, really, and it felt like it was probably always in vain with the context of that game against Kent. Just got the bottom corner of the bat, didn't it, for Sales? It was a good catch to dismiss Northamptonshire's number 4. But a drop down the order, and George Bartlett will be hoping for a bit of a change of fortune from number 3 down to number 7.
You definitely will, and we'll have to see if that change in the batting depth does bring about the desired impact here for Northamptonshire. As Bailey's first delivery is a dot ball from the David Capel end. In terms of that change, I mean, are you in favour of that, Dan? Dropping Bartlett down the order? I mean, it is a pretty deep batting lineup, isn't it? When you look at it on paper, still got McManus coming in at 8 and Harrison at 9. I mean, is that something which, having watched this group for the first 6 matches, you think is a wise move?
Oh, I'm so far detached from the other side of the ground, Aaron. I don't know whether it would be fair for me to comment. I don't think, but clearly, I think you would have liked to have got Gus Miller up the order back. He was opening at the end of last season, so to get him as high as possible, and potentially that question would have gone to Luke Proctor and said, "Would you want to carry on?" And I would imagine Luke Proctor turned around and said, "Yes, I'm not doing it." I suppose the question would have been about Adi Sharma. Do you give them the debut at number 7 and maybe make that debut a little bit easier potentially and put Bartlett at 5? But you hope here that there's 10 overs, 11 overs for George Bartlett to have a bat against the older ball, against some tiring bowlers. He's got 10 first-class hundreds, I think, George Bartlett, in his career so far. He can score runs. Just has had a pretty tough start to his career up at Northamptonshire. Scored that 100 over at Grace Road last year, and as I mentioned, just the 150 in 2025 so far. This is Bailey replacing Zaman Akhtar from the David Capel end, and that is a short ball, and it's pulled away through the leg side, which Cam Green picks up with a classic game of 1 and 1 bounce, just without the appeal this time, and it's just a single. I think it will certainly be an attempt to provide George Bartlett with a slightly a less pressurized position in the order, particularly at number 3 with as we mentioned, the statistics that Ricardo Vasconcelos has managed to put together this year. Number 3, you've been in pretty early throughout the course of the summer, and the ball's still been new, and it's been nipping around, and there's been some quality seam bowling on show. So maybe a little bit of pressure off at number 7, a little bit of an easier task, maybe. Short ball drifts down the leg side, left alone by George Bartlett. Just muddies the waters here for Gloucestershire as well with the plan, doesn't it? That short ball tactic was sensible and logical towards Sales and Zabe, who are both established and looking to kind of start to accelerate and dominate that partnership. Now you've got a man in there on 0. Do you stick with the short ball? Do you go back to that original game plan and try and just wobble it about and bring your catches back in? The 2 slips now for Gloucestershire. And it is a short ball. It's into the thigh pad of George Bartlett, so he won't get off the mark just yet.
That will be the end of the 70th over. Northamptonshire 206 for 5. Confirmation that was a leg bye, so has not come off the bat of Bartlett. He remains on 0 from 3. Safe save still out there on 68. Well, yeah, I do think that's actually a very interesting point with regards to the seam bowlers in particular, of course. For Van Buren, it doesn't make any difference at all, does it? Of course, he can just bowl his regular plan. They've got a slip in place for him, which is nice, aggressive captaincy, but it does just provide another factor for the likes of Bailey and Zaman Akhtar. Do you go back to the more tried and tested line and length channel bowling against the new bats, which is George Bartlett, who's on strike here?
Yeah, I suppose the difficulty would be that the field's placements are going to be really quite distinctive for that tactic, and it could take a while to change that up, particularly if Bartlett and Zabe were able to rotate the strike. You would be switching between plans, and I suppose it would make Archie Bailey's and Zaman Akhtar's mind maybe just a little bit less clear. Bit of extra flight on that one, and that's worked through the offside. It's going to be a long chase for Tom Price, who initially did well but couldn't stop it crossing over the boundary rope. So George Bartlett gets off the mark with a nice shot through the offside.
A very nice shot indeed, and it was a valiant effort, wasn't it, from Tom Price trying to corral it away from the boundary rope just in front of the Jackson Grundy stand, but in the end, a little bit too much pace and velocity on that shot from George Bartlett. Northants 211 for 5, just 39 runs away from the first batting bonus point.
Yeah, it was a nice shot by George Bartlett, wasn't it? Bit of extra flight from Van Buren, so slightly over-pitched. It was just pushed, really, through the covers. The first time we've really seen a timed shot go down to the boundary rather than a bit of muscle. Bartlett there just opens the offside up with his wrists, picks up a single, and will keep the strike. 212 for 5.
Yep, nice cricket that. And yes, we have got an update from the test match taking place at Trent Bridge. Zimbabwe have lost a 6th wicket. The Chevron's 246 for 6. And it's Brian Bennett, the man to depart for an outstanding 139 from 143 deliveries. Josh Tongue is the man to have got the key scalp there for the 3 Lions and a crown. And yeah, I tell you what, England will be hoping to wrap up that first innings in the final overs of the day. Still quite a few to go up in Nottingham, but we'll keep you updated as and when we can. And of course, we'll take you through each of the scores on the doors across the county championship after this over from Zaman Akhtar.
Yeah, really just shuffling the pack, aren't they, from the David Capel end, as that's cut away in front of point by George Bartlett, who will jog back for a comfortable couple of runs. Cam Green just tidies that one up. So just trying to, I suppose, provide a different look at each alternating over from the David Capel end between Bailey and Akhtar. Also trying to keep both of his quicker bowlers as fresh as possible by only asking them to run in and bowl 6 short balls and then giving them, 18 balls off before they go again. And it is a clear tactic, as that one just holds in the pitch a little bit, I think, on Bartlett, who just ends up pushing it towards the man at cover. Does get down, which is what George Bartlett would have hoped for.
And something else I just wanted to touch upon, I spoke about the wagon wheel a little bit earlier on. In that morning session, just 2 runs coming through the covers. Since then, Northants have scored 34 in this session and a little bit. That is a short ball that has been whisked away on the pull by George Bartlett out towards deep backward square leg for a single. It just goes to show, doesn't it, in terms of the confidence that James Sales and Saif Saib garnered in that partnership. Suddenly the runs began to flow with a little bit more freedom and fluency as the innings and the partnership built, really. And they were beginning to find the gaps. It is gutting, though, that Sales' efforts came to an end in that fashion. It was a very smart catch by Ollie Price, but yeah, he looked nailed on for 3 figures today, did the Northamptonshire youngster.
He certainly did. He certainly did. Just a mistake, wasn't it? Whether the ball just didn't quite get up as what he was expecting it to. And Buren did drop his length back and it's got the bottom corner of the cricket bat, didn't it? So it didn't get the elevation maybe that he wanted over mid-wicket and ended up hitting it low. It was a great catch. It was low. It was hit pretty hard. And it did break that incredibly impressive partnership. 2 balls left of this over. It's pitched up and well timed, and well, it's not the best bit of fielding you'll see in the 2025 County Championship, that by Archie Bailey. So he is being asked to do a pretty tough job from the David Capel end, backing up Zaman Akhtar with this short ball tactic. But that one there, there's no other way to describe that than he's just jumped straight over the top of it and he slaps the ground in frustration because he knows he's given away 4 free runs for Gloucestershire and a fielding performance that was so good in the morning session. And that's worked wide of leg slip. So Saif Saib will keep the strike and move to 73. It's just starting to maybe feel like a bit of a long day here for Gloucestershire with some of the fielding that we've seen since lunch.
Yep, I think that's a fair assessment, to be honest, Dan. And again, it's full credit and a testament to the hard work that Sales and Zay put in with that partnership, because up until that point, you could see the body language of Gloucestershire they were a side who were definitely on the up. They could sense that proverbial blood in the water as such. And ever since then, the bowling attack has been halted. They've been frustrated. They've been disappointed at times. And we are beginning to see a little bit of sloppiness now and again with regards to those fielding efforts. It's not the first time that the ball has been misfielded since the end of the lunch interval. So you can just see that the game has shifted in terms of the momentum. And of course, you can't win or lose a game on day one, but Northants are going a long way here to setting up the game in their favour. Sabe rocks onto the back foot, slashes that out towards deep point for a single, moves him on to 74.
Yeah, 2-2-1 for 5. So there was that moment in the game before lunch. The run rate was what, about 2.3. Just climbed. It's just ticked over 3 runs per over for the first time in the fixture. And safe, George Bartlett starting to rotate the strike well at the beginning of this partnership as Bartlett picks up another couple of runs and moves into double figures.
Yeah, I've been impressed with George Bartlett so far. Looking very confident at the crease. Always a bonus for Zabe to have as his partner out there in the middle. Always makes a difference, doesn't it, compared to someone coming out there. You can tell there's some nerves, there's some anticipation that something may go wrong, but Bartlett so far has looked very assured in the way in which he's playing these shots so far.
Yeah, well, he's a top order batter. We mentioned 10 first-class hundreds to his name so far in his career. Apologies, 9 first-class hundreds. 9 first-class hundreds, 1 List A 100. So 10 career hundreds for George Bartlett across those 2 formats. Oh, and that's fired through, and it's kept really low on George Bartlett, who's done well to dig that out. He went back expecting that to bounce a bit more than it did. Fortunately, quick enough to get his hands down there and dig that out. Van Buren thought he was in for a second time in the evening session.
Yes, skiddy that, wasn't it, from Graham Van Buren? Currently has those figures of 1 for 22 from his 6 overs. And yeah, he is the man to have brought the big breakthrough, that of James Sales for AC1. So there will be a change in the bowling again from the David Capel end as Archie Bailey comes back onto bowl. Bowling here to the left-handed Sabe coming around the wicket. That one is short and carved away there. Out towards deep backward point. There'll be a chase on for Tom Price as the Northants pairing Scarpa back for a second run. Moves the score on to 225 for 5. And Zabe beginning to really expand as this innings goes on. Had to play some dogged and determined shots a little bit earlier on. Had to play within himself and play to the situation, but you can just see as this innings has progressed, the freedom and fluency really coming to the forefront in his cricket. He jumps up on that one, plays out to a wideish mid-off for no run. And I did promise a score update, so I'll give you that at the end of this over. Just had a look at the scoreline in Derbyshire. The side currently sat in 2nd place in the 2nd division. And they are absolutely motoring on home soil. So, yeah, we'll tell you about that one in due course. But it's Bailey here to Zabe again, attempts to get on the rise of that delivery. Whacks it out towards that wideish mid-off fielder, who is Zaman Akhtar. Not long to go here until the second new ball is taken either. 6.3 overs to be exact, as this partnership continues to flourish, currently on 20. Cameron Bancroft moves himself from a catching position in the slips out towards position just in front of point, potentially a cover point fielding position. That's another short ball there from Bailey. Flat batted into the onside. Ollie Price will do the fielding for no run. Does feel as though that second new ball will be absolutely pivotal for Gloucestershire here, as Northamptonshire just 25 runs away from obtaining that first batting bonus point of the encounter. Of course, Gloucestershire 1 away from their second bowling bonus point. Bailey it is, striding in with real intent and purpose. It's hooked away there by Safe Save. There will be a chase on here for Matt Taylor. And he gives up the ghost. That goes for 4 more runs as Safe Save moves into the 80s. Another fine shot from the Northamptonshire and former Buckinghamshire all-rounder. We'll take a replay of that one here. Again, climbed into it nice and early, read it like a book, and played it just to the right-hand side of Matt Taylor, whose chase was in forlorn hope. Here's Taylor, he's just recovering that ball from underneath the covers. As a result, Ollie Price is moved backward of square leg as well. So this definitive short ball tactic continues from Cam Bancroft and Gloucestershire. Bailey it is coming over the wicket to the left-handed Safe Save. That ball is attempted to be flailed away into the offside. Cut off by a diving Cameron Bancroft, and that will signal the conclusion of over number 74. Northamptonshire 229 for 5, with George Bartlett on 10 and Safe Save as a result of that boundary, moving on to 80 from 133. So we'll take you through the scores on the doors. In fact, we'll start the test match because there has been a 7th wicket falling for Zimbabwe. It's Seager who has been bowled by Shoaib Bashir. So the chevron's now 251 for 7. In that game taking place at the County Ground Derby, Derbyshire 295 for 1. As Van Buren is tickled fine here by George Bartlett. There's a chase on for Zaman Akhtar, who will cut across there and restrict it to just 1 run. Caleb Jewell 125 from 213 deliveries, while Harry Kame, the Derbyshire number 3, moves on to 89. We'll take you through the next match after this delivery from Graham Van Buren. Ed Middleton, also the 12th man, is on at the moment. That one rocks onto the back foot, does Zabe. It's flashed very fine. There's no fielder there at deep third, and that'll be 4 more runs off the blade of Safe Zabe. Just evades the grasp of slip. Northamptonshire move on to 234 for 5. Zabe just 16 runs away from what would be another first-class century for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. In the game between Lancashire and Leicestershire at Grace Road, Lancashire 201 for 9. Van Buren here to Zabe, puts him on the defence. Leicestershire having an outstanding start to the season. And of course, Josh Hall coming back into the mixer. He's taken 2 for 40 from his 11 overs. So he looks to continue to push his England credentials. That ball is defended by Safe Zabe, out to mid-on for no run. In the other game taking place in Division 2 of the County Championship, Glamorgan 260 for 3 at Sophia Gardens against Middlesex. Zabe rocks onto the back foot for that one. Is there a chance of a catch? It would have been an absolutely stunning take by Ben Charlesworth, coming across at deep mid-wickets. Takes 1 bounce over the rope for 4. And Safe Zabe now beginning to really shift through the gears. He's on 88 from 137. As Northanton's tally continues to grow. The home side 238 for 5. Really top-notch batting this from Safe Zabe, picking up those short balls and dispatching them with complete and utter disdain with every given opportunity. How can Van Buren respond? Well, he can't respond with a dot ball. Safe Zabe immediately calls for 2. He's picked his gap very nicely, and although Cam Green will cut across, it is another 2 runs off the bat of Safe Zabe, who moves into the 90s. This has been a terrific knock and a terrific comeback from Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, who find themselves 240 for 5 at the end of over number 75. So we've taken you through the test match. We've gone through the second division scores. Let's take you through the updates from Division 1, and we'll start in the nation's capital, where Surrey are 30 for 1 at the Oval.
Is that Burns or Sibley that's gone?
I can tell you that right now. I believe it's Rory Burns. It is dismissed by Jamie Porter in the first 10 overs. Of course, that is the second innings in that game. Surrey having dismissed Essex for 217 runs a little bit earlier on, as Ben Charlesworth prepares to bowl here from the David Capel end. In the West Midlands derby, Warwickshire 193 for 5 at New Road. Sam Hain going very nicely indeed. And in fact, as soon as I say that, Sam Hain has departed. 195 for 6 now are Warwickshire. Hain departs for a well-made 86 as Ben Charlesworth looks to continue his spell here. And there's appeals for caught behind. James Bracey, the keeper, didn't actually go up there, which immediately makes me think that there was no connection with the bats. Because usually the first person in that situation is the keeper to go up with some ferocity. Let's take a look at this one. It was a wide one. Bartlett chased after it. Big appeal behind from Cam Bancroft, but yeah, I think Bracey knew in his heart of hearts that there was no connection with the bat of the right-handed George Bartlett.
Yeah, that might be a bit of gamesmanship there for George Bartlett. He's been on the end of a couple of tough ones over the last couple of weeks. Does that just get the heart rate going a little bit? And does he sit there and go, "Oh, not again"? But I think that one went through to the gloves without bat on it, umpire. So there's absolutely no chance to the appeal from Gloucestershire. What do you got? Under 5 overs to go now until that second new ball becomes available for Gloucestershire. I don't see any world in which that's not taken straight away. This one has, well, it's served its purpose, hasn't it? And Gloucestershire have been desperate to get rid of it, I think probably from about 25, 28 overs earlier on this morning.
Rothesay rocks onto the back foot. It beats the dive of the fielder at points. And Zabe just 6 runs away from what would be a richly deserved century here on home soil. Northamptonshire move on to 245 for 5, just 5 runs short of that first batting bonus point. And goodness me, is it not overdue? Just looking at the last 3 matches, 191 versus Leicestershire, 238 versus Lancs, 185 versus Glamorgan. Also yet to score a single batting bonus point here at Wantage Road so far in 2025. Here is Zabe again, looks for a carbon copy of the shots. Bancroft had put the fielder out there at deep backward point, so it will just be a single. Zabe moves on to 95. So yeah, this would be a pretty big point, wouldn't it, for Northamptonshire? A little bit like Worcestershire last week in the First Division. Just exercises those demons and puts a little bit more confidence and faith in the batting unit.
Yeah, and I mean, the lack of batting points will be a contributing reason as to why they find themselves at the bottom of Division 2 at the moment. But that time there's a nick on it. Charlesworth breaks that partnership, and it's Bartlett has to go this time for 11. So Gloucestershire have picked up 2 wickets in this evening session with this first ball of the match. That one maybe just bounced a little bit on Bartlett. Great take by James Bracey. Definitely a feather on that one. Finger goes up straight away. And Gloucestershire have got their 6th. And just as we were talking about batting bonus points, Northamptonshire lose another, and it's 2-4, 6 for 6. Partnership was worth 41 though.
Not just 41, a brisk 41 at that as well. Came from just 43 deliveries for the 6th wicket. So that is a pretty big stand for Gloucestershire to break. They get their 2nd bowling bonus points here on day 1 at Wantage Road. And as a result of that, Lewis McManus, carded in at number 8, will stride out to the crease as Northamptonshire look to get these additional 4 runs and get that batting bonus point on the board. Zabe as well, just 5 runs away from a 6th career first-class century. boy, has he batted tremendously well indeed. So as we see Lewis McManus trundle out into the middle, just take you through those final scores on the doors from Division 1. Up in Leeds, Nottinghamshire 197 for 7. Correction, 197 for 8. They've literally just lost another wicket. This time it's Liam Patterson-White, dismissed by George Hill, who's taken 4 for 32. Goodness me, he is celebrating that Lions call-up in some fashion on home soil in this 8th round of the Championship. In the game between Durham and Somerset up at the Riverside, Durham were bowled out for 277 runs, and in reply, Somerset are 4 for none in the first over. And finally, in the first El Clasico of the season, Hampshire skittled out for 154 runs at the Utilita Bowl. In response, the Martlets of Sussex 71 for 2 after 23 overs. Here is Van Buren then. The continuation of his stint from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Currently has those figures of 1 for 32 as Miles Hammond is taken out towards deep mid-wicket. Will Safe Zabe take the bait? This is the question. It's Van Buren to Zabe. Drops that one shorter. Rocks onto the back foot. Slashes it through the covers. There's a chase on here for the fielder. They run the first one quickly. Think about taking a third. It will just be 2. So Zabe remains on strike. Moves on to 97 from 143 deliveries. 3 runs shy of that 6th career first-class ton. Van Buren just shuffling the pack here, tells Miles Hammond to go even deeper on the boundary rope. It is Van Buren to Zabe. Left just outside the off stump of the left-hander. Good take that from James Bracey. Northamptonshire 248 for 6. And next delivery squirts off the outside edge of Zabe's bat. Remains on strike though. 2 more deliveries left in this 77th over. And Buren it is to Zabe. Zabe meets that on the full toss. They run the first one quickly. Will they come back for a second? Yes, they will. Chase on for the fielder. It's the left-handed Taylor. As a result, it is just 2 runs. Safe Zabe moves on to 99 runs. And also, more importantly, from the wider perspective, Northamptonshire's 250 is reached. It is a first batting bonus points in 4 matches for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. And unsurprisingly, you can hear the ripples of applause from the members and fans in attendance at Wantage Road. That one is zipped in by Van Buren. Zabe goes off with a quick single. They come through and Safe Zabe has his 6th career first-class century. A quite simply majestic knock from the Northants all-rounder who brings it up from 147 deliveries. He's batted for nearly 210 minutes, struck 10 fours for good measure, and he has been the constant. He has been the cornerstone of this innings for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Safe Zabe, take a bow. This has been absolutely marvellous.
That's been as good of 100 as he has scored in his career so far. There was grit and determination at the start. It needed a backs against the wall performance. And it's got easier as the longer he spent in the middle. It's become more free-flowing. He started to take on the spin. She set a 6th first-class 100 in his career for Safe Zabe. What a fantastic moment for the young man, and exactly when his county needed him. Just another couple of points there. He's now gone past Luke Proctor again. He's Northamptonshire's leading run scorer in the Championship this year. He's gone back into the top 10 for Division 2, and that's his 3rd first-class 100 this summer, which equals Marcus Harris's tally of 3, which is the most scored by a batter in both divisions of the Championship in 2025. Some statage for you, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Honestly, though, he is a special player, isn't he? Been touted since a very young age. Made his first 11 debut for the county when he was just 14 in a friendly. And then his competitive senior debut as a 15-year-old, the youngest player in Northamptonshire's history to make his bow in first 11 crickets. He has just been a precocious talent. Here is Charlesworth to save Zabe. That one again rocks onto the back foot, shifts the momentum, places it perfectly in towards the Jackson Grundy stand, just runs it off the back face. 4 more majestic runs off the blade of Safe Zabe, who of course celebrated his 27th birthday yesterday as well. So a nice bit of a late present here for Safe on home soil in front of his home fans, who must be absolutely reveling in this so far. It has been an astonishing knock given the situation that Northants found themselves in, from 57 for 4 to 255 for 6. You have got to give him and James Sales so much credit. They really have been quite brilliant for their side today, doing the Tudor Rose very proud indeed. So Charlesworth it is, looking to get the big wicket of Safe Zabe. That's a lovely bit of fielding as well. I think that will save all of the runs. In fact, it will. Cam Bancroft comes up to do the mopping up. So one more delivery left in this 78th over. And what has been a gripping day of county championship cricket, I must say. We had a very attritional period in the middle of it, in that 3rd hour. But since then, this game really has sprung into life, and full credits to Northants for the way in which they battered and gone about this. It's Safe Zabe then facing off against Charlesworth. It's a full-blooded drive up to mid-off for no run. And that will be the end of over number 78. Northamptonshire 255 for 6 with Safe Zabe on 104. McManus on 0, having yet to have faced a delivery in this one. Yeah, I was just going to ask Dan, enjoying yourself so far? Two overs left before the second new ball we imagine will be taken, but the game since lunch really has exploded into life.
Yeah, it's been topsy-turvy, isn't it? Gloucestershire dominated that first session. The first 2 hours was absolutely brilliant first-class cricket by Gloucestershire. Northamptonshire had to work incredibly hard after lunch. They were still finding it difficult. And they wrestled themselves back into the game, didn't they? And ended up winning that afternoon session by a distance by the time tea rolled around. I think so far this evening's session's been a bit more 50-50 between the two sides. To lose 2 wickets with the old ball, I think Northamptonshire will be quite disappointed, knowing the fact there is the second new ball just, 10 deliveries away now. So to have lost those couple, I think will be, well, it will just sour it slightly for them. And I haven't seen enough in this pitch to make me think that anywhere around 300 is going to be enough of a first innings score. I think it's going to need more than that, I think.
Well, here is Van Buren to the right-handed McManus, who tickles that very fine. There'll be a chase on for Charlesworth. He won't get round to it, and that is 4 more runs off the bat for the Northamptonshire pair, this time from Lewis McManus, who gets off the mark there. Slightly errant delivery that from Graham Van Buren. Overcorrected, tried to go too straight, and as a result paid the price of straying down the leg side. But yeah, in terms of a first innings total, I reckon 350. I think that would be a decent score from here on out for Northants, as McManus deflects that off the bat face into the onside, scooped up by Ollie Price. It will be another single to add to the tally.
Yeah, we know the pitch isn't going to change a huge amount. The atmospherics will, if the weather forecast is anything to be believed by. We're expecting to see a bit of overnight rain. So, and I think tomorrow generally is meant to be a bit more of an overcast day. So if Northants have got ball in hand with Conway and Guthrie, then maybe that's a good time for them to be bowling here. They have got that point of difference between the two lineups, though, and it is Calvin Harrison, who has been in good form during this loan move from Nottinghamshire, just down the road to Northamptonshire, which Gloucestershire don't possess. And he was fantastic against Lancashire here 2 weeks ago on a pitch that you would look at and go, well, this isn't going to be subjective to turn. We had Graham White in the commentary box, and he said, well, I don't think this is going to turn at all. And Harrison's turned up and he's, ripped the heart out of that Lancashire batting lineup. So that could be the point of difference, but it will very much depend as to what kind of score Northamptonshire can put up here as a first innings one, because I don't think the likes of Bancroft, Green, Bracey, Hammond are going to be petrified at the thought of going out to bat on this pitch. It's not a snake pit.
No, it isn't. It has been true for batting, hasn't it, at times today? But that new ball spell, I think, for Northants will also be pivotal.
Yep.
Because for Gloucestershire, they dictated the tempo of this game, and they made that early inroad and that breakthrough of Ricardo Vasconcelos, and then, well, they tripled it up, didn't they, with the wickets of Miller and Proctor. So, yeah, I reckon those first 25 to 30 overs will be absolutely crucial for the home side in this game, as Ollie Price comes on to bowl here from the David Capel end, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Zabe. Plays that one very adeptly out towards deep point for a single. Also worth mentioning as well, in terms of a potential milestone for Safe Zabe. Before this game, he was on 2,848 career runs in first-class cricket. So by my maths, he's 46 runs away from the big 3,000, which would be some going. It'd be some milestone to bring up just one day after your 27th birthday, as Ollie Price shifting the fielders here.
Certainly would. And if he were to get those as well, that would become a new career best for him as well. Go past or surpass that 135 that sits at the top of the tree for him at the moment.
It's Price to McManus. Just looking at the field here for Gloucestershire, it is an intriguing one because they've got a fine leg in place and a square leg, but not deep backward square leg. And we've seen McManus over the course of his career does love a good slog sweep. Also has the reverse in the locker, plays this one on the back foot, not the most of convincing shots. There from the Northants keeper. Ball just dribbles its way into the onside, up to Miles Hammond for no run. So Price it is once more. McManus strides forward into defence. But I think the headline today, of course, will be that partnership. Regardless of what happens in these final 16 or so overs, a Price comes into bowl here to McManus. I mean, you easily could have looked at this on paper and gone, well, this is a side who currently sit at the bottom of the second division. They have struggled with regards to batting bonus points. They're 57 for 4. Could they be skittled here? Price darts that arm ball in. And that will be the end of over number 80. Northants 262 for 6 with McManus on 5 from 10 and Safe Zabe on 106 from 155. So we imagine that the new ball will be taken here by Gloucestershire. Matt Taylor has taken off his sweater. I believe it'll just be a matter of moments now that we'll see the umpire raising the new cherry aloft, and indeed he has. So new ball taken by Gloucestershire here will be Matt Taylor to kickstart things from the Lynn Wilson centre end. 16 overs remain in the day's play. And it will be Safe Zabe on strike for the first one of these deliveries. But yeah, just to go back to that point about the partnership, really has just kick-started Northants' game into life here.
Yeah, and I mean, now we've got another fascinating, what have we got left? 16 overs left in the day, which we'll definitely get in. There's going to be no danger of any light or any weather about that's going to stop that. Gloucestershire don't bowl well with it. Maybe the runs come a little bit quicker as the ball just goes off the middle of bat. Slightly nicer than what that 80-over-old one had done. Or Gloucestershire bowl as well as what they did up top this morning, and all of a sudden 262 for 6 turns into, I don't know, 280, 290 all out, and you're sitting there going, that's not a great first innings score, that, but it's evenly poised, I think, but I'd go in the favour of Gloucestershire at the moment with those 6 first innings wickets in the hutch, having been asked to bowl first. And I think we're going to go back to the blind scenario again. Well, they struck on the first go. They failed on the second, and Safe Zabe will be hoping that the blinds and the curtains fail for a third time here at Wantage Road. As you said, it's a fantastically hilarious sport, isn't it? When you think that there's a delay in play because somebody's left the curtains open.
It is, and there's still conversations being had. You can probably hear that through the effects mic.
And it's brilliant the fact that whoever's down there hasn't learned, because it's the third time of the day.
Well, there are some funny delays, aren't there, in cricket? We spoke about the gazebo from last season as well, and that blew onto the outfield, much to the dismay of everybody.
Yeah, I've seen social media clips of the swarms of bees that have headed over the outfields at various different grounds.
Yeah, it's at New Road, wasn't it, in the Worcestershire game that bees stopped play?
Yeah, but the only thing we haven't had a great deal of bad light. Certainly not here anyway.
We certainly have not. So after that slight delay, here is Taylor to bowl to Safe Sabe, who again plays that with ever such soft hands. Just caresses the ball down towards deep third on that occasion. Very aesthetically pleasing cricket shot that to move on to 107.
Just having a look up to see whether Cameron Bancroft strengthens that slip cordon with McManus on strike, and he hasn't. They've just gone for the 2 catches with this second new ball, which I think is an interesting tactic, isn't it? You got Cameron Bancroft there just being pushed wider by James Bracey, so he's almost at slip 1.5, and I think next fielder along there is almost at third slip, so they're really trying to spread themselves as wide as possible, which I think is a nod to the pace of the pitch and the fact that they're trying to cover that ground, potentially quite close as well. You would have thought with that second new ball, there must have been a temptation to have got a third catcher in there, but maybe they don't think it's even going to go to a third or a fourth slip in there.
See, that's intriguing that you brought that up, because I was thinking the exact same thing. Because we did see that earlier. We saw 3 slips in the cordon. Just 2 for McManus on this occasion, though. That one goes well down the leg side. Safely pouched by James Bracey. Yeah, I'm just trying to work out where the fielder who was in third slip beforehand actually has gone, because it is still a very heavy offside field, isn't it? Just looking at it on paper, it's a 6-3 at the moment. In terms of the onside fielders, you've got a mid-on, got a slightly shortish mid-wicket, and man down at deep fine leg. Taylor charges in here to McManus.
Yeah, I mean, the dimensions of the ground, I think, dictate slightly what the fielding side can do. I don't think you can afford not to have somebody down there on that short boundary to try and protect that. If we were centre strip or slightly further to the right as we look out the window here, potentially don't think you would have that player down there just patrolling the boundary. You could get a couple of thick outside edges on this particular pitch, and you suddenly add up 8, 12, 16 to the board quite quickly. But it's a bit of a ring field, isn't it, in front of the wicket?
It definitely is, and that will signal the end of the over. 81 have gone. Northamptonshire 263 for 6, with Safe Sabe on 107 and McManus on 5.
Yeah, just a reminder, Northamptonshire won the toss and elected to have a bat first this morning. Captain Luke Proctor deciding that at 10:30 this morning. Looks like it's going to be Tom Price to open the bowling from the David Capel end. He will partner up Matt Taylor as he did at 11 o'clock this morning. And it was a good opening spell, wasn't it? Matt Taylor's still wicketless in this game. He's bowled 16 overs, 4 maidens, none for 32. Tom Price, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 17. He got the first wicket of the morning, that of Ricardo Vasconcelos. LBW for 4. Gloucestershire still sticking with those 2 slips. So there's slip 1 and 2, point, an extra cover, a wide mid-off, mid-on, square leg, almost a long leg, and there'll be another fielder down there at deep third as well. Just hedging their bet slightly at the moment, Gloucestershire, as that's left alone by Safe Sabe. It's a trial of discipline for both sides, both units here. One for Northamptonshire to see off this second new ball, and one for Gloucestershire just to find that line and length again that they found so well earlier on today. Safe Sabe on 107, McManus on 5. And that's a big, expansive drive. It's uppish through the offside. It's going to trickle away down at point for another 4. He's managed to dissect those 2 fielders really well, but it was uppish. Safe just leaning back a touch, but placed it between the 2 Gloucestershire fielders and adds another boundary to his tally of 12 now. I don't think Save's going to particularly change the way that he's gone about his innings over the last couple of hours now that this second new ball's been taken. I think he'll be looking at it as an opportunity to just go a little, just accelerate a bit more, get a bit more value, I think, for some of the shots that he has played and he's not been able to get past the fielders. Obviously going to be harder, so it should go off that Gray Nichols bat a little bit better than what that other one had done. Obviously, what live grass there was on that pitch at 11 o'clock this morning will have been exposed to the sun and the elements and the temperature throughout the day. So that's just going to have started to die off a little bit as well. So day 2 at Northampton, that's the place when you want to have a bat in hand, that is for sure. Maybe not tomorrow if that weather is kicking about, but traditionally, that's when you want to bat. Played into the leg side for a dot ball. We've got 14.2 overs remaining in the day's play. Gloucestershire slightly behind the over rate by -2, which is an interesting point, isn't it? Bearing in mind there's been, what, 14 overs of spin bowled during the course of this 81.5 over innings so far. Nicely gapped into the leg side. Just allow Northamptonshire to rotate the strike. Take a safe save off Nelson as well. Moves on to 112. Not that I think safe save would be particularly bothered or superstitious about the number 111.
Well, not with the way that he's batted so far today. Has definitely been the pick of the Northants batting options. James Sales also mightily impressive for his 81. Tom Price steams in here from the David Capel end.
Yeah, little shuffle forward there by Lewis McManus, which you see quite a lot in his 2025 batting highlights so far. And that will be a question for James Bracey to come up with an answer with, is does he want to go up to the stumps with the new ball in hand or not? Or is he quite happy to watch McManus advance at the bowlers and try and generate a bit of pace on the ball, which isn't quite as forthcoming as what it has been at Wantage Road through the course of 2025 so far. Partnership, interestingly, already worth 22. Where would you put the win viz or whatever you want to call it at the moment between the two sides? Would you put it in Gloucestershire's favour as Safe Save drives that one down the ground? He's going to pick up a couple, I think, well fielded by Van Buren. 6 wickets, 270 runs. What would you say?
Well, I'm actually going to have to think about this because at this stage, I think the turnaround for Northants, I think I'd give it slightly in their favour, to be honest, at this stage. I'd probably give it 66 to 34, purely because they were 57 for 4, 270 for 6. They've come back very strongly here as Taylor bowls there to Zabe, who's defensive in his approach. I mean, if you would have asked this at the start of the afternoon session, it very much would have been almost 90-10 in favour of Gloucestershire, but such is the ebb and flow of first-class cricket. I do think if Northamptonshire do stay 6 wickets down, regardless of what the score is, I think it's been their day, especially after that start. 4 wickets falling in the opening 2 hours. I think they will be by far and away the happier of the two sides, given that context, as Taylor bowls a dot ball here, very wide outside of Zabe's off stump. I still think Gloucestershire, for the most part, will be happy with that first 3 hours, but since then, you can just see with the body language as well, it has dropped in comparison. There's not as much noise out there in the middle so far. So this was a wicket which we expected to be good for batting. It has seemed to have died down a little bit in terms of those balls which are keeping low or rising a little bit higher. So, yeah, as I said, if things stay the same in the wickets column.
Oh, it's a great cricket shot. That is timed beautifully through the offside. On top of the bounce, guides it through those two fielders in the offside. And safe save, picks up another 4. Moves on to 118. That's really well timed, isn't it, by the left-hander? I've seen many of those find the middle of the bat over the course of the game so far, but you'd hope if anybody's going to find it, it'd be the chap who's faced 166 balls.
You certainly would, and he's looked good, hasn't he? Today, safe save. Not too far off that milestone as well. Whether or not he can reach it in this innings, we'll have to wait and see. It would be a career best, as you touched upon earlier. But he has looked incredibly assured at the crease so far today.
Nicely played and timed again, but can't get it past Cam Green. Extra cover this time. He's just climbing up the order amongst the Division 2 batters at the moment. Just a couple of runs behind Wayne Madsen as it stands, which would put him at 6th. And then there's a bit of a gap up towards James Bracey. Currently on 550 runs, safe saves on 496 for the season so far. Do you know what's been a really, really impressive part of Gloucestershire's innings here? If they've bowled 1 wide, and that was the short ball from Zaman Akhtar, and that's been it. There's been 4 byes, which James Bracey, that was that one where he went up to the stumps to Charlesworth, and it just drifted and fired down the leg side. Leg byes, 11 of those. They don't really matter a great deal, but they've had to bowl 1 extra delivery because of the 1 wide that they've bowled in this 83 over innings so far. And that is, I mean, that's a really impressive statistic for this bowling lineup. That's so well disciplined.
It is, and no balls either.
Nope. 16 extras have been added. That's it.
That's not bad at all, especially given the number of leg byes. Yeah, it has been incredibly disciplined, this from Gloucestershire so far.
Yeah. McManus on strike, advances, gets an inside edge on that one, drops behind square, moves on to 6 himself. The score up to 275. McManus this year, 350s in first-class cricket for Northamptonshire for the wicket-keeper, the vice-captain. 279 runs at an average of 28 before coming into this game. It was that 50 against Lancashire in the first innings 2 weeks ago was pivotal to allowing Northamptonshire to stay in that game. All the fireworks came from Ben Sanderson, but the grit came from Lewis McManus. 2 slips. Quick single taken by Zabe, drops it into the offside, and that's really well run. And there's a long ponder at the end of the follow-through there for Tom Price, just to wonder where his fielders had gone there. Was nobody attacking that? It was a bit of Save couldn't believe his eyes that it dropped there and thought there was a single.
No, he couldn't. And again, that will add to Gloucestershire's mounting frustration. Another run to add to the tally there, 276 for 6. Price readies himself to bowl here to the aforementioned McManus. Takes a couple of steps down the wicket and shoulders arms to see that through for a dot ball. Just a quick update from the test at Trent Bridge. Zimbabwe have been bowled out for 265. So quite a significant deficit for the Chevrons to try and overcome. Try and make England bat for a second time, but...
Have you seen what England have decided to do?
Not as of yet.
Have they elected to take or enforce the follow-on or bat again? Oh, that's beautifully timed. Just turned through mid-wicket, cannoning off the face of the bat. And that is going to be McManus into double figures. into a pretty vacant area in the leg side there. Shuffles down again, targeting that front pad. Well played, Lewis McManus.
Very well played indeed, and he's playing quite the supporting role, isn't he, here to Safe Sabe? 10 from 18 deliveries, getting his runs at a decent click. Confirmation there, England have enforced the follow-on at Trent Bridge, with just under an hour's play still left there in Nottingham.
Unique set of playing circumstances, isn't it? Just a 4-day test match. Would it have been 5? I dare say that the England way would have been to have had another bat and give the bowlers a bit of a rest. But the fact there's only 4 days, and I suspect they might be looking at a day off on day 4 if they get lucky down the golf course. Catcher gone in at mid-wicket. Just see to try and combat that for McManus. He's quite happy to work it through the leg side. Leaves it alone to end Tom Price's over. And 84 now have been complete. And the score is 280 for 6. Have you seen much lateral movement on the TV screen? I'll caveat it and just say the position of where we are today, we are a long way off to the side for the cut strip. So it's quite difficult to look out the window to commentate live and then watch back on the TV screen at the same time. So has this second new ball offered much through the air or off the seam?
Not as much as it did in the morning session. I think that's fair to say. I think a little bit earlier on from Tom Price and Matt Taylor, it was a lot more pronounced.
Yeah,
whereas so far today, it's not had the same degree in this evening session.
Yeah, and that's nicely played down to the man at deep third.
Yep, Ed Middleton it is, wearing the sun hat and sunglasses combination. On as the 12th man, of course, Gloucestershire having a couple of substitute fielders for this game. Don't think Ajit Singh Dale's actually doing any substitute fielding, but he is here. He was part of the squad, just rested for this game today. But yeah, in terms of those sub-fielders, it's either Ed Middleton wearing the number 55 or Joe Phillips wearing the 24. Those are the 2 replacements to watch out for.
McManus back on strike after Safe Sabe took that single at the start of the over, which took him up to 120. Score 281. 11.5 overs to go in the day's play. Day 1 here at Wantage Road between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire. Stream powered by Daffabet here in Northampton. As Matt Taylor makes his way in from the Lynn Wilson centre end. And McManus times that again nicely through mid-wicket. And Van Buren, who's been busy in the field, tidies that one up. Make sure it is only 2 as it gets itself halfway towards the boundary here at Wantage Road. It's a beauty. And for the first time with this new ball has brought about a genuine play and miss from one of these 2 Northamptonshire batters. McManus, they're just pushing at that one. Well, it just kind of holds its line, really, doesn't it? It started quite wide from Taylor. Just carried on going. That shadow you can see just at the feet of Lewis McManus is that of the floodlight as the sun just starts to dip down over towards the west of the UK. Just become longer and more pronounced as the evening goes on and eventually probably touch the boundary rope over the other side of the grounds. I reckon that, do you know as well, I reckon that looks worse from a distance than what it does in the middle. I'm not convinced I can't convince myself that you'd notice if you were stood in the middle there and that shadow was just across the pitch. But that's why you can just see on screen there, can't you? Just that darker patch there at the moment. That's a short ball, and it's pulled away through mid-wicket by Safe Save. It's going to be a chase on down towards that super sopper and the scoreboard, and the ball wins. And Safe Save moves to 124 of 85 overs now. 11 remain in the day's play. That's not really, it's just a drag down, isn't it, from Matt Taylor. Shakes his head as he makes his way back and takes his jumper from the umpire. The run rate we mentioned at a point this morning was about 2.3, and it's now nearly at 3.4. So Northamptonshire have made good inroads into that they set themselves this morning. How long do Gloucestershire persist with the 2 slips with this second new ball? Only 5 overs old, but as you said, it's not really offering much, is it? Either through the air or off the pitch.
No, it isn't, and that will be entering Cameron Bancroft's mind. He's just having a quick chat with Bracey and Ollie Price in the slips cordon. Plenty of chopping and changing in the field placements, as well as a deep square leg goes out onto that boundary rope on the short side. Tom Price gets McManus into the forward defence on that occasion. I mean, of course, for Gloucestershire, without going into the cliche of, yes, bowling Northamptonshire out in terms of what they'd want, 10.5 overs remaining here in the day's play. In terms of restricting Northants, what do you think Gloucestershire would be quote-unquote happy with at this stage?
That'd be low 300s, wouldn't it? 3 and over for the last 10. If Northamptonshire were to get there, would take them up to what, about 320 odd, as McManus just adds another one to the tally there. I think the thing is Gloucestershire here, they've got this second new ball. They've got 6 wickets already. Yes, they've got 2 established batters in the middle at the moment with Safe Save and Lewis McManus, one of which is on 124, not out. If you can open one of the ends up, you do get into a Calvin Harrison, a Liam Guthrie, and a Harry Conway, which, yes, for a number 9, Liam Guthrie has a fantastic first-class average and has been in good form this year, but he does bat number 9 for a reason. The likewise of Liam Guthrie, yes, it was a career best of 43 last week, but that was quite a sizable jump up for Liam Guthrie against Lancashire. They've got to have one eye here on picking up another couple of wickets, I think, before stumps on day 1.
Well, they do. They have to at this stage, but that seems a lot easier said than done at this point, doesn't it? I mean, especially with Safe Save out there rifling delivery after delivery on 124. Yeah, definitely something for Gloucestershire to try and aim for, as Price puts Zabe on the back foot, plays that through the covers for a single, moves that score on to 290 for 6. Yeah, I think for Gloucestershire, without that scenario of bowling Northants out, that would be the absolute ideal situation. I would agree. Probably somewhere between 315 and 325 for 8.
Yeah, I mean, the challenge that they've got is, since this new ball's been taken, Northamptonshire are going at just over 5s. As McManus again shuffles outside off stump, and Price drops that one in short. As a nod and an acknowledgement of Lewis McManus's advance down the pitch towards him. So they will have to rein this back a little bit. So it's 5.4 runs per over the last 5 overs for Northamptonshire. So this second new ball, I mentioned it could have gone 2 ways. The ball could have gone off the bat a little bit better, and so far that's what it's done. It's not provided the assistance that Gloucestershire would have hoped for. I think Van Buren's an interesting prospect, because I think he bowled pretty well with that original ball here at Wantage Road. Don't necessarily know if they'll risk chucking the new one to him. Maybe he would get a bit of extra bounce where it's a bit harder and that seems a bit prouder, but undoubtedly you'd have a look at Zaman Akhtar and Archie Bailey and Ben Charlesworth before you threw it back to either of the spinners, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think that'll be the school of thinking that Cam Bancroft takes. So we're seeing Matt Taylor continuing his spell from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So no changes as of yet, even though they haven't had the necessary breakthroughs that they would have hoped for at this stage. Happy to see Taylor through to a fourth over here with the second new ball in hand, and he is bowling to Safe Zabe.
That's a beautiful cricket shot by Safe Zabe and incredibly well fielded on the follow through by Matt Taylor. Safe Zabe would have hit that and thought, well, that's another 4 to my score, but Taylor gets the big hand down. That's really, really impressive on the follow through by Taylor to keep that down to a dot ball.
It certainly is, and it reminds me actually of a drill that I've seen up in Yorkshire this summer.
You even sounded like a Yorkshireman.
I'll take you through that drill after this delivery. But one of the things that I've noticed up at Headingley is when the bowlers are bowling, they're bowling as they would usually. There's someone at the crease with a tennis racket and a tennis ball. And as soon as they've released the ball, that person swings the tennis ball back at them. And that is to test out their reflexes, their reactions. It's for moments like that, whether it's a case of ground fielding it, trying to corral it off your own bowling. And of course, the other reason is for the caught and bowled because it's split second. So it's just a case of trying to work that into your pre-game routine. That is another cracking shot from Safe Zabe. Flails it out into the deep cover region for another single, keeps his score moving along, now moves on to 126 from 176 deliveries. Northamptonshire just 9 runs away from that second batting bonus point. And a reminder that the morning session at one point, they were 57 for 4. Tom Price and Archie Bailey really doing the danger and the damage for the visiting side. Taylor bowling here once more to the right-handed McManus. But ever since then, it has been Northamptonshire's day. That huge partnership of 148 between James Sales and Safe Zabe steadied the ship. Also saw a pretty quick-fire partnership between George Bartlett and Safe Zabe. 41 from just 43 deliveries, and now this partnership stands at 45 for the 7th wicket. So they're just beginning to build them at regular intervals, are the Tudor Rose.
Yeah, and that's left well alone. Again, well, look, we can't make a full judgment on this pitch, can we, until both sides are batted on it. I don't necessarily know whether it's a... Partnerships always help, of course they do. But is it a pitch of 40 run partnerships is a good contribution? I can't quite get my head around that at the moment. It feels like a better batting pitch than that. But in the context of this inning so far, then yes, it was a good contribution, wasn't it? And came at pretty quick pace, similar to this one since this second new ball's been taken. One nicely timed, but straight to the man. Miles Hammond there, isn't it, at short mid-wicket doing the fielding. End of the over. 87 now have been bowled on day one here at Wantage Road. And there are those partnerships. It was 148 between Zabe and Sales, 41 and now 45.
You can also see the figures there from the Gloucestershire bowlers. Tom Price, who is ready to bowl here from the David Capel end, has got 1 for 30 from his 15, including 3 maidens. And yeah, Archie Bailey, he was the standout earlier, 2 for 53. Also being ably supported by Ben Charlesworth with his 2 for 41 and Graham Van Buren's 1 for 43. But it does appear as though the pendulum has swung quite a bit as the day's play has gone on.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? And I think, well, they'll be really disappointed that this second new ball as yet hasn't worked for them. It hasn't provided the fruit, has it, that they were hoping for. $2.91 for 6 as Price begins his 4th over with this second new ball. Zabe on strike, and that hits him in the thigh pad, and a peel from behind the wicket. But again, as we said a little while ago now, there is a big audible difference, isn't there, between batting pad and thigh pad, and it's quite a recognizable thud, or a difference in thud, I suppose would be the best way to say that. 126 now for Sabe. That's eventually well dug out by the left-hander. I think he was trying to look for something a bit more expansive there, and whether there was just a bit of late tail on that from Tom Price. Ends up digging it out to that man Graham Van Buren again, working hard on this second Dukes of the day. The minute it'll just be a case of trying to keep it as clean as possible. Trying to keep both sides shiny, looking after it, taking any form of dust or anything like that off of it. It's nicely played through square leg for just a single. And then as that lacquer just begins to wear off, Van Buren will just elect on which side to start working on, start managing, seeing if that can provide any assistance, any lateral assistance to his seamers. Still the 2 slips for Gloucestershire. Persisted with this since the second new ball was taken. It's Price and Green now in the slip cordon. It's a bit of a tumble there from Zaman Akhtar at mid-wicket. And there are, aren't there? There's just a couple of double teapots kicking around here for Gloucestershire. I don't necessarily think they should feel like they've been in a long day. It's been a really good day of first-class cricket. I suppose they'll be disappointed that they couldn't continue the momentum that they started with in that opening hour. Oh, I don't think that's carried. That was a nick from McManus, and it's fallen well short of Ollie Price at first slip. Has he just taken his hand off the bat there to decelerate it? He's tried to work that through the leg side, isn't he? And it's just shaked away a little bit. But that stood no chance of carrying at all. And it was a genuine edge. And you'd think with the way that was played, with the working through, you'd have thought that would have carried as a thicker outside edge for McManus. That's a short ball, which is pulled away. It's dispatched down towards the groundsman's sheds there, down towards the mowers. And that is going to be 4 for McManus, take up to the score to 296. The partnership is now worth 50 from 72. And it's just skipped off the tarmac and the brickwork. So there could be that moment for Graham Van Buren to start working and polishing on one particular side of this second new ball today.
Yep, that was stand and deliver, wasn't it, from Lewis McManus? Picked up the length of that delivery incredibly early and, yeah, just got into the position to smack it out towards the groundsman's shed. So there is just a slight inspection of the ball here between the umpires and Archie Bailey. Umpire satisfied that no long-term damage has been done, and as a result, it will be Matt Taylor to continue his stint. Be a 5th over for the left-arm seam bowler coming over the wickets to Safe Zabe, who again has scored with great rhythm and fluency in this partnership. 32 of the 38 runs have been off of his bat. He rifles that down the ground. Could stop that from the Gloucestershire seamer on his follow-through. Yeah, I do think we are in for a fascinating day too, I must say. It'll be interesting to see how the forecast overnight rain does affect things, especially the outfield. It hasn't been lightning quick by any stretch of the imagination, but whether or not there's any hangover from that and what the overhead conditions are like come 11 o'clock remains to be seen. Here is Taylor. Little bit of a drop and run out towards third there by Safe Sabre, moves on to 128. But from what seemed like a procession in that first 2 hours, Northamptonshire have clawed their way back into this and just 3 runs away from a second batting bonus point. Of course, in their previous 3 matches, home and away, didn't score 250 in any of those first innings. And in the previous 2 matches here on home soil at Wantage Road, also didn't score 250. So it is a big tick in the box for Darren Lehman's side. Job is far from done, of course. They'll be looking to get a victory to get their championship block back and running, I suppose, as Taylor comes around the wicket into the right-handed McManus. But we really cannot stress this enough, the fact that these first 7 games, they're not necessarily make or break in the wider picture, but they go a long way, especially in what is such a competitive division. You look at Leicestershire so far, and they're already approaching 120 points. We're not even 7 matches in. This is the 7th match for the Foxes. You've got to try and maintain that pace, and it has been blistering so far from the East Midlands County. Taylor to McManus, looks to expand on the drive on that occasion. Only as far as the bowler, and yet other sides have been immensely impressive. I think that Derbyshire so far this season have been a real eye-catching side. I mean, they've had a great first day at the county ground in Derby. Caleb Jewell turning up. Be interested to see if Harry Kane has reached 3 figures as well.
No, he was, I think he was run out for 89.
Oh, that's gutting.
By Jake Ball, I think. I can give you a little run through if you'd like.
Absolutely.
We've got, what have we got? Glamorgan down at Cardiff, 317 for 5, having been asked to bat first this morning by Middlesex. Sam Northeast on 122. Kieran Carlson made 109. 4 wickets for the captain, Toby Rowland-Jones, in that fixture. Lancashire bowled out for 206 by Leicestershire. 3 wickets for Logan Van Beek, 3 for Josh Hull.
Well, that one will not be a wicket for Matt Taylor because he's been driven square for 4 by Lewis McManus, and that will bring up the 300 for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. It is a second batting bonus point here on day 1. The members and the fans in the stands richly applauding this batting effort in the evening session. McManus moves on to 22, and that is the end of over number 89. Northamptonshire 301 for 6.
Yeah, Derbyshire 351 for 2 off 94, nearly 95 overs. So they're near as done for the day. Caleb Jewell currently 152 not out. Wayne Madsen on 29, and yeah, Harry Kane run out. Jake Ball for 89. Obviously, the other game going on in Division 2 at the moment.
It'll be Zaman Akhtar. So change of bowling here from the David Capel end. Tom Price taken out of the attack, and on in his place will be a fellow right arm seam of the former Saka graduates. Here is Akhtar coming over the wicket to Safe Sabre. Climbs into the bounce on that one. Drops it out onto the onside, and they'll come back for 2. James Bracey doing the fielding there, coming from behind the stumps all the way across to square leg. Moves Sabre into the 130s.
Up into Division 2, up at Chesterless Street. Durham bowled out for 277. Ollie Robinson, 52. 4 wickets for Matt Henry. Somerset opening with Lewis Gregory and Josh Davey again are 51 for 1. Josh Davey, 24 not out at the top of the order for Somerset.
Here is Akhtar to Sabre. Smashes that at the bowler for no run.
Sussex, in response to Hampshire's first innings score of 154, are currently 95 for 5. Top score so far, 30 for Tom Alsop, but 3 wickets for John Turner. 1 for Kyle Abbott, 1 for Brad Will. Liam Dawson being pretty miserly with ball in hand. Surrey 74 for 1 in response to Essex's first innings score of 217.
Well, that is emphatic from Sabe. Goodness gracious me. That has made a gunshot sound off the bat. He moves on to 134, just 1 run away from tying his career best in the format. And we'll see the replay of this one. It was a short delivery from Zaman Akhtar. Look at that, easy as you like from Sabe, who puts the exclamation point on that one.
Yeah, that was hit away with disdain, wasn't it? It was a tired ball from Zaman Akhtar. It was a real drag down that didn't get any higher than the belly button of Sabe, and it was just muscled through square leg for 4.
The very next delivery goes a little bit wider down the off-stump line as Sabe attempts to flash that backward of points.
Warwickshire eventually all out for 227. Worcestershire 30 for no loss in response. And then Yorkshire have lost an early wicket at Headingley. Nottinghamshire all out for 228. And Yorkshire are 5 for 1. The first wicket was the big one as well. Adam Lythe for 2. Bowled Mohammed Abbas. Caught Carver Rayner. 5 for 1.
Here is Zaman Akhtar then to Sabe. That's a really sharp bit of fielding there from Miles Hammond at backward points. Saves the single. He has done that absolutely exceptionally all day long. Saved so many runs. That is another fine example.
Here's so the current situation in Nottingham, Trent Bridge, the test match between England and Zimbabwe, and this is a very crickety thing. Brian Bennett, 139 off 143 balls in the first innings on day 2 of the test match. On the same day, returns 1 off 10 LBW by Gus Atkinson. What a fantastic sport we have. How do you go from scoring 139 in the morning and being dismissed for 1 off 10 balls in the evening?
Well, we said it before, it's a cruel sport, isn't it, cricket? Really, really cruel indeed. But yeah, it looks as though England have had quite the day then at Nottingham. Northamptonshire here, 307 for 6. So we tick into the final 6 overs of the day's play. McManus on 22 and Sabe on 134. Just 18 runs shy of 3,000 career first-class runs. So it has been some effort this from Sabe. Has been the linchpin of this effort so far, and yeah, has hardly put a foot wrong all day.
It's been fantastic. And as we said, it's not come as a surprise either. It's his 3rd first-class century in 2025 for Sabe. It's his 6th in his career. And as I say, 3 of them have come over the space of the last 8 weeks. He's been in good touch, has Sabe.
He most certainly has, as Archie Bailey looks to get the wicket of McManus. It was uppish. Goes aerial out towards mid-wicket. Wisely turns down the single as well. I don't think it's the best thing to do at this stage of the day's play to flirt with a run out. Matt Taylor there doing the fielding, cutting across from wideish mid-on. In fact, after that delivery, he's actually been pushed up even further into that ring of fielders. Here is Bailey for take 2. That one shorter and punished by Lewis McManus. Read that one with great ease and aplomb. Smashes it out towards the super stopper and eventually the scoreboard for 4 runs. Excellent shot that's from the Northamptonshire wicketkeeper.
Yeah, superb. You just hear it, can't you? Just the sound of the bat. Again, it's a bit of a nothing delivery from Archie Bailey. Don't necessarily think it's all his doing. I think there's just don't think I don't think it's the pitch for that, and I don't necessarily think Gloucestershire have got the pace in the bowling lineup to start digging the ball in, because there is so much time to play that, or what there has been as the day's gone on.
And in this situation, 311 for 6. How they would love to call on the services of Ajit Singh Dale. That's my first thought in this situation. Of course, the standout bowler for the visitors so far this season, 22 wickets in the first 6 matches. Took 23 last season, so has already nearly surpassed that tally. As Archie Bailey looks for a 3rd in this innings. McManus again goes uppish. There's shouts of catch it, well short of the substitute fielder, Ed Middleton, who zips that back into James Bracey for a single. But yeah, with Ajit Singh Dale, it's not just the pace, it's the control as well. And his evolution as a red ball bowler in recent seasons has been so impressive. He is really one of the rising stars in terms of the 2nd division, and I'd argue wider county cricket as well. Struggled a lot with injury during his time at Hampshire. Made the move to Gloucestershire a couple of seasons ago, and yeah, continues to elevate his stocks in this great game of ours. Bailey, it is to Zabe, and Zabe, well, didn't play that one too convincingly. Take a look at the replay of this one from Bailey. It's a nice delivery that. You can just see it hoops away at the last minute as well. Good riposte that. A nice response from the 19-year-old. How Gloucestershire would love to get one final breakthrough to finish off the day's play in a positive manner. Well, it won't be with that delivery because it's wide outside the off stump of Safe, and that will signal the end of over number 91. Northamptonshire 312 for 6. Lewis McManus is on 27, and Safe just 1 run away from tying his current career best in the format on 134 from 189.
Yeah, what a turnaround of events this has been during the course of the day. Just a reminder, at a point, at lunchtime, it was 71 for 4, wasn't it? About 50 for 4 on the board at the lowest point for Northamptonshire. Take a look at the scoreboard now, 312 for 6. And let's give James Sales his flowers as well. That was a fantastic innings and a crucial part to the partnership with Safe. It was 81 off 166, but Safe is going to write the headlines in this innings, isn't he? As that's guided backward of point by Lewis McManus, and he's going to come back for a second. He's going to take on the weary fast bowler, Matt Taylor, who made good grounds down in front of us on the boundary edge.
Yep, and again, it's smart running, isn't it, between these two? It's something which both McManus and Zabe are known for in terms of converting those ones into quick 2s. And yeah, not only was it the fatigued form of Matt Taylor, it was also on his weaker side. He is left-handed, and that went to his right hand on that occasion. So smart cricket all around there from the Northants duo. McManus again attempts the drop and run, and it's successful onto those covered wickets. Score continues to tick along. 315 for 6 now. 4.4 overs of the day's play remain. Can Northamptonshire maintain this steel and grit that they've shown all day and see out the final 28 deliveries? Really would be great if they could do so. It's actor to Zabe. That time it's a dot ball scooped up by Ollie Price. Think of the two teams, though, regardless of what happens in these final 4 overs. It will be Northamptonshire who finish the day the much happier of the two. Looked as though there could have been danger of an almighty collapse after that morning session. As such, the demons in the pitch have waned, and ever since then, it has been a much better batting effort. And that will be the run which ties Sabe's career best of 135. Well batted to that man. He's also just 17 shy, that 3,000 run mark.
I think Zaman Akhtar might need a bit of TLC here as well. He's got a bit of a bloody finger at the moment. You can just see on the front of his jersey as he's about to turn and make his way back into bowl. He did a bit of fielding, didn't he, off his own bowling a couple of overs ago that was hit back pretty hard at him. But obviously done a bit of damage to a fingernail or a fingertip or something there. You can just see him just trying to mop that up. I don't know what obviously in other sports, if you have one of those injuries, you have to go and get treated for it, don't you? I don't know what the protocol is here in cricket. I can't imagine if that's on the bowling hand, that would be the smartest thing to be applying to a cricket book. But and I think based on the evidence on the front of the jersey there, I'm not convinced how the umpires would miss it if it is a problem. So I'm sure it's all right, but I would have thought he'd probably quite like a plaster or a bit of tape on whatever it is that's causing that issue for him at the moment.
And that delivery, as you could see there, given as a wide. So Northamptonshire 317 for 6 now. Some very tired bodies out there for Gloucestershire in these final few moments on this first day. It's better from Zaman Akhtar. Far better line on that occasion. And that will be the end of the 92nd over. Northants remain 317 for 6. McManus on 30 from 46. Safe Sabe on 135. And the partnership as well, 71 from just 96 deliveries. It's been a strong guns, free-flowing stand. I think that's how I'd describe it so far from these two. I think McManus has definitely played his hand to a good extent as well.
Yeah, it's been a good little start here for Lewis McManus. As I say, he's averaged 28 in the championship so far this summer. So he's got himself up to 30 in pretty quick time on what had been a bit of a dogged day at the top of the order for Northamptonshire. Runs were hard to come by. It got easier as the day's gone on. And what have we got? 23 deliveries left in the day's play here at Wantage Road. I wouldn't mind seeing the last or the penultimate over being bowled by Graham Van Buren. That ball will be 15, 14 overs old by that point. You just never know. You kind of give Safe Sabe Lewis McManus a different look if it gets to that point, and you never know what might happen in the dying embers of day one. It's funny things can happen in this sport, as we just spoke about with Brian Bennett.
They can, and that is why the concentration levels for Northants here have got to remain sky high, because you do not want Gloucestershire to finish with a wicket here. You don't want to give them that glimmer of hope to take into the second day. So yes, I do think that this is another important passage of play just to negotiate. Just over 20 deliveries left. Safe Sabe leaves that one well alone. 21 now in terms of legal deliveries remaining. Just nothing foolish here. It's a case of compact cricket and sensible cricket. The ball's not there to be hit. Leave it well alone, as Safe Sabe is displaying here at the minute. It is Bailey once more. That one squares Safe Sabe up. Wriggles off the leaning edge of the bat. Only as far as Ollie Price.
It's not lavish, but Archie Bailey's just asking a couple of questions at the moment, isn't he? These final few overs of the day. That shorter ball, I wouldn't necessarily bring that back out of the locker, but these deliveries on a good length to Safe Sabe, just offering a little bit off the pitch and causing a little bit of indecision to the man that's faced nearly 200 deliveries here today in Northampton. And that is a new career best for Safe Save. The round of applause from the dressing room. They will be keen and happy to hear about that because, unfortunately for Safe, that's a hand in the pocket moment. But congratulations to Safe Save. Ticks off another milestone for, as you say, the man that celebrated his birthday a couple of days ago. Celebrated his 6th first-class 100 earlier on in the piece and has just celebrated his new career best, 136 not out. And, well, he will have eyes on that and some. He loves batting Safe Save. That's brilliantly well timed by McManus. Well stopped, half stopped at mid-wicket. And Ollie Price does well enough to keep that down to just a single.
Also the end of the over. Northamptonshire 319 for 6. So 3 overs of the day's play remain. And James Bracey has got a helmet on here. So imagine there'll be a change of bowling coming up here from the David Capel end. Graham Van Buren there just marshalling a few of the troops. Let's wait and see who is brought on to bowl.
Yeah, there's nobody really striding with purpose to the bowler's end there, is there? I think, is it going to be Van Buren? Or is it going to be Ollie Price? It's going to be Ollie Price. So a change of ends for the finger spinner. And he will have the short leg side boundary to contend with Lewis McManus. And a potential reverse sweep for Safe Save. But it's a different look, and we both said that would be an interesting prospect for Cameron Bancroft to put in front of the eyes of these two with a couple of overs left in the day. So I'm all for it. I think it's an inquiring move. I don't necessarily know if aggressive is the right word, but I think it's just asking another couple of questions.
Well, let's see what Ollie Price has in store for Lewis McManus here. He's got the slip in place, which is Miles Hammond. Still a predominantly offside field. Can't really afford to offer a drag down here for McManus. That's a strong start from the right arm orthodox. Puts McManus on the defensive straight away. Very assured batting this from McManus so far, 31 from 49 deliveries. And these two, it's just a case of seeing out these final few deliveries of the day. Maintain the status quo heading into that second day. McManus shifting the momentum on that occasion. Rocks back and whacks it back along the turf to Ollie Price.
Bit of turn here with this newer ball. Bit of a prouder seam, isn't there? Just digging into the surface. Again, that's turning quite a way, to be fair. The length isn't right for Ollie Price, but it's definitely turn on offer for the finger spinner, which will excite Calvin Harrison and potentially Safe Save as well. A more than handy left arm finger spinner is Safe Save.
Well, a few words of encouragement there for Ollie Price from various teammates. Coming around the wicket to Safe Save, who just tickles that fine on the sweep. And nobody is there. That is 4 more runs off the bats of Safe Save, who moves on to 140 from 197. He really have been treated to an exhibition today from Safe Save. It was attritional at times early on in the piece, but ever since then, you can just tell he's feeling himself out there. He's got his mojo, he's in his groove, he's got his tempo. My oh my, has this been an outstanding effort to dig Northamptonshire out of what could have been an almighty hole, and then that's just good cricket. Follows up the boundary with a defensive shot. End of the over. Northamptonshire 324 for 6. McManus on 32. Safe Save on 140. So let's wait and see what the decision is. It will be Archie Bailey for this penultimate over and the final one from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Oh, he's bowled well in this spell.
He has.
I wouldn't have taken his 2 overs, none for 7, but he's asked questions, particularly of the left-handed safe save, and something that you you build up, didn't you, at the start of play? You said he enjoys bowling to left-handers because he just nips the ball away, and that's exactly what he was doing.
How he would love to add that 3rd wicket. You can already see there, 2 for 60 from his 17 so far today. Has shown glimpses of brilliance, has the 19-year-old, born in this town as well. Predominantly played his cricket down in Gloucestershire and also attended Malvern College in Worcestershire as well. So very much a well-travelled individual. Here's Archie Bailey. A fine young bowler as well. He's worked his socks off here in the East Midlands today. Can he strike gold with these final 5 deliveries of his spell? Bounding in with real purpose here to McManus. McManus just whips that around the corner out towards backward square leg, where Ed Middleton in that trademark sun hat is lurking. So 10 deliveries remaining in theory of this first day. A first day which has offered an awful lot. I must say it's been an absolute pleasure to be on the commentary today. It's offered something for the bowlers, seen plenty for the batting unit as well. Just a stereotypical day of first-class cricket here in the sunshine at Wantage Road. Couldn't really ask for much more.
No, and it's a day that really has changed momentum, hasn't it, through the course of the 94 and a half overs that we've had during the day. You'd have said after the first hour and a half that this could have been quite quick in favour of Gloucestershire, but Northamptonshire have done so well to wrestle this back. The score's 325 for 6 with 8 deliveries left in the day as Safe Save adds another to the tally. This one coming off the thigh pad, so won't add to his personal score, but does add to the team score. We said about 320 Gloucestershire would be content with at the end of the day's play, and they're not going to be a million miles away from that on the assumption they haven't taken any more wickets, and as yet they haven't. Still 8 events for McManus and Safe Save to negotiate as Archie Bailey makes his way into bowl again, and McManus has the answer so far. But I asked you the question after tea. I kind of said to you, where did you think this game was, or who's in favour it was? Gloucestershire clearly won the morning session. Northamptonshire clearly won the afternoon session. 326 for 6 with 7 balls remaining. Is it pretty 50-50 again now after 96 overs, or are you putting the favour in either side, either camp here?
I'd put it in Northamptonshire's favour.
You would you?
To be honest, yep, ever so slightly. Bailey rounding out this over. That ball is guided along the carpet to Ollie Price. So after 95, Northamptonshire 326 for 6. Yeah, I'm not saying that it's convincing by any stretch of the imagination. I wouldn't give it 70-30, but I do think in terms of the position from which Northamptonshire have scrapped back in this game, I think even heading into tomorrow, they will have the momentum. So at the end of the day's play, around about 330 for 6. I would argue that it's just Northamptonshire's day, even without the added context of being 57 for 4. I mean, it's a decent surface. We've seen that if you can see off the new ball and find the right groove, then you can score runs with a lot more freedom as the day progresses.
Yeah, certainly a momentum swing. As you said, it's not massively in favour of either. It's still relatively even, but to have batted for the entire day and picking up some batting bonus points will be huge ticks in the right boxes for Northamptonshire and for Darren Lehman's men here at Wantage Road against Gloucestershire. As you say, it was a pretty humbling defeat last week down at Sophia Gardens, whatever the pronunciation is for the ground down in Cardiff. But happy memories here 2 weeks ago, having beaten Lancashire. It's nicely played down the ground for what will be a very comfortable single. Well, take Safe Save up to 141. So 4 balls remain in the day's play. They'll be bowled by Ollie Price. Lewis McManus now on strike as they just bring Ed Middleton, isn't it, who was just patrolling the offside boundary back in towards what would be a 30-yard circle for reference. And McManus has the answer at the moment. He's 33 off 56. 3 balls remain in the day's play. The stream at Northamptonshire is brought to you and powered by Daffabet. Aaron and I will be back for days 2, 3, and 4. And it has been a good day of first-class cricket here.
Oh, it has. I've thoroughly enjoyed it, I must say. It's been a good contest between bat and ball. Ball dominated for the morning session, bat dominated the afternoon, and here at times we've seen a nice mixture of both, an eclectic mix here in the third and final session on this first day. So it's very much all to play for, and that's what we like to see, really. I'm going to be intrigued as to how Gloucestershire go about it. Obviously, things can change, the overheads and the condition of the pitch, but I do think that we're in for a good game here this weekend.
Yeah, it's certainly set up well, isn't it, as McManus successfully negotiates the final ball of the day. So we've had the full quota of 96 overs bowled here at Wantage Road. Northamptonshire walk off 327 for 6. There'll be a big round of applause for the man of the moment. There's a hug there in the middle from Lewis McManus to Saif Zabe. He walks off 141 not out, a new career best, his 6th first-class 100, his 3rd first-class 100 of the 2025 calendar, which equals the most in both divisions of the county championship. It was Gloucestershire's morning, and Saif Zabe, James Sales, Northamptonshire have wrestled it back, and as you said, Aaron, not by a million miles, but just got their noses in front at the end of day one.
Well, they have, and I think in terms of the two camps, the dressing room should much rather be in Northamptonshire's at this stage of the day. Saif Zabe rightfully getting a rapturous round of applause from the members in the Spencer Lounge. But yeah, I think for Gloucestershire, it feels like the one that got away in terms of this innings. 327 for 6 when you've got your opposition 57 for 4. I mean, that is quite a significant swing, isn't it? 4 wickets for the first 50, 60 runs and then 2 for the next 270. So for Northamptonshire, they've given themselves a big fighting chance to go and score big. And more importantly, just looking at the table, of course, still bottom for the time being, but it's a bare minimum of 2 batting bonus points for a side who in the past 3-4 games have struggled in that department. So all things considered, a decent day for the Tudor Rose.
Yep, absolutely right. Well, that is stumps on day one. 327 for 6, Northamptonshire having elected to bat first this morning. And we'll see you back at about 11 o'clock tomorrow morning for day 2.
We certainly will.
Have a good evening.
Thank you very much, folks.